I appreciate it. And thank you for everybody showing up and showing out, and especially the people clicking the link and calling in. Like I said at the start of the stream, I normally don't do streams on the weekends, take time to myself, do other kind of work. But I think this is an interesting and very important discussion that needs to be had. I even went out of my way to schedule this very, very, very early in the day, my time, in hopes that we can have some members of the diaspora call in. With that said, let's keep things in order. We've got Ola who's called back in. Ola, can you unmute your microphone this time?
Yes, you hear me?
Ola. Yeah, and Ola, real quick, I know we talked to you a few days ago, but
Look,
everybody,
look.
wait,
I
chill,
wa-
chill, 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 chill. For everybody who's unfamiliar with you, let them know where you're calling in from.
Just stop mentioning me. I'm calling from Nigeria. That's why sometimes the internet is off and on.
And this motherfucker said, I'm calling them from Nigeria. That's why the internet is off and on. I feel it. I feel it. It be some load shedding going on in Nigeria. Huh?
No, it's Atlanta too, man. You just want in Atlanta, some part of Atlanta, they don't have internet like that. You know what I mean? So don't shit
Damn.
on Nigeria because you like to shit on them. Look, that British guy that just came in that is capping towards you. That's a weak old shit guy. That African guy. Man, you just feeding some Negroes here, man, that are very, very weak. Don't you think so?
It's very difficult and challenging to hear through that thick accent at times. It
I
sounds like
said,
you
I
said,
said,
whoa, whoa,
I
whoa,
s-
hold on, hold on, hold on. It sounds like you said that Millie, the dude from the UK, is weak somehow. Is that right?
yes. It's a weak dude.
And why do you think that he's a weak dude?
What the British, what this so-called nasty black British, who call themselves black British, what the Africans? I just thought that man, black British Americans or black Americans, they're not the same. In England, if you are African or you are black or you're Jamaican, there's not like black British over there. So he came here to be copied because I understand most dirty British, dusty British guys. Oh, they want to look upon the black American lad.
Sir, hold on. How are you going to call him a dusty British guy when you yourself are married to a dusty Dutch woman?
Bring that motherfucker in, man. We don't
All
cop that.
right, hey, I will grant your request. I will bring him in. Millie, are you still here? Yo, Millie, you're on mute. Oh, Millie might be AFK. I'm gonna see if we can get Millie to call back in and have the floor with you,
It's a
Ola.
dusty guy. Capital people does not even like your ass. You know, they don't like you. Tariq should hate you. You're a tether to their eyes. Especially you British that live in England. They tell you probably the worst ones even. You people try to copy them, try to behave like them. America is different from England. I've been to England a lot of times. You know, what they go cap off. You have to be strong. You have to be African. That yourself. Be strong. Stand your ground. Bring him in.
All
Wait
right,
for my.
okay, okay, okay. Hold on, hold on. I am gonna bring him in. I'm gonna bring him in. But there's something I have to do before I bring him in. There's something I have to do real quick before I bring him in. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Now we've got Millie backstage. We're gonna bring him up in just a moment, but there's a little bit of due diligence I have to do. Give me just a sec. Just a little bit of due diligence. And while I filibuster for a minute, let me go ahead and leave you with some tunes courtesy of Tariq.
It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. It's the government. Booyaka, booyaka, run, run, run. Booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas. Booyaka, booyaka, boom, 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 boom. Booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas. Booyaka, booyaka, run, run, run. Booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas. Booyaka, booyaka, boom, 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 boom. Government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I think I have found the piece of content that I was looking for. I think I found it.
You
I
don't
think
play
I
that music
found
for
it.
because I don't.
Hold on, Ola. Chill, 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 Ola. Chill. Hold on just a second. Just a second. Let me see if I can find it, y'all. This is oh so important. You always got to let people know who they're dealing with, what's going on. All right, all right. Damn, for me to find the exact one though. You know, it's gonna take too long. We got people backstage. We just got to keep the show moving. What I was trying to do real quick is pull up the clip of Ola on the channel the other day because it's so interesting that he has so much contempt for Millie for being in the UK when Ola, a Nigerian calling in from Nigeria with his white Dutch wife and his mixed babies included, he was on our show the other day and he referred to us as slaves, y'all. He said us foundational Black Americans are nothing more than slaves, but now he's up here today trying to call Millie a tether. Ladies and gentlemen, you're not a tether just because you migrated away from the continent of Africa. You are a tether if you adopt a mindset of white supremacy and actively work against our interest. Millie hasn't said anything that seems tetherish in the slightest. Meanwhile, Ola has been on my channel for hours at a time talking about we ain't nothing but slaves. Ola, do you remember the slave comments you made?
You could stand him because it's capping towards you. That he ain't gonna do that to you, bro. If
Ola, are you going to admit that the other day you referred to us as slaves, or am I making that up?
man, you try to mess on me too. I meant back to you too, bro. You
Okay, okay. So I was missing on him and he messed back on me. I guess his version of messing back on me is calling us slaves. Either way, I just wanted you guys to know who you're talking to. This is a Nigerian man whose father went to America to go to an HBCU to get his education. Then he returned to Nigeria, where Ola was born and raised. Ola worked for a French oil corporation that was exploiting his country's resources, and while working for that French oil corporation, he had a white Dutch boss. And he chose to proposition his white Dutch boss, not just for dating, but also for marriage. They've been married for about 20 years, and now they've got some half Dutch, half Nigerian babies as well. So I just wanted to give you guys a little background into who this Ola is, who's calling in here, calling other people tethers when he's the biggest tether we've seen this week. Millie, can you hear me okay, Millie?
I can hear you, sir. Yeah.
All right. Well, Millie, for some reason, Ola is very triggered at the fact that you're in the UK. I think he just really wishes he didn't live in Nigeria anymore. But
no
either way,
no
I'm
no
going to give
no
you
no
guys the
no 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 no
floor.
no
Go
no no
ahead.
no. Don't get me wrong. No 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 man. No 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 no. I don't want to live in Europe. You know, I've been there, done that. You know, Man, why you capping towards if you're an African? Why you shit on African here? You shit on people who shit on Africans daily every time. Then you come and be sorting whether Nigeria, whatever, or Ghana, whatever you're talking about. If you want to play your nice game towards them, why did you play your nice game towards them? Have every African ever tell you to say sorry to them or to say sorry to this your masters that you leaning towards to? Why you leaning towards? Why you mention African name here? They don't like you. I don't know if you're Africa or Jamaica. Let's say you're Jamaica. You're even the worst one they don't even like. You understand me? So cap it towards them. It's not going to do you any shit because they don't like you because you don't be nice. That's what they even tolerate you. If otherwise they will not even know nothing about you. The way you speak towards these people annoyed me a lot and irritated me a lot. I'm not saying you that's your right, that's your prerogative. But me as an African person, I will always, if they chase me, I will chase after the ass more than 20 times. I'm not going to say sorry to these motherfuckers. You know, they sit in this panel and knock on Africans every time, every period, every day. You know, stop playing that shit, man. That's how you sound. That's how you sound. That's how you sound. That you fucking Black America. That's how you sound, man.
Ola, go ahead. You wanted the stage with Millie. Tell Millie how he's a tether.
He doesn't live in America, so he's not a tether. I said, why is it capping towards you? Because you are full of shit. That's just the truth. Why is it capping towards you? You sit here every time you South Africans or Africans like this. You are your master anyway. Tarek Rashid. You're that big fool inside. It's full of shit also. You understand? You don't give that shit out like that. We Africans, we're far more better than y'all motherfuckers, man. I only respect only one person like Mizzy, but not y'all, man. You're a piece of shit. No. I can be speaking to you. I'm a superior black, more powerful than you. You be mixed up with all kind of shit. Pancake, eating some shit over there. You want to shit on Africans? We have more to shit on you too, bro. Eating waffles.
I'd rather eat pancakes and waffles than jollof.
Your food. You eat Scottish food. Even your soul food is Scottish food. What you got? No, I ain't capping towards yo. You know, I come to you. No, man.
Yeah,
I just
Millie.
take Jollof
Hey,
rice.
Millie, I'm sorry. For some reason, Ola had so much vitriol and contempt for you, but as soon as I put you guys back up on the panel together, he's kind of pussyfooting. He's kind of he's kind of shucking and
Okay.
jiving. Oh,
Okay.
and he just dropped off. So we'll see if Ola calls back in. But I think he was trying to say that you're a tether, and he's trying to say that we just bash Africans. So why are you over here when we bash you? But what do you think, Millie?
Okay, can I just say before anything that jollof rice tastes absolutely nice. It's lush. But anyway, but let me just go into my point. The reason why I call myself a Black Brit is not because I'm trying to win acceptance from the indigents of these islands. It's because that I'm trying to say that I say Black and Brit, they're inseparable for me. It's that I share the same experience. So it doesn't matter where if a person has the same color as me, it doesn't matter what his background is, whether he is Ghanaian, whether he's Jamaican, it's that we go through the same experience. Ola and I'm also Nigerian, if Ola didn't know, and we're from opposite ends. I don't know whether I know he's from the West, I don't know whether he's from Ogun State, but that's not really the point, is that in Nigeria, Ola and I probably wouldn't be the best of mates, wouldn't be pen pals, but when we come to the UK, we'll be joined together just because of our treatment in the UK. That, okay, the way these people don't really like us worth a darn, so we're going to be joined together. That's why I call myself a Black Brit. And in navigating as a Black Brit in Great Britain, we take inspiration from you Black Americans. That's basically like the long and short of it. It's like we look at what you guys are doing. How do you guys handle business? And we think, okay, that's where we're going to get our inspiration from. That's basically the long and short of things. I don't want to laugh at people, but yeah, it's just the way he was there lambasting me. It was just like, oh dear, like I'm trying to call myself people. When I say I'm a Black Brit, I'm not trying to win
Millie,
acceptance. Yeah.
I've got to ask you though. Does his rhetoric come off even more bombastic when you hear me give you the background on him? I mean, he's born and raised in Nigeria. His daddy came to our country to be educated at one of our HBCUs. He worked for a French oil company, working to actively exploit his country's resources on behalf of the
Literally.
colonizer. And then he marries his Dutch white boss at work and has babies
And
with her. Oh,
And you know what the
Lord.
worst thing is? You know what the worst thing is that the oil is where I'm from. Where I'm at is where the oil is. So they'll take the oil, they'll pollute the waterway, so then we can't even go fishing and stuff like that. So it's like, so when it's exploiting us, it's actually affecting my tribe. I know tribalism wouldn't mean anything to you Americans, but it's affecting my group more so than it affects his. So he's probably would have gotten the bag from us getting completely twatted over. So it's just, yeah, I mean, he was getting. I mean, he might have his own opinions of views. I just don't share them because, like I said, I've been born and raised in this country and dealing with what I had to deal with in this country. How I get inspiration is by looking up to you, looking up to people like you or Tariq Nasheed. That how Tariq Nasheed he's a self-made man and he talks with a real steel in his spine when speaking, especially speaking to the opposition, not necessarily just the Africans, but also speaking with the white supremacists. I mean, it's absolutely admirable. So, of course, those of us in the UK were going to take inspiration from that. And we were totally gutted when they banned him from coming here in the last minute, which was just totally, although it was absolutely unbecoming of a country, but it's very something that we expect from Great Britain. It's typical of them. But yeah, I'm going to land my plane there and then.
For sure, for sure. Well, I'm going to drop you down again for a minute. We've got Derek Smith calling back in. Derek Smith, can you hear me okay? Oh, we still got your microphone muted. I'm sure we can get it sorted out. I'm not going to kick you. I'm just going to drop you backstage. Oh, wait, nope. You got it unmuted now. Say something. Okay, so you're unmuted. I just can't hear you. Let's see. There's nothing I can do on my end. Yeah, Derek, I don't know what's going on. I know we've tried several times here already. But again, big shout out to all the sponsors of the stream. Actually, right now, what I'm working on doing is buying some additional streaming software where people won't have to click the StreamYard link. They can just like call in on their cell phones and we can just do like a call in show that way. So, huge shout out to everybody contributing to the platform because you guys are going to help me get this phone line system set up for the live streams. With that said, there was a super sticker I missed earlier. Mike T, thank you so much for the contribution, brother. Let me go ahead and drop a bomb for you. And we've got Derek back. Can you say something, Derek? Still don't hear anything on your end. It's all good. It's all good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me get a one in the chat if you can hear me loud, crisp, and clear. I like to start these call-in shows by playing a bit of a replay from a previous call-in show while we wait for live callers. And we do have our first live caller tuning in. Coming from the back to the front is Nakmeezy. How you doing, Nakmeezy? Oh, you're on mute, brother. All right, man.
I'm good, brother. How are
Okay,
you?
there we go. Hey, I'm doing well. Hey, how
Oh,
long
shit.
were
Am I
you
still
up
on
out of the
mute?
show? No, you're not on mute
Yo,
anymore.
yo, yo.
Okay, there we go. Hey, I'm doing well. I'm hearing some double feedback though. I'm gonna mute your mic for just a second. I think you might have the YouTube video playing or something, but let me unmute you and see if we still got an echo. Mic check, mic check. All right, I think the echo is fixed. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, yeah, it was me dumbing out, having too many windows open. Yeah, man. Thanks for the backup, bro. Patience, man. It's like speaking
Were you up
like
there?
what happened?
No, I was asking how long you were up there.
I was up there earlier and then I clicked off because they were just yelling at each other. And they
Okay.
like to do this Hotep hyena attack where it's three of them on one, and I'll take that smoke. But then they get into cursing and name calling and
Yeah.
goalpost pushing. The thing is that I know more about Africa and I've been there more than most of those guys. They're just shoulda, coulda, woulda kind of dudes, and they don't want to talk about the facts, you know. And that's where I get them, and then they just get mad and rage quit or just start wilding out.
Yeah, and then I saw them dropping the clips with the hard R and stuff. I was just like, what the hell kind of time are they on?
Yeah, it's a weird space, man. It's a weird space. I went there Pan African hunting like maybe a month ago, and they attacked me, but they couldn't debate me. So I was looking for a rematch, or trying to get them to talk, but they know that they can't rock, they can't mess with me. So
Yeah.
you know.
Well, they got me up out of there real quick. I mean, first, some dude was talking slick in the chat, talking about, oh, click the link if you want smoke. And then I clicked it and was backstage for like 15 minutes. And then I left. And then I came back again just to let you know that I was going live. But yeah, it was interesting. I mean, if I had a chance to speak with them, I was simply going to ask how many of them are Pan African, and do they know what the origin of Pan Africanism is, which I doubt they did. And then I was going to ask them what tangibles they have received from being Pan African, which you already know there's none. And then, shit, I don't even going to ask them who's been to Africa, since it sounds like none of them have even been to Africa. So they were all talking out of their ass.
Yeah, and sometimes it's to say I'm better than that stream, but it's always a good time to cook a Pan African. So I go up there and cook them, and then they always curse and stuff. And then if you curse at me, I'm gonna go crazy on you, on your stream or on their stream. But I rather just have an intelligent debate. But the fact is that most of them have never been to Africa. They look at Africa as some sort of power base, and they ignore the fact that Africa as a continent is powerless.
Exactly.
Globally, Africa wields no power, no influence. The AU is a joke.
Hmm.
So they're talking about, oh yeah, the Sahel countries, they kicked out France and they did this. And I'm like, yeah, they kicked out one white guy and then they brought in Russia. I said, when are Africans going to stand on their own 2 feet and do for self?
Hmm.
But they don't want to hear that. They don't want to have that talk.
Nah, not at all. I mean, I think that just like Tariq Nasheed has taught us how to, peep a tether, I think we really need to, start asking people who claim to be pro-black, a couple of questions. What are your thoughts on Umar Johnson? What are your thoughts on Pan-Africanism? And if they speak positively on any subject, then you know that they're a lost cause, because by and large, Pan-Africanism is honestly, to me, it's a new form of tether. And I wouldn't say a new form since they've been around for a while, but I'm just saying that I really want to create some kind of tether esque slang for them, because they are literally tethering themselves to some grand notion of Africa being this superpower. And they'll go all the way millennium backs into ancient Kemet, and these motherfuckers rocking ankhs and pharaoh gowns and shit. Meanwhile, modern day, Egypt is so goddamn buck broken. Did you hear what happened with Kevin Hart over in Egypt?
Uh, Maybe like 6 months ago or something like that.
I think so. Yeah, yeah. So he had his first comedy tour or show or something scheduled over there, and he made some kind of public statement about how we were black kings and queens over there. And just him saying we were black kings and queens, the Egyptian government basically stopped the event and made it so that he couldn't come over, because they tried to claim that he was trying to rewrite their history. All right, and ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and pause the replay. One's in the chat if you can hear me loud, crisp, and clear. We've got a live caller we're going to bring from the back to the front. But let me get some ones in the chat first. Thank you guys for tuning into the new channel. This is the new home for all the diaspora related content. Make sure to subscribe with the bell notification and select all so that you are informed whenever I go live on this channel. But you know what? Let's go ahead and bring up our live caller coming from the back to the front. We've got Israel Bound. Israel, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. Let us know where you calling in from.
I'm calling in from Kansas City, man. Go Chiefs.
Kansas City. And are you and your people from America originally?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm from right here in Kansas City.
Okay, sounds good. Well, I know you requested the link in the chat. What do you have to say?
Yeah, all right. So first off, excuse me for going inside the house. Give me 1 second. Noise. Um, First off, I want to say that I just kind of by chance caught one of your videos early, like one of the Umar Johnson videos. And I like the way you put them together, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I've been a subscriber ever since, man. I like the show a lot. I just wanted to get that
Pre-
out there to you. Keep
Appreciate
doing
that.
your thing. I've seen your channel growing from, when I started watching it. So kudos to you. Um, but as far as this tether situation is concerned, and just as far as I will just label for all intents and purposes, Africans and Americans, Black Africans or Black Americans and Africans, we clearly see the uh, non-similarities in us as people, right? All we have in common is skin color. That's all we have in common. Pan-Africanism doesn't even exist on the continent of Africa. So anybody with this lost theory stuck in their minds, and it only happens to notice how Umar Johnson says things like only Black Americans this, only Black Americans that. Well, only Black Americans believe in something called Pan-Africanism. Because nowhere on earth do Africans think that all Africans should be as one, or all Africans are one family and all Black people are one family. That does not exist. That's a myth. Even if you got down, now I know not to be religious or anything like that, or I'm sorry, did I lose y'all? Can you still hear me, Mike?
Yeah, we can still hear you.
Okay. Not trying to bring religion into anything or anything like that, because I don't view the Bible as like a religious text. I believe it to be more of a historical text than a religious text. And even the Bible itself places differences between Africans and what we call uh, Black Americans and all other peoples, because we all are from different families and different peoples and different cultures, different languages, and so on and so forth. So that's kind of my take on it. When we see, I don't know, now here in Kansas City, I can only speak from my experience. I've been to a lot of places in the United States, but my experience with coming in contact with people from the African continent has been kind of mixed, but and it's only mixed because the I would say the cordial conversations that I had with them were uh, planned conversations. Like I came into contact with them through purpose, on purpose, should I say. Like, when I did college debate, I met some African brothers. I spoke with them, and a couple of them were the ones who let me know how a lot of Africans got their viewpoint on African Americans, because they have a negative uh, view of what we are. And he told me all of that was due to the propaganda that they get through, to the movies and things of that nature, which I understand, because they depict us in a certain way to their societies
Well, that's what I
through
used to believe
propaganda.
at first, that they just absorbed a lot of propaganda. But after dealing with them firsthand, it seems like the propaganda is only a small piece of it. A lot of them were just instinctually xenophobic and very tribal and some hating ass Negroes, for lack of better words.
That's exactly what my conclusion would have been. That the propaganda was understandable until we was able to actually interact with them on a certain level to where we had a measurable amount of contact with them, that could be quantified.
Hmm.
And without, almost without contradiction is exactly as you said it was. They don't have any likable feelings for us. And
Yeah.
that's fine because a lot of times we return that sentiment. And that's natural.
And you know what? I really hope that Fluky Loot will call in. Clearly, they're an African. Fluky Loot says, "Why you continue to push this narrative like you actually want blacks to fight each other? Do you realize black people as a whole have bigger problems to deal with? Now, you being an
No,
African who probably doesn't even live in America, you don't realize one of the biggest problems we have to deal with present day is African immigrants. Y'all talk
right,
like us, y'all look like us, you can pass for us to a degree, and you're coming to America doing a whole lot of fuck shit, from GoFundMe scams to
right. Brick
suspected
lady.
terrorism and everything in between. So, respectfully, Africans are constantly fighting each other on the continent of Africa. So what are you talking about? I want blacks to fight each other. Do you not know what's going on with the Somalians and the Ethiopians? Do you not
Right.
know what's going on with the Nigerians and the South Africans? Y'all have been perpetually in a state of conflict with one another for decades on decades on decades. And as soon as we start shining a light on your piss poor behavior, as soon as we start delineating from you, now it's, oh, why you want to push this narrative, Mike? What do you want to push? I'm not pushing the narrative. I come with receipts. I can literally play Africans right now talking about enslaving us and selling us to Iranians. I can play Africans right now calling us the N word with hard R included. So don't try to act like I'm pushing the narrative when I'm simply reporting on what I find.
Listen, it's always a push of a narrative when it doesn't support a narrative, right? If that makes sense to anybody. But now think about this. When we was put the narrative was pushed to us. I don't know how old you are, but I'm 52. And
I'm a young buck. I'm only 29.
all right, well, good. Keep living. That's a good thing. Just keep living.
Hey, they
And
said we wasn't supposed to make it past 25. The
that's
joke's
what they
on you.
said.
We still alive.
Facts, all facts. So they told us back when I was younger, in my teens and going into my 20s, I guess, that we were black people sold their own people into slavery. That's not what happened at all. Africans sold us into slavery, right? Because we were a whole different tribe of people. Look at I can listen. You can put without any, if let's say we had a silent movie going and you put 50 Africans in front of me and you put 50 African Americans in front of me, man, I guarantee you I'm gonna pick out 48 of them African Americans, if not all 50 of them. Because we don't look, our nature, our character, our look, our
Yeah.
skin is the same, our skin color is the same, but
Mhm.
the complexion is different, the hue is different, the moisture is different.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? Like
We got an
everything about us
ethnogenesis.
is different.
Facts.
Huh?
Yeah, we've undergone our own unique ethnogenesis. Facts.
And then- but
You're not lying.
but see, I think this is, I think, with the exception of a few minor things, this is ultimately what we looked like. Because one thing for sure, 98% of people we view to be Africans don't grow beards and mustaches.
Ooh, I never thought about that. God damn it, I never thought about that. I've never seen colloquially Africans with beards or mustaches. Maybe the first thing that pops in mind is like Idris Alba. I mean, he has like a little bit of a scruff there,
But
but
think
nah,
about it.
they
Listen,
really don't.
some of us are
Beards.
still over there.
Mm,
It
yep.
like, do you think that out of the group of the all of us that have beards and mustaches, right? Do you think they got every single one of us in
That
slavery?
is weird as hell that you mentioned that because I can't mentally picture an African with a mustache now that you say that.
No, 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 no. We came from the continent of Africa, right? So
Yeah.
we still have people over there, right? We're not saying that all Africans are not our people because we come from the continent of Africa.
Yeah, and shout out
But
real quick to Dane Calloway. Christopher says on this subject, I'm with Dane. I don't think there was a substantial slave trade between the continents. The trade winds made it impossible. Yeah, no, it's absolutely facts. Look up Lincolnia. Look up the fact that in
hold
18
on. What you said? What now?
have you ever heard of Lincolnia?
No, what's the thesis again? What did he say? Dane Calloway said what?
Oh, no. So what he's referring to is Dane Calloway is a content creator who speaks
Ah,
critically of the transatlantic slave trade narrative. And he believes that a much more smaller amount of African slaves actually landed in the Americas.
Um, to me, let's just say it was 500,000, or if it was 100,000. What difference do it make?
It makes a huge difference. That
Why?
that is literally our background. Were most of us indigenous here, or did most of us come off of a boat packed like sardines? I mean, that very
Listen,
important.
most of us, most of us were not indigenous here.
And how can you
Most
say
of
that?
us were absolutely. There's nothing that supports us being indigenous to here. In fact, if you look at the
I mean,
history
my
of,
tribal citizenship speaks differently, but okay.
go ahead, you said what now?
I said my tribal citizenship speaks differently, but okay.
Okay, but when you talk about tribal citizenship, that speaks to what we commonly call Native American citizenship, right?
That speaks to indigenous ties to this land. Yeah.
Right. That's what I mean. I'm just saying for understanding purposes. Commonly, that's known as Native Americans.
Yeah.
Synonymously, that's what we're referring to for the listening audience,
What are
right?
you referring to?
So when you speak about this, think about how many non-black people are considered Native Americans. Let's get that established first. You have more white people.
Okay, brother, just because we have a lot of $5 natives, that doesn't mean that there weren't black natives. Just because
No,
there's
I'm not
been a lot of
insinuating that. No, that's not
infiltration
what I'm
does not
saying, Mike.
mean that black
No, that's
natives
not
do
what I'm
not
saying.
exist.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm with you on that. What I'm saying though is, where do you get? Okay, I'm saying that if that was the case, where are all of the Native Americans who have been here indigenously, right? And that didn't come out of slavery and has a history to tell us. Where are they?
On their reservation, living in many enclaves of America. I mean,
Hold on,
what do you
hold
think?
on, hold
They
on.
don't exist? I mean,
Listen, but
I'm
think about this
confused
though, Mike.
by the
How
question.
many? Okay, so let me give you now. Now we
Do you
get. Now
know
we.
how many slaves were supposed to have been brought to the Americas from Africa?
I can't remember the number. I remember looking it up once before, but I don't remember the number. I don't. But more
Over 10 million.
importantly, let me ask you a question.
Whoa,
Let
hold
me
on,
ask you a question.
Before you get into asking me a question, the official narrative is 10 to 12 million. 10 to 12 million people. So this is what we're going to do here because they call me the king of receipts. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Here we go. This is something I love to bring up because, we can easily take feelings out of this and just speak to logistics. Logistics. Now, before we get into educating the viewers on Lincolnia, check this out. Go ahead and share my screen. They want us to believe that over 10 million Africans came as slaves, packed like sardines, stacked on top of each other. Where was the food? Where was the water? Why can't they show a single slave ship to this day? They can't answer those questions. But something I really want to highlight is this. After the Emancipation Proclamation, Lincoln wanted to ship all freed slaves to Africa and other territories. And what does this say here? What does it say? Long before the Civil War, in 1854, Lincoln addressed his own solution to slavery at a speech delivered in Illinois. I should not know what to do as to the existing institution of slavery. My first impulse would be to free all the slaves and send them to Liberia to their own native land. But Lincoln acknowledged This was logistically impossible. Riddle me this. How in the late 1800s is it logistically impossible to send black people from America to Africa, but we're supposed to believe in the 1500s? In the 1500s, they sent so many of us over here as slaves on sailboats. The math just doesn't math.
Mike.
What do you have to say about that, Israel? About it being logistically impossible to send us to Africa in the 1850s, but in the 1500s, centuries before, it was supposed to be logistically possible?
Hold up. What I'm asking you is, what did Abraham Lincoln?
I asked you a very specific question. It's disingenuous at best to answer my question by asking me a question. Sir, how was it logistically impossible to send us to Africa in the 1800s, but they want us to believe in the 1500s, millions of us came over from Africa on sailboats, no steam, no powered vessel, just sails and the ocean's currents. How is that possible?
Listen, I'm trying to get clarification on what the text said. Is what I'm asking you a
The
question
text
about.
says it was
No, no,
logistically
hold up.
impossible to
Let me
send us
ask
from
you.
America to
No,
Africa in
when you said Abraham,
1854.
when you said Abraham Lincoln said that it was logistically impossible, what was he saying was logistically impossible?
Brother, let's not feign ignorance. We know what the context is. I just read a paragraph to you. I'm literally reading him talking about the existing institution of slavery and wanting to ship them out, but it's logistically impossible. And your retort is, well, but wait a minute, what was it that was logistically impossible, sir? The proof is in the pudding. He's speaking about shipping us to Africa.
No, I'm saying like, so first off, I got a visual impairment, so I can't read that for myself. So I take that kind of as an insult, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm just trying to get clarification before I get answer a question. Ask any person that's trying to give a respectable answer would do. Understand what you're trying to answer first, and then give your answer. So
Okay.
since I can't read it for myself,
Then I'll read
I'm
it again. I had no idea that you were visually impaired. I already read it once and you still didn't understand it. So I'll read it a second time and we'll see if you get it. Long before the Civil War, in 1854, Lincoln addressed his own solution to slavery at a speech delivered in Illinois. I quote, I should not know what to do as to the existing institution of slavery. My first impulse would be to free all the slaves and send them to Liberia to their own native homeland. While Lincoln acknowledged this was logistically impossible, by the time he assumed the presidency and a civil war was underfoot, the nation was in such duress that he tried it anyways. So we're going to give you even more context here, sir. Not only did Lincoln realize it was logistically impossible in the 1800s to send us to Africa, but he tried it anyways. And let me give you a little teaser. The plan failed. So if you're unsuccessfully trying to ship people, have them migrate and colonize other lands in the 1800s, how are we supposed to believe the official narrative of the transatlantic slave trade?
so in your narrative, nowhere did you mention that he said that it was logistically impossible to ship people back anywhere.
Oh my gosh, sure, sure. My first impulse would be to free all the slaves and send them to Liberia to their native homeland. Lincoln acknowledged that was logistically impossible. What are we talking about? He wants to send us to Africa from America. It is logistically impossible. Do I need to read it a third time? I mean, what are we talking about here?
No, no, you don't need to read it a third time. That's why I wanted you to read it a second time, because everybody here listening can see, and anybody reading it can see that he didn't say that it was logistically impossible to ship people anywhere. That just said
Anyone can see Lincoln never said that it was logistically impossible to ship people anywhere. He said specifically that it's logistically impossible to send all the slaves to Liberia. And you know what Mike TV has wrong is Lincoln is talking about sending them to Liberia. He's not talking about shipping them to Liberia. Yes, they would go to Liberia via ship, but still, that's not really shipping. What are we talking about here? I really paused my replay to have you join the stage to babble. What are you talking about? Let's go ahead and get into the receipts. Not only was it logistically impossible, but he tried anyways. Have you ever heard of Lincolnia? He said, hey, it's impossible to send them back to Africa, but it's probably logistically possible to send them to Panama. Everybody knows about Liberia. Nobody knows about this. Lincoln sent emancipated slaves to an island off the coast of Haiti under the guise that there was fertile coal mines, and the plan was for them to go mine the coal and sell the coal to the United States Navy, and they would get all the money for themselves to build their own country, their own sovereign land named Lincolnia. And guess what happened, sir? They shipped them out there. They were supposed to send another vessel to resupply them. They never resupplied them. Most of them died off, and the rest came back to America. So not only was it logistically impossible to send them from America to Africa, but the best he can come up with was sending them off the coast of Haiti by Panama, and even that plan failed. So what are we talking about? This guy on the panel right now wants us to believe we came packed like sardines in the 1500s from sailboats. But in the 1800s, late 1800s, they couldn't even successfully rehome us from America. All right, all right.
So you don't believe that any slaves came from Africa?
I never said that. I said it
Okay,
was
so
overstated. I think the
then
number
how was it
was a
legit?
much,
So
much
then how
lower
was it
number.
logistically possible for them to sell slaves from Africa?
Well, let me go ahead and share my screen. Jesus Christ. I didn't know that we were dealing with plebiscite babble today. Let me go ahead and pull up a map of the ocean's currents. Yeah, Papa. I didn't know that we had a crazy one on the line, y'all. I haven't even had my morning joint or breakfast or none of that. So if we look at the world's ocean's currents, which is what they would be using to sail, since all they had was the currents and the wind to use as power, right? If we look at the currents, you see here going from Africa, the first current is taking you down and around. You're basically in a vortex here, going round and round between South Africa. Oh, there we go. I can bring it up. From South Africa and Brazil. The next one we got right here takes you from the continent of Africa to Brazil, South America, Panama. We've got another one up here that can take you from, you know, closer up north, still West Africa, closer up north to the Caribbean, and then to Americas. Sir, any way you slice it, if you look at the routes, if you look at the ocean's currents, the last stop is America. The last stop of any voyage from Africa to the Americas, the final call is America. So, what's more likely? Is it more likely that the slaves that went from Africa went to other colonies on the way to America, where we see such a heavy African diasporic population to this day? South America, Brazil, Panama, Jamaica, Haiti, etc., etc. That's where most of them went. Yeah, a few made the final voyage to America, but to try to act like we have no indigenous ties, which is what you said, we have no indigenous ties, we're all from Africa. Sir, the math is a math, and logistically, that's not possible. Ethnically, we see where most of the Africans landed. That's why there's such a Afro-Caribbean population. That's why there's such a Afro-Latina population. What are we talking about? Christopher says very few, and they would have most likely ended up in the Caribbean and South America. Exactly. If my business is to take this slave and sell them, am I going to sell them at the first stop or am I going to sell them at the final stop? Well, shit, I don't even know if they're going to stay alive 40 days later for the final stop. I'm going to sell their ass as soon as I can. What's the first landmass we can get to? Brazil? Haiti? Some islands? Come on now. And yeah, you're right, Christopher. I'll try to take it easy on him. I digress.
So listen, I didn't even know that was your argument. Actually, I wouldn't disagree with any of that. I misunderstood what the argument was.
There is no argument. There
No,
are
no,
my
no,
claims
no,
and
oh,
there are
no,
your
no. When I
claims.
say,
My claim is that many quote unquote Black Americans have indigenous lineage. We have been reclassified and reclassified and reclassified and had our history stolen from us. My claim is that some of us did come as slaves from Africa, but it's a much, much smaller number than they want us to believe.
no, I totally agree. I totally agree with that. Like, no, when I say argument, that's just how we say. That's just a debate term, not that you were making an argument, because I mean facts are facts. So yeah, I would have to agree. Like, it wouldn't make sense to not have stops along the way on such a long voyage when you only have sailing power. I mean, wind as power for sailing and the need for food. And so, yeah, I mean, I totally agree. Now, do I believe that there was
And
some
also,
Indian?
and also, sir, they had no cargo ships. So we're talking about little sailboats. How many people can fit on a sailboat? A
Hold
yacht
up,
with
wait. Do
30
you think?
people,
Hold
20
up, wait.
people?
Now, wait a minute. Now, I know that shipbuilding has been going on long before the transatlantic slave trade. Now, that's a fact. And I'm
Cargo
saying, like,
ships are a recent invention,
yeah,
correct?
I'm saying like not cargo ships that we know today, but I'm saying large ships have been built for a long time.
How big would the ship have to be to transport millions of people across the ocean? How many people do you think came in each one of these boat trips? Are we talking a
I wouldn't
thousand,
say
ten
no. I wouldn't
thousand,
say
500,000?
no. I wouldn't say no. I'm not saying that, Mike. I'm saying that because like you, but this just goes with with what you said
This is the
earlier. The
official
point is,
diagram, brother. This is the official diagram.
no,
You
no.
really
Like
believe
I
that we were packed in like this for 40 days and 40 nights?
um
They can't even
I would
move. They,
yeah.
they can't even stretch out. Literally head to toe, head to toe, head to toe. So what? They're just sleeping and shitting and pissing and eating on each other right there. You're just frozen, paralyzed, chained. This don't make no damn sense.
I don't believe that the
Look
boat
at this
trips
one.
were. Yeah, I've seen all these. I've seen every one of them, every single one of them. And though I don't know how accurate they are, but I'm not going to believe that these trips were designed to be of comfort either. I don't believe that they
Fuck
designed them.
comfort. You want your product to survive to make the voyage, right? Fuck comfort. How do you
Yeah,
survive
yeah,
for
yeah. I mean,
40 days
but
packed like sardines?
yeah,
Where's
yeah,
the
they
food?
wrote. Hey,
Where's the
but
water?
they wrote books. Hey, but they have writings from men who made these voyages with these slaves, and
And
the
there are
need for this.
writings, and there are also writings from explorers who came to America and said that they saw black copper-colored people in America even before Columbus. So if we're going to talk about writings, let's talk about all the writings. Even Christopher Columbus himself said that he discovered black Indians. So all right.
Oh well, we know. Well, we can go back to the Olmec. The Olmecs were here long before any type of slave trades happened. We know. Listen, I'm not debating whether this land was occupied by quote unquote black people thousands of years before there was a slave trade.
No, I'm not talking
That's
about
not.
thousands of years before slave trade. I'm talking about while the slave trade was actively going on.
No, I'm saying, but I'm saying though, there were people here before the slave trade, long before it.
And there were black indigenous people during the slave trade and are still here post the slave
I'm
trade.
saying if there
Yeah.
were black indigenous people here thousands of years before the slave trade, what would make me believe that they weren't here during the slave trade?
Because you
Like
said
that would even make
earlier,
sense.
that there aren't any black Indians that we came from slave ships in Africa. I said some of us have indigenous roots, and you said no.
No, what I meant when I said that, okay, maybe I made a bad dissertation of what I was trying to say. So what I meant by that is that we don't see a lot of what we know to be black Africans or not sorry, black Indians in large populations. We don't see that a lot. What we do see is like you said, the Afro Latinos, the Afro Spanish speaking nations, all of the islands that you just mentioned that they are in. That's where we see most of the so-called Native American. We don't see those in large sums of African people or African based people.
Because you don't know where to look. The average quote unquote Black American is indistinguishable from a Black native indigenous person to the Americas. You don't realize that. Riddle me this. Why is only Black Americans the only people that are literally reclassified every couple of decades? You know, first they called us Indian, right? And then they called us native, and then they called us Negro and Negress and Octoroon and mulatto and finally colored and then Black American. Why is it that there's such a concerted effort to reclassify us every 10, 20 years? Why is there such a concerted effort to convince us that we came
But
through
that
boats
goes to
during
what
the
you said
transatlantic
earlier.
slave trade? Why
So
is there a new slavery movie every year trying to convince us that these are our roots? Why is that? We know that the indigenous people were put on concentration camps. They were sent to religious indoctrination schools. They were taken, their name was taken away, their language was taken away. You really think that the system of white supremacy is just too harsh for them to lie to the people and say, hey, you're not from here, you're from Africa, this land is ours, you're not indigenous? Are we really putting that past them? You think they'll rape us, they'll pillage us, they'll do everything but lie about our history? Okay.
no, I think that's the first thing they did was lie about the history. Like that's the main thing they did was lie about the history.
So then
So
why
I'm
do you
with you.
believe the history they told you? You heard
No,
about the transatlantic slave
who?
trade from them,
Listen, no,
right?
no, listen, no. You never heard
Who
me say
taught you about the
anything about,
transatlantic slave trade?
huh?
Who taught you about the transatlantic slave trade?
Of course, we all learned about that in school. I mean, you know what
Okay,
I'm saying?
okay.
Like that's
And did you know previously
what.
about Lincolnia?
No, I didn't. I did not.
So the same people drilled in your head the transatlantic slave trade, but they never told none of us how they unsuccessfully tried to send us to different lands.
No,
And
but
it
see,
wasn't logistically possible to send us to Africa, but at the same time, they want us to believe we all came from Africa. All right.
no, I don't believe. I don't believe. I believe in the Bible, bro. In the history of the Bible. I don't believe in what men talking about.
Which version of the Bible? Are we talking about King James's version of it, or whose version are we going
There's
by?
only there's only one version of the Bible. There's translations of the Bible.
Sir, we can end the conversation now. You too lost in the sauce if you don't realize that the Bible has been remixed and remixed and remixed and remixed and remixed. It's a collection of books that have been rewritten time and time and time and time and time and time and time again. The most modern one you go by is literally a version by a European king. He said, you know what? I want to take this out. I want to add this in. Hey, let's change these words. Sir, what are you talking about? You're still getting your playbook from the oppressor.
I'd like for you to provide some of these receipts that you say you provide so often.
Go find your Bible right now and tell me if it
I
doesn't
don't
say on
need it.
a King James
Whatever you're
version.
talking about, I'm prepared.
Tell me if your Bible does not say King James version on it.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about?
So what's a translation and what's the difference between
It didn't
rewrite?
say translation. It didn't say here lies the King James translation of the Bible from Hebrew to English. No, that's the version. That's not the translation, sir. That's the version.
Okay, so you tell me what the difference is. What I'm saying is that the Bible was translated from Hebrew to many other languages, right?
Who was the first person to translate the Bible from Hebrew?
Say what?
Who was the first person to translate the Bible from Hebrew?
I don't know who the first person to translate the Bible from Hebrew.
Do you know who the first person to translate the Bible into English was?
No, it's all of no consequence to me.
Oh Lord. He goes by this Bible that the white man has given him. He uses this Bible to guide his life. And I'm asking him, do you even know who was the first person to translate your Bible to make it accessible for you to read? Oh no, it doesn't matter. It's of no consequence to me, sir. All right. All right, you real lost in the sauce, Playboy. You real lost in the sauce. Jesus Christ. Hey, for all he knows, the Bible got translated by Christopher Columbus, but it's cool. It's no consequence. It's no consequence. Come on. Man says they've taken out the information, Playboy. The Book of Enoch, yeah, been remixed and remixed and remixed. Everybody's walking around with a different version of the Bible, but all right, it's of no consequence to him, guys. It's of no consequence who translated the Bible. All right.
because it was translated by many people. And so what I would like for you to do is, instead of using rhetoric, you know what I'm saying, you mute me and that's fine, but show me how the Bible is the white man's book. Show me that. Show everybody on
I've
your
already
audience
shown
that
you
the
that.
Bible is the
I've
white.
already shown
What?
you that. You literally said that your Bible says King James
Hold
version
up, no,
on
no,
it.
no, no, hold up. But you already said that the Bible was
Oh
written.
shit.
The Bible was written. Was the Bible written by King James?
Oh man.
Was the
That's his
Bible written by
version. I'm
King
sure
James?
he hired people to do his bidding
No,
and
no. I
write the
asked you,
version for
was the
him.
Bible right?
He was the
Was
one
the
who
Bible?
ordained it.
Hold up. Was the Bible written by King James, or was it not?
That's what your Bible says, right? King James
No, the
version.
Bible was not written by King James, first of all, and the Bible doesn't have a single white
Then who
person
was
in
it
it.
written by?
It was
Then who was it
given by
written by?
the Bible had many different authors. See that?
Sir, we're going backwards now. I asked you who translated it. You said, I don't know. It's of no consequence. I said, well, your Bible says King James Version. Oh, no, no, but he didn't write it. He did it. Sir, in 1604, King James authorized a new translation of the Bible aimed at settling thorny religious differences. He literally had an agenda. He said, I'm going to take this Hebrew text and I'm going to translate it to English because we're having religious differences in my kingdom and I want to solidify my power. What are you talking about? Oh my God. The Bible doesn't have a single white person. All right, sir. And in one sentence, he says that who translated the Bible is of no consequence. Now he's trying to deny King James remixed it and created his own version.
You keep saying things that you can't prove, is what I'm saying.
So King James didn't create a new version of the Bible in
No,
1604?
he did not.
Then
Show
why does
me
your
how he
Bible say
did it.
King James Version?
I'm sorry. You said
Then
what?
why does your Bible say King James Version on it?
Because he authorized that particular translation of the
That's
Bible.
exactly what the fuck I just read, but you keep up with the plebiscite babble. I said in 1604, King James authorized a new translation of the Bible aimed at settling some thorny religious differences in his kingdom so he could solidify his power. Did I say King James actually took a pen and quill and sat up all night translating himself? No, he authorized it. Who were the people that he had translating it? Are you going to try to debate that these were black people that he had translating it? Sir, do you think it was black people or white people that translated the Bible on behalf of King James?
Hey, listen, what I'm gonna tell you, it was black people that wrote the Bible, and that when you got translations that came from it, you had many
All right.
different nations of
All
people
right.
that could. Yeah, there
He's
you
all the way
go.
lost in the sauce, guys. We're gonna have the Roman Colosseum rules take effect. I've got a joint to smoke. I've got a restaurant to go eat breakfast at. But ladies and gentlemen, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna let
You a
him rock out
lame
with the
serious.
plebiscite babble, and we're gonna let him keep on keeping on if the
Yeah,
audience
you
wants
know
it.
you can't
There's a lot
prove
of
what you
people in the
saying. That's
chat.
why you
There's
keep
a lot
muting
of
me.
people in the chat who are saying, "Hey, Mike, he's boring me." The night. Oh, okay, he fled. He fled. That's good. That's good. Shit, I was gonna leave it up to the chat. I was gonna say, but put five on it if you want to hear him babble. Y'all can put five on it, and I will hesitate to smoke and eat if y'all really want to listen to what he has to say. But I don't think y'all wanted to hear what he had to say. I don't think y'all wanted to hear the nonsensical old head babble. Oh, there was no native indigenous. Sir, the transatlantic slave trade did not happen the way you thought. Oh, really? Well, how, Mike? How? The ocean's currents, the fact they didn't have slave ships that large, the fact that most of the slaves went to South America and the Caribbean. Okay, Mike, you right then, you right. So, do you acknowledge that they're indigenous black people? No, because if we look around, we don't see none of those indigenous black people today. Sir, what are you talking about? And then he's gonna bring up the Bible. Well, I follow the Bible. Sir, the book that's been remixed and remixed and rewritten and rewritten. Oh no, it hasn't been remixed and rewritten. Sir, does your Bible say King James Version? Yes. So King James remixed it. No, no, he didn't. Sir, King James authorized a new translation. No, 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 but he didn't write that translation. You see, somebody translated it for him, and the Bible was originally written by. Sir, stop it. Stop it. These old heads got to let go of the Bible. They got to let go. Mm-mm-mm. I appreciate that interaction because it has taught me something. I need to add a new pre qualifying question. Now, the way I judge someone's mental intellect is, what are your thoughts on Umar Johnson? What are your views on reparations? And now we got to ask him, what do you think about the Christian Bible? What do you think about the Christian Bible? Because these old heads is going out bad. They've fallen on the sword over this Bible. Lord, oh Lord. Mm-mm-mm. The same Bible that the slave master had in one hand, using as an excuse to do what he does to you. Okay. Okay, okay. Shakina says, actually, did I pronounce that right? Shakina? Yeah, I think it's Shakina. Shakina Glory FBA says the prophet James is not called James, it's called Jacobus or Jacob. Okay, okay. J990 says, oh, heads losing brain cells and common sense. Yeah, yeah, yeah. J9 says, you can believe in whatever book you want, but don't be stupid to use it against us. Come on, come on. This man doesn't believe that most of the natives were black. He at first he was studying, holding on to the claim of the transatlantic slave trade being 100% true, but then he kind of backpedaled off of that. But then randomly he threw in a wild card talking about he goes by the Bible, the book that has been remixed and 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 remixed. But ladies and gentlemen, I am not above reproach. I appreciate constructive criticism. So let me know, guys. Spam the chat real quick. Give me some feedback. Was I too hard on him? Do you think that I had sufficient amount of patience? I mean, it was really hard to get through. It was really hard. I mean, he's talking about rhetoric. You just have rhetoric. Sure, I've shared my screen multiple times and read documentation to you, and it was just sad. It was just really, really sad. Maxim says I was too nice. All right. Well, thanks for making me feel a little bit better. I mean, I'm sorry, guys. I just can't fake the funk. I just can't. And he started off calling in saying, he's a supporter. He likes my content and all that good stuff, and that's great. But even if you're a supporter of me, I'm not going to let the bullshit ride. I'm not gonna stop calling a spade because someone's a supporter and they rock with the channel. I mean, sir, if you're not making sense, if your talking points are invalid, then we're gonna address it. J9 says, Mike, what people take as black equals African. So when people hear black, they assume African ancestry, and that's not true. Black was a label for people in Asia, India, Pacific Islands too. Yep. Ms. Glory says, King James, yes, he changed the Bible, as did others after the Protestant Revolution. Yep. Africans are appropriating the black label. Yes, that's why we have to delineate. That's why we have to delineate. These motherfuckers for so long, I'm not black, I'm Jamaican. I'm not black, I'm Haitian. I'm not black, I'm Nigerian. Now when it comes against some tangibles, it's I'm black. Oh, I'm black. Shout out to Mr. Rage. He said I was good. Okay, okay. Sometimes it weighs heavy on my conscience, y'all. A few minutes from now, I'll be walking to the restaurant, smoking a joint, and I'm gonna be thinking, damn, did I do the OG too hard? Did I do the OG too hard? I mean, I could have been easier. No, but shout out to the OG. Also, not to be short with the guy, but I'm up here playing a replay. I'm trying to get the new channel in the algorithm. We're playing some content, and man's literally requested the link. He literally requested the link, stopped the show for him to call in. So it's like, damn, you gonna have me pause my show for this? For this? Jesus, hit the like button if you haven't already done so, y'all. Put 5 on the Cash App or the PayPal if y'all appreciate the patience. If y'all appreciate the patience that I have with some of the old heads in the community because man, as soon as you start coming at with the Bible, what? The Bible? The Bible. Oh Lord, the Bible. All right. All right. We're gonna go ahead and get on with the replay, y'all. Hit that Cash App, hit that PayPal if you support new black media. Let's go. Or, you know, talk about misinformation because as you know, Egypt has been totally colonized and taken over by pale faces and Arabs. I mean, if you go to Egypt to this day, these are not the people who were in charge of ancient Kemet. I mean, these are clearly immigrants. So yeah, it was very interesting that a Black American can't even big up the African queens and kings of ancient Egypt without the modern day Egyptians having a gripe with it.
You know, I've never been one to be like bigging up Egypt because, you know, Black Americans that are of African descent, we come from Western Central Africa a long, long time ago. We don't have anything to do with Kemet and all the Ankhs and the Sphinx. What these
Mhm.
dudes, they're like, I call them like 25th dynasty worshippers. You know, they
Yeah.
never want to talk about the first, second, third, and all these other dynasties. The 25th dynasty was labeled as an invading dynasty. They invaded. So there are black areas there, you know, but that whole zone, if you look at from Morocco all the way to Egypt, North Africa, right above the Sahel, and you look at the Mediterranean, a lot of these people share similar phenotypes. So they've been there. You know what I'm saying? You have Berbers from North Africa, they've been there. But once you get into like southern Egypt and Sudan, then you start seeing the black Africans, so to speak.
And we got my man Millie in the building. You know what, Millie? Put a one in the chat, Millie, if you saw the interaction with the old head that just called in. Put a one in the chat if you heard that interaction. But yeah, Millie, you know I'm playing a replay right now, getting ready to go smoke and eat. But I had allowed somebody to click the link and call in, and it kind of went left. And you know what? I want to balance it out a little bit. So Millie, if you are available and you want to click the link and call in, then we can chop it up for a little bit since I know with the time zone, you know, this might be ideal time for you to chime in. And you know what? Let me see if I can get a recap ready for Millie as well. Give me just a moment. Let me know if you're able to call in, Millie, because I can get a recap ready for you. Let me see. Oh damn, I was talking to him for a while. Oh damn, I was talking to him for a long while. Ah shit. Damn, this is going damn, I'm not gonna eat breakfast anytime soon. Because I want Millie to hear this shit. I want Millie to hear all of it. 882. Damn, I was talking to that motherfucker for a while. All right. We gonna have to do it for the culture. We're gonna have to do it for the culture. Here we go, Millie. How you doing, Millie?
Oh, I'm good, man. How about you?
Oh man, I'll be a lot better once I smoke and eat. But hey, I'm gonna play back what happened when that dude just called in so you can listen to it and give your opinion as a member of the diaspora. Let me go ahead and get this replay set. Here
Always
we
happy to
go.
be of service.
Oh yeah, we need you, Millie. We need you. Give us that UK perspective. To the front with that Israel bound. Israel, can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. Let us know where you calling in from.
I'm calling in from Kansas City, man. Go Chiefs.
Kansas City. And are you and your people from America originally?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm from right here in Kansas City.
Okay, sounds good. Well, I know you requested the link in the chat. What do you have to say?
Yeah, all right. So first off, excuse me for going inside the house. Give me 1 second. Noise. First off, I want to say that I just kind of by chance caught one of your videos early, like one of the Umar Johnson videos. And I like the way you put them together, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I've been a subscriber ever since, man. I like the show a lot. I just wanted to get that out there to you. Keep
Appreciate
doing
that.
your thing. I've seen your channel growing from, when I
I don't know if he's still going to be a subscriber after today's interaction.
started watching it. So kudos to you. But as far as this tether situation is concerned, and just as far as I will just label for all intents and purposes, Africans and Americans, Black Africans or Black Americans and Africans, we clearly see the non-similarities in us as people, right? All we have in common is skin color. That's all we have in common. Pan-Africanism doesn't even exist on the continent of Africa. So anybody with this lost theory stuck in their minds, and it only happens to, notice how Umar Johnson says things like, only Black Americans this, only Black Americans that. Well, only Black Americans believe.
And see, we're starting off strong. We're starting off on a good foot, but you're gonna see where it starts to take a left turn.
In something called Pan-Africanism. Because nowhere on earth do Africans think that all Africans should be as one, or all Africans are one family and all Black people are one family. That does not exist. That's a myth. Even if you got down, now I know not to be religious or anything like that, or I'm sorry, did I lose y'all? You still hear me, Mike?
Yeah, we can still hear you.
Okay. Not trying to bring religion into anything or anything like that, because I don't view the Bible as like a religious text. I believe it to be more of a historical text than a religious text.
Oh, and I let this one slip right past me. But you're gonna see how this, makes its way back around. He said, I don't see the Bible as being a religious text. It's a historical text. Oh Lord. Okay. That one slipped right past me.
And even the Bible itself places differences between Africans and what we call Black Americans and all other people, because we all are from different families and different peoples and different cultures, different languages, and so on and so forth. So that's kind of my take on it. When we see, I don't know, now here in Kansas City, I can only speak from my experience. I've been to a lot of places in the United States, but my experience with coming in contact with people from the African continent has been kind of mixed, but and it's only mixed because the I would say the cordial conversations that I had with them were planned conversations. Like I came into contact with them through purpose, on purpose, should I say. Like, when I did college debate, I met some African brothers. I spoke with them, and a couple of them were the ones who let me know how a lot of Africans got their viewpoint on African Americans, because they have a negative view of what we are. And he told me all of that was due to the propaganda that they get through, to the movies and things of that nature, which I understand, because they depict us in a certain way to their societies.
Well, that's what I used to believe at first, that they just absorbed a lot of propaganda. But after dealing with them firsthand, it seems like the propaganda is only a small piece of it. A lot of them are just instinctually xenophobic and very tribal and some hating ass Negroes, for like a better word.
That's exactly what my conclusion would have been. That the propaganda was understandable until we was able to actually interact with them on a certain level to where we had a measurable amount of
And so far, no disagreement here. So far, the conversation's going just fine. But let's see if we can identify where it takes a sharp turn. Hey, Millie, since you haven't heard this conversation yet, let's play a little game. Do you think the conversation is going to take a turn for the worse when we start talking about indigenous Black people, when we start talking about the transatlantic slave trade, or when we start talking about religion?
Oh, I don't know, because look, he seems like he's well on song with you and your viewpoints. So I'm really, I definitely could not cannot anticipate any sort of disagreement between the two of you.
That's perfect. Well, let's see where the disagreement starts.
Contact with them, that could be quantified, and without, almost without contradiction, is exactly as you said it was. They don't have any likable feelings for us, and that's fine, because a lot of times we return that sentiment, and that's natural.
And you know what? I really hope that Fluky Loot will call in. Clearly, they're an African. Fluky Loot says, why you continue to push this narrative like you actually want Blacks to fight each other? Do you realize Black people as a whole have bigger problems to deal with? Now, you being an African who probably doesn't even live in America, you don't realize one of the biggest problems we have to deal with present day is African immigrants. Y'all talk like us. Y'all look like us. You can pass for us to a degree, and you're coming to America doing a whole lot of fuck shit, from GoFundMe scams to suspected terrorism and everything in between. So, respectfully, Africans are constantly fighting each other on the continent of Africa. So what are you talking about? I want Blacks to fight each other. Do you not know what's going on with the Somalians and the Ethiopians? Do you not know what's going on with the Nigerians and the South Africans? Y'all have been perpetually in a state of conflict with one another for decades on decades on decades. And as soon as we start shining a light on your piss poor behavior, as soon as we start delineating from you, now it's, why you want to push this narrative, Mike? What you want to push? I'm not pushing the narrative. I come with receipts. I can literally play Africans right now talking about enslaving us and selling us to Iranians. I can play Africans right now calling us the N-word with hard R included. So don't try to act like I'm pushing the narrative when I'm simply reporting on what I find.
Listen, it's always a push of a narrative when it doesn't support a narrative, right? If that makes sense to anybody. But now think about this. When we was put, the narrative was pushed to us. I don't know how old you are, but I'm 52. And
I'm a young buck. I'm only 29.
all right, well, good. Keep living. That's a good thing. Just keep living.
Hey,
And
they said we wasn't supposed to make it past 25. The
that's
joke's
what
on
they
you.
do.
We still alive.
All facts. So they told us back when I was younger, in my teens and going into my 20s, I guess, that we were black people sold their own people into slavery. That's not what happened at all. Africans sold us into slavery, right? Because we were a whole different tribe of people. Look at I can listen. You can put without any, if let's say we had a silent movie going, and you put 50 Africans in front of me, and you put 50 African Americans in front of me, man, I guarantee you I'm gonna pick out 48 of them African Americans, if not all 50 of them. Because we don't look, our nature, our character, our look, our skin is the same, our skin color is the same, but the complexion is different, the hue is different, the moisture.
Again, so far the conversation is just fine. So let's see if we can identify where it takes a turn for the worse.
Is different.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? Like everything about us is different. Huh?
Yeah, we've undergone our own unique ethnogenesis. Facts.
But see, I think this is, with the exception of a few minor things, this is ultimately what we look like. Because one thing for sure, 98% of people we view to be Africans don't grow beards and mustaches.
Ooh, I never thought about that. God damn it, I never thought about. And this was actually something that I'm grateful he educated me on. Millie, have you ever noticed that the Africans on the continent, they don't really have an ability to grow beards or mustaches?
Yeah, myself included. Like I've tried so valiantly to try and grow a beard, and mustache is okay for me, but even then, that's kind of like quite faint. So yeah,
Yeah.
it is like just I didn't think it's a genetic thing.
I'm in the same boat. I'm not African enough. Shoot, I be growing out a patchy beard. I don't be having no put together Rick Ross beard.
Yeah, we all wish we could have a Rick Ross kind of beard, but yeah, but it's just for me, it's also too irritating to have a beard. It irritates my skin. Like I'm always scratching it. So I just thought, okay, let me just shave it all off or just leave like a stubble. And then that's okay with me.
Well, let's get into it. I'm telling y'all, it's gonna take a sharp turn for the worse. That I've never seen colloquially Africans with beards or mustaches. Maybe the first thing that pops to mind is like Idris Alba. I mean, he has like a little bit of a scruff there,
But think about it. Listen,
really don't.
Some of us are still over there.
Yep.
Like, do you think that out of the group of all of us that have beards and mustaches, right? Do you think they got every single one of us in slavery?
That is weird as hell that you mentioned that, because I can't mentally picture an African with a mustache. Now that you say that.
No. We came.
Put some black fists in the chat if you tuning in from work right now. Put some fists in the chat if you working right now, that good old 9 to 5. Let me know who's clocking in from work.
From the continent of Africa, right? So we still have people over there. Right? We're not saying that all Africans are not our people, because we come from the continent of Africa.
Yep. And shout out real quick to Dane Calloway. Christopher says, on this subject, I'm with Dane. I don't think there was a substantial slave trade between the continents. The trade winds made it impossible. Yeah, no, it's absolutely facts. Look up Lincolnia. Look up the fact that.
Hold on. What did you say?
Hold up, Millie. I think this is where it's gonna get a little dicey. Somebody in my chat brings up Dane Calloway, talking about how the transatlantic slave trade wasn't, as it was told. And, I'm speaking power to that. And let's hear what his response is.
What now?
It's made it impossible. Yeah, no, it's absolutely facts. Look up Lincolnia. Look up the fact that.
Hold on. What did you say? What now?
Have you ever heard of Lincolnia?
No. What's the thesis again? What did he say? Dane Calloway said what?
Oh, no. So what he's referring to is Dane Calloway is a content creator who speaks critically of the transatlantic slave trade narrative, and he believes that a much more smaller amount of African slaves actually landed in the Americas.
To me, let's just say it was 500,000, or if it was 100,000. What difference do it make?
Here's the first point of contention. We're shining light on the fact that we believe that the numbers of slaves that were transported to the Americas are drastically overstated. And his response is, well, why does it matter if it was 500 or 500,000? Well, that's inconsequential. What do you think about that, Millie? Do you think that those numbers matter?
Well, I don't know, because I think if there was still a great crime, and where people were stripped of their culture and their knowledge of self. So I think that whether it was 100,000 or 200,000, I think what is left that the sort of thing that that Black people in the West are having to struggle through or deal with is literally, to me, is derived from the crime of slavery. So I
See, that
think
makes sense. And if that was his talking points, if that was his argument, then that would be correct. But that's not where he's coming from. Listen where he's coming from.
it seems like a
Landed
Hebrew
in there.
Israelite. So
You know, to me, let's just say it was 500,000, or if it was 100,000. What difference do it make?
It makes a huge difference. That is literally our background. Were most of us indigenous here, or did most of us come off of a boat packed like sardines? I mean, exactly. This does matter because, Millie, what we're talking about here is the official narrative wants us to believe we came over here packed like sardines, and if that wasn't the case, then the majority of us were natives. That's why those numbers matter. That's why we care whether it's true that 15 million slaves came over here from Africa, or was it really a couple of thousand? I mean, where did all these Black people come from?
Listen, most of us were not indigenous here. Most of us were absolutely. There's nothing that supports us being indigenous to here.
Ding, 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 ding. First point of contention. He goes out of his way to say there's nothing that points to us being indigenous here. Nothing. Majority of us were not indigenous here. Okay, so tell me how people from a foreign land did a 40-day voyage packed like sardines, chained and shackled on top of one another, human centipede style, shitting and pissing and eating on top of each other. Who knows where the food and the water was even held? They get to the foreign land, don't speak the language, but know how to cultivate the land, know how to farm and do agriculture. Oh, that makes no fucking sense. If you took a group of Black Americans right now and shipped us over to Africa, we'd have a hard time trying to learn how to toil the land and speak the language. So how is it that this transatlantic slave story really went down the way they said it did? Let's get into it. But this is the first point of contention.
Listen, most of us were not indigenous here. Most of us were absolutely. There's nothing that supports us being indigenous to here. In fact, if you look at the history,
my tribal citizenship speaks differently, but okay.
You said what now?
I said my tribal citizenship speaks differently, but okay.
Okay, but when you talk about tribal citizenship, that speaks to what we commonly call Native American citizenship.
None of us were indigenous here, Mike. Well, my tribal citizenship speaks differently. Oh, but that tribal citizenship you're talking about, that's where you're classified as a Native American and not an Indian, though, right? But let's hear the plebiscite babble. Okay.
You said what now?
I said my tribal citizenship speaks differently, but okay.
Okay, but when you talk about tribal citizenship, that speaks to what we commonly call Native American citizenship, right?
That speaks to indigenous ties to this land, yeah.
Right. That's what I mean. I'm just saying for understanding purposes, commonly that's known as Native Americans. Synonymously, that's what we're referring to for the listening audience,
What
right?
are you referring to?
So when you speak about this, think about how many non-Black people are considered Native Americans.
So his point is that so many foreigners infiltrated the tribes and are recognized as native. Sir, how does that negate Black natives? How does that negate Black aboriginals? How does that negate Black indigenous folks? Because there were a lot of imposters that, come on.
Get that established first. You have more white people.
Okay, brother, just because we have a lot of $5 natives, that doesn't mean that there weren't Black natives. Just because
No,
there's a lot of
that's
infiltration
not what I'm
does not
saying,
mean
Mike.
that Black
No, that's
natives
not
do
what
not
I'm saying.
exist.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm with you on that. What I'm saying though is, where do you get? Okay, I'm saying that if that was the case, where are all of the Native Americans who have been here indigenously, right? And that didn't come out of slavery and has a history to tell us. Where are they?
Millie, do you understand his question? He says, well, where are all the Black natives that didn't come out of slavery and have a history to tell us? Where are they?
I think there is a YouTube video where this Black man says he's not he's not African, that he's just fully Native American, and that he actually even went to further to say that his ancestors actually owned slaves as well. So I can't remember whether I don't know whether it was a YouTube short or not. I really didn't know what to make of it, but
But you're saying even with you being all the way in the UK, you've seen evidence to suggest that there are Black Indians.
Yeah, I've seen it. If I can find the name of the video. Okay, just a second. I'm going to try and find, because I downloaded it, but I know it's still on YouTube.
Yeah, no worries. It's all good. Keep searching for it, and I'm gonna keep playing the replay on their reservation, living in many enclaves of America. I mean,
Hold up,
what do you
hold
think?
up, hold up.
They don't
Okay,
exist? I mean, I'm
think about this
confused
though, Mike.
by the question.
Okay, so let me give you now we
Do you
get
know
now
how
we
many slaves were supposed to have been brought to the Americas from Africa?
I can't remember the number. I remember looking at
So he doesn't even know the number of the slaves that were supposed to be brought to the Americas, but he wants us to believe none of us are indigenous. None of us are indigenous. I don't know how many slaves were brought to America. And you know what? The exact number is inconsequential. It doesn't matter if it was 500 or 500,000. All right. All right.
it up once before, but I don't remember the number. I don't. But more importantly, let me ask you a question.
Whoa,
Let
hold
me
on.
ask you a question.
Before you get into asking me a question, the official narrative is 10 to 12 million. 10 to 12 million people. So this is what we're going to do here because they call me the king of receipts. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Receipts activate. This is something I love to bring up because, you know, we can easily take feelings out of this and just speak to logistics. Logistics. Now, before we get into educating the viewers on Lincolnia, check this out. Go ahead and share my screen. They want us to believe that over 10 million Africans came as slaves, packed like sardines, stacked on top of each other. Where was the food? Where was the water? Why can't they show a single slave ship to this day? You know, they can answer those questions. But something I really want to highlight is this. After the Emancipation Proclamation, Lincoln and Millie, you've been around long enough to where you've heard me speak about Lincolnia, right?
Yeah, I probably like I don't actually quite know what is meant by Lincolnia, so I just nodded my head pretending to know. But I'll be honest, I don't have a Scooby what Lincolnia is.
Oh, well, were you about to learn along with the rest of us? Wanted to ship all freed slaves to Africa and other territories. And what does it say here? What does it say? Long before the Civil War, in 1854, Lincoln addressed his own solution to slavery at a speech delivered in Illinois. I should not know what to do as to the existing institution of slavery. My first impulse would be to free all the slaves and then send them to Liberia to their own native land. But Lincoln acknowledged this was logistically impossible. Riddle me this. How in the late 1800s is it logistically impossible to send Black people from America to Africa, but we're supposed to believe in the 1500s? In the 1500s, they sent so many of us over here as slaves on sailboats. The math just doesn't math. Millie, you've heard of Liberia, right?
Yeah.
But most people have heard of Liberia, but nobody's heard of Lincolnia. In the late 1800s, Lincoln said, hey, we want to ship all these Black folks away from America somewhere else. But he said it was logistically impossible. If in the late 1800s it's logistically impossible to send them from America to Africa, then how in the 1500s was it logistically possible to send millions over here packed like sardines? In the 1800s, they at least had powered ships. They had steamboats. Their ships had power to it. In the 1500s, they didn't even have powered vessels. But it was logistically possible then.
Well, not to try to. I'm just like exploring certain avenues. You know, yeah. For the ships to get across the Atlantic, it was mainly Britain who were in charge of transporting them. So most of the European other civilizations, other societies couldn't do it themselves without Britain's involvement in some way, shape, or form. So, and you know, because Britain
wait. Let's play devil's advocate then. So you telling me that you believe that in the late 1800s, the American government didn't have the same logistical prowess that Great Britain had in the 1500s?
That might be because obviously Britain kind of stopped all transatlantic slave trade in like 1807. So they were like on patrol stopping. And I know that they like to wrap themselves in glory over this, but they say that that you probably couldn't even go across the sea without Britain actually interfering or having something to do with it. So
So again, playing devil's advocate, you think maybe it was logistically impossible because if Lincoln tried to send Blacks to Africa, the British would stop him?
Oh, it may not have been that, but I think maybe he just didn't have the capacity to do so.
Okay, all right. Either way, I think it's very interesting and very damning evidence that he's saying in the late 1800s it's logistically impossible, but in the 1500s it was supposed to be logistically sound and possible.
Mike.
What do you have to say about that, Israel? About it being what's that, Millie?
But mind you, slavery was a shrinking industry by that time that it was no longer profitable. Back in the 1500s, it was highly profitable and people were making money hand over fist from it. So that's kind of the reason why
We're not
Europeans.
talking profitability. Lincoln's not saying it wouldn't be profitable to send him. He's saying it's logistically impossible. You can't get any more specific than that. He didn't say it would cost too much. He didn't say, well, back then we were making money sending it, and now we'd be doing this for free. He said it was logistically impossible. You understand that, Millie?
And with that said, I'll just keep my mouth shut.
Hey, I'm just the definition of logistic is the organization or movement of large numbers of people. So if it was impossible in the late 1800s, come on. And this is where we're gonna get into Lincolnia, because even though he says it's impossible, he's gonna try anyways. And he sends some emancipated slaves off the island of Haiti over by Panama, and his plan failed. So if you're telling me you're not even able to successfully send Black Americans over to this new settlement in the 1800s, then how are we supposed to believe that y'all send millions of us over here to America in the 1500s? Riddle me that. Logistically impossible to send us to Africa in the 1850s, but in the 1500s, centuries before, it was supposed to be logistically possible?
Hold up. What I'm asking you is, what did Abraham Lincoln?
I asked you a very specific question. It's disingenuous at best to answer my question by asking me a question. Sir, how was it logistically impossible to send us to Africa in the 1800s, but they want us to believe in the 1500s, millions of us came over from Africa? Hey, Millie, it's 2024, and it's logistically impossible for us to travel to the moon, but in the 70s, it was logistically possible to go to the moon. Really? You see where I'm going now? You see where I'm going?
Yeah, I guess I'll have to. But if something pops into my head, over maybe if I'm at work or something like that, I'll be sure to be back here and sort of bring it up to you. But right now, I can't think of anything. So
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. We just talking logistics. We just talking logistics. Africa, on sailboats, no steam, no powered vessel, just sails and the ocean's currents. How is that possible?
Listen, I'm trying to get clarification on what the text said. Is what I'm asking you a question
The
about.
text says it was
No, no,
logistically
hold on.
impossible to
Let me
send us
ask
from
you.
America to Africa
No,
in
when you said Abraham,
1854.
when you said Abraham Lincoln said that it was logistically impossible, what was he saying was logistically impossible?
Brother, let's not feign ignorance. We know what the context is. I just read a paragraph to you. I'm literally reading him talking about the existing institution of slavery and wanting to ship them out, but it's logistically impossible. And your retort is, well, but wait a minute, what was it that was logistically impossible, sir? The proof is in the pudding. He's speaking about shipping us to Africa.
No, I'm saying like. So first off, I got a visual impairment, so I can't read that for myself. So I'll take that kind of as an insult. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm just
And now he's taking insult because he has a visual impairment that he didn't disclose. And even if you have a visual impairment, I am reading to you. So how does your visual impairment stop you from understanding the words that are being read to you? I digress.
trying to get clarification before I get answer a question. As any person that's trying to give a respectable answer would do. Understand what you're trying to answer first, and then give your answer. So since I can't read it for myself,
Then I'll read
I'm
it again. I had no idea that you were visually impaired. I already read it once and you still didn't understand it. So I'll read it a second time and we'll see if you get it. Long before the Civil War, in 1854, Lincoln addressed his own solution to slavery at a speech delivered in Illinois. I quote, "I should not know what to do as to the existing institution of slavery. My first impulse would be to free all the slaves and send them to Liberia, to their own native homeland." While Lincoln acknowledged this was logistically impossible, by the time he assumed the presidency and a civil war was underfoot, the nation was in such duress that he tried it anyways. So we're going to give you even more context here, sir. Not only did Lincoln realize it was logistically impossible in the 1800s to send us to Africa, but he tried it anyways. And let me give you a little teaser. The plan failed. So if you're unsuccessfully trying to ship people, have them migrate and colonize other lands in the 1800s, how are we supposed to believe the official narrative of the transatlantic slave trade?
So in your narrative, nowhere did you mention that he said that it was logistically impossible to ship people back anywhere.
Oh my gosh, sure. Do you understand his point there, Millie?
no, I didn't. But like I said last time, it's like during bringing the slaves over was like bringing them from a spread of West Africa, whereas Lincoln wanted to bring all the people he got from all over West Africa just into one concentrated area in West Africa. I think that probably would have been the logistic challenge to it, but yeah, I'm not sure.
I mean, how would that still be a logistics challenge? They think that we came from, places in West Africa to this one landmass America, right? I mean, it's the same thing. It's just in
Maybe,
reverse.
but Liberia is a much smaller country than the States, so. But then I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to like explore
Yeah, no,
different.
I get it. You're playing devil's advocate, and that's very important to do. We have to look at it from all different sides, and yeah, no, I totally get it. I just feel if that was the case, then this text that I read would have been more specific. Lincoln acknowledged it was logistically impossible because Liberia was such a small, like, no, they left it at it was logistically impossible. My first impulse would be to free all the slaves and send them to Liberia to their native homeland. Lincoln acknowledged that was logistically impossible. What are we talking about? He wants to send us to Africa from America. It is logistically impossible. Do I need to read it a third time? I mean, what are we talking about here?
No, no, you don't need to read it a third time. That's why I wanted you to read it a second time, because everybody here listening can see, and anybody reading it can see that he did.
And we can already just feel the animosity. We can already just feel that I'm causing the old heads neurons to short circuit. I mean, just the animosity, the energy. We can see he's really really wound up. Meanwhile, I'm the same as I was at the start of the conversation.
Didn't say that it was logistically impossible to ship people anywhere. That just said.
Anyone can see, Lincoln never said that it was logistically impossible to ship people anywhere. He said specifically that it's logistically impossible to send all the slaves to Liberia. And you know what Mike TV has wrong is Lincoln is talking about sending them to Liberia. He's not talking about shipping them to Liberia. Yes, they would go to Liberia via ship, but still, that's not really shipping. What are we talking about here? I really paused my replay to have you join the stage to babble. What are you talking about? Let's go ahead and get into the receipts. Not only was it logistically impossible, but he tried anyways. Have you ever heard of Lincolnia? He said, hey, it's impossible to send them back to Africa, but it's probably logistically possible to send them to Panama. Everybody knows about Liberia. Nobody knows about this. Lincoln sent emancipated slaves to an island off the coast of Haiti under the guise that there was of. Hey, riddle me that. If they couldn't even successfully bring Black Americans to Panama to resettle them there, then why do we believe that they were able to send millions of us to the Americas? Panama's pretty close to the United States, so if we're going so close as to Panama and you still can't successfully resettle the people, okay, all right. There's something strange, guys. The Nazi minister of propaganda said, repeat a lie enough times and it becomes the truth. What are the narratives that they have to put into the zeitgeist every year with film and media? The transatlantic slave trade and the Holocaust. And I land my plane. Fertile coal mines. And the plan was for them to go mine the coal and sell the coal to the United States Navy, and they would get all the money for themselves to build their own country, their own sovereign land named Lincolnia. And guess what happened, sir? They shipped them out there. They were supposed to send another vessel to resupply them. They never resupplied them. Most of them died off, and the rest came back to America. So not only was it logistically impossible to send them from America to Africa, but the best he can come up with was sending them off the coast of Haiti by Panama, and even that plan failed. So what are we talking about? This guy on the panel right now wants us to believe we came packed like sardines in the 1500s from sailboats. But in the 1800s, late 1800s, they couldn't even successfully rehome us from America. All right. What do you think about Millie? This is your first time hearing about Laconia and sending us to Panama and all that, right?
I heard about him wanting to send Black Americans to Haiti. That was one of the things it was just, in the UK, we like to hear the alternative source, not go with the narrative that Abraham Lincoln was a savior of Black people, which I kind of felt funny about anyway. But yeah, it is just bringing up the fact that he wanted to deport Black people to Haiti. That's all I knew about it. I didn't know it was like he actually.
He actually did send thousands, and it failed, and they died. Yeah, I feel you. A lot of people hear the whispers of Liberia or wanting to send to Haiti. No, he sent Black Americans off by Panama, and they died. They didn't thrive. All right.
So you don't believe that any slaves came from Africa?
I never said that.
Okay, so then how was it logistically possible for them to sell slaves from Africa?
Well, let me go ahead and share my screen. Jesus Christ, I didn't know that we were dealing with plebiscite bubble today. Let me go ahead and pull up a map of the ocean's currents. Yeah, Papa. Yeah. I didn't know that we had a crazy one on the line, y'all. I haven't even had my morning joint or breakfast or none of that. So if we look at the world's, still have not had my morning joint or breakfast, mind you. Somebody put 5 on the Cash App. I'm doing the Lord's work. ocean's currents, which is what they would be using to sail, since all they had was the currents and the wind to use as power, right? If we look at the currents, you see here going from Africa, the first current is taking you down and around. You're basically in a vortex here, going round and round between South Africa. Oh, there we go. I can bring it up. From South Africa and Brazil. The next one we got right here takes you from the continent of Africa to Brazil, South America, Panama. We've got another one up here that can take you from, closer up north, still West Africa, closer up north to the Caribbean, and then to Americas. Sir, any way you slice it, if you look at the routes, if you look at the ocean's currents, the last stop is America. The last stop of any voyage from Africa to the Americas, the final call is America. So what's more likely? Is it more likely that the slaves that went from Africa went to other colonies on the way to America, where we see such a heavy African diasporic population to this day? South America, Brazil, Panama, Jamaica, Haiti, etc., etc. That's where most of them went. Yeah, a few made the final voyage to America, but to try to act like we have no indigenous ties, which is what you said, we have no indigenous ties, we're all from Africa. Sir, the math is a math, and logistically. Millie, did you know about the ocean's currents that they used to navigate back then?
Didn't know before you said that. I remember you showing it last time, and so no, I didn't know
And this
about
is
it.
why the research is so important, because most people don't even realize that. Most people just hear about the transatlantic slave trade, and they don't even realize these were sailboats. These people are, in their mind's eye, thinking that these are modern vessels and they're just doing a straight shot from Africa to America. No, they were sailing by the wind and by the current of the sea. And there's routes that the currents travel by. And if you line up those routes with where we see the most heavy African diasporic population, it makes perfect sense. That's why there's so many black folk in the Caribbean, in Haiti, in South America, in Brazil. All right. That's not possible. Ethnically, we see where most of the Africans landed. That's why there's such a Afro-Caribbean population. That's why there's such a Afro-Latina population. What are we talking about? Christopher says very few, and they would have most likely ended up in the Caribbean and South America. Exactly. If my business is to take this slave and sell them, am I going to sell them at the first stop, or am I going to sell them at the final stop? Well, shit, I don't even know if they're going to stay alive 40 days later for the final stop. I'm going to sell their ass as soon as I can. What's the first landmass we can get to? Brazil? Haiti? Some islands? Come on now. And yeah, you're right, Christopher. I'll try to take it easy on him. I digress.
So listen, I didn't even know that was your argument. Actually, I wouldn't disagree with any of that. I misunderstood what the argument was.
There is no argument. There
No,
are
no,
my
there is,
claims.
no. When I say
My claim is that many quote unquote Black Americans have indigenous lineage. We have been reclassified and reclassified and reclassified and had our history stolen from us. My claim is that some of us did come as slaves from Africa, but it's a much, much smaller number than they want us to believe.
no, I totally agree. I totally agree with that. Like, no, when I say argument, that's just how we say. That's just a debate term. Not that you were making an argument, because I mean facts are facts. So yeah, I would have to agree. Like, it wouldn't make sense to not have stops along the way on such a long voyage when you only have sailing power. I mean, wind as power for sailing and the need for food. And so, yeah, I mean, I totally agree. Now, do I believe that there was
And
some?
also, sir, they had no cargo ships. So we're talking about little sailboats. How many people can fit on a sailboat?
Hold on, wait a minute. Now, I know that shipbuilding has been going on long before the transatlantic slave trade. Now, that's a fact. And I'm saying, like,
are a recent invention.
Yeah, I'm saying like not cargo ships that we know today, but I'm saying large ships have been built for a long time.
How big would the ship have to be to transport millions of people across the ocean? How many people do you think came in each one of these boat trips? Are we talking 1,000, 10,000, 500,000?
No, I'm not saying that, Mike. I'm saying that because, like, but this just goes with with what you said earlier.
The diagram, brother. This is the official diagram.
No, like
that we were packed in like this for 40 days and 40 nights. They can't even move. They can't even stretch out, literally head to toe, head to toe, head to toe. So what? They're just sleeping and shitting and pissing and eating on each other right there. You're just frozen, paralyzed, chained. This don't make no damn sense.
I don't believe that the boat trips were. Yeah, I've seen all these. I've seen every one of them, every single one of them.
Have you seen those images, Millie?
I've seen pictures like that before. Yeah.
The human centipede-esque photos of us packed head to toe, stacked on top of each other, right?
Yeah, so it is, even though it's not even my heritage, my history. What I'd say that, but I think I told you about slavery, that they were incentivized to get more Igbo. So I probably would have had relatives that would have had to go, distant relatives that would have had to go through that. So it does make me feel some type of way seeing those pictures. And but I think you don't see the visibility of those things happening. I just want to say you might want to be careful the way you say it, because someone could interpret you saying that you deny that there was ever a slave trade. That
I'm very particular with the words I use. I never denied a slave trade. I said that the much smaller population of slaves landed in America than reported.
Okay, no problem. I'm just saying I know that, but it's just someone you could be clicking into this conversation. You might be saying that you're denying. That's something, yeah, that you're like denying. You know, it's almost. I'm not saying it is, but that's someone could interpret it as that. So I'm
Hey,
just saying.
I am denying that it's plausible to pack people up like human centipedes, pissing, shitting, eating on top of each other. And where's the food supposed to be held on the ship? Where's the 40 days of food and water? We can only go 3 days without water, right? Where's all the food and all the water stored at? Millie?
Oh well, that one I wouldn't know. Have you ever been on? I've never been on one of these, because I think they do have tours of slave ships. Like, it would tell you like, okay,
No,
this is
whoa,
what.
whoa, 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 whoa. Not only do they not have tours of slave ships, they don't have a single slave ship in a museum. We have no concrete evidence of slave ships. We have nothing, no piece of a vessel, no nothing. The closest things that we have to proof of slave ships is the banks that finance the voyages, and these ships were not even classified as slave ships. These were just regular merchant ships that got outfitted to carry some slaves. So it's not like these were carved out ships with cargo areas for slaves. No, these are regular merchant vessels, and then they put a little area for some slaves. So yeah, the official narrative is really, really skeptical, to say the least. Again, where's the food and the water? It's a 40-day voyage.
And though I don't know how accurate they are, but I'm not going to believe that these trips were designed to be of comfort either. I don't believe that they
Fuck
designed them.
comfort. You want your product to survive to make the voyage, right? Fuck comfort. How do you
Yeah,
survive
yeah,
for
yeah. I mean,
40 days?
but
Act like sardines.
yeah,
Where's
yeah,
the
they
food?
wrote, hey,
Where's the
but they
water?
wrote books, hey, but they have writings from men who made these voyages with these slaves, and
And
the
there are
thing was,
writings, and there are also writings from explorers who came to America and said that they saw black, copper-colored people in America even before Columbus. So if we're going to talk about writings, let's talk about all the writings. Even Christopher Columbus himself said that he discovered black Indians. So all right.
oh well, we know. Well, we can go back to the Olmec. The Olmecs were here long before any type of slave trades happened. We know. Listen, I'm not debating whether this land was occupied by quote unquote black people thousands of years before there was a slave trade.
So this is the same dude who said none of the blacks are natives. We all came from ships from Africa. But now he's going to throw some, well, no, I recognize thousands of years in the past there were black Indians, but there were no present black Indians. Let's get into it. No, I'm not talking
That's
about
not.
thousands of years before slave trade. I'm talking about while the slave trade was actively going on.
No, I'm saying, but I'm saying though, there were people here before the slave trade, long before it.
And there were black indigenous people during the slave trade and are still here post the slave
I'm saying
trade.
if there were black indigenous people here thousands of years before the slave trade, what would make me believe that they weren't here during the slave trade?
Because you
Like
said
that would even make
earlier,
sense.
because you said earlier that there aren't any black Indians. That isn't that what he said earlier? Did we not all hear him earlier say there are no black Indians? Is he backpedaling or is he backpedaling?
Wow. I'm kind of lost for words at this moment. Right. It's
The mental
interesting dialogues.
gymnastics. The mental gymnastics. He starts off saying there's no black Indians, and now after I showed him some evidence and some stuff to support the claims, now it's, well, yeah, I mean, thousands of years there's been black Indians that we came from slave ships in Africa. I said some of us have indigenous roots, and you said no.
No, what I meant when I said that, okay, maybe I made a bad dissertation of what I was trying to say. So what I meant by that is that we don't see a lot of what we know to be black Africans, or I'm not sorry, black Indians in large populations. We don't see that a lot. What we do see is like you said, the Afro Latinos, the Afro Spanish speaking nations, all of the islands that you just mentioned that they are in. That's where we see most of the so-called Native American. We don't see those in large sums of African people or African-based people.
Because you don't know where to look. The average quote unquote black American is indistinguishable from a black native indigenous person to the Americas. You don't realize that. Riddle me this. Why is only black Americans the only people that are literally reclassified every couple of decades? You know, first they called us Indian, right? And then they called us Native, and then they called us Negro and Negress and Octoroon and Mulatto and finally colored and then Black American. Why is it that there's such a concerted effort to reclassify us every 10, 20 years. What are your thoughts on that? Millie, do you see such a concerted effort to reclassify people with other members of the diaspora? I don't think you UK blacks are getting renamed every 10 years, are you?
I wouldn't know. I think, I think they say Afro-Britannic, Afro-Britain. I think, but then now they just say BAME, as in now they put us all in one category, just BAMEs, like black and ethnic minorities. So that's but I don't really keep up to date with that sort of exchange and discourse, because it's just like, to be honest with you, hearing these people talk on the media and the news, it makes my blood boil. So I'd rather just steer clear of it so I don't get easily angered. But yeah, that's just a personal thing.
But just look at this. Why do they have to have such a concerted effort to reclassify us? They literally called us indigenous, native, negroid, negro, negress, black, colored, black American, African American. I mean, they literally reclassify us so much. Did you realize that we didn't start going by African American until Jesse Jackson pushed that into the lexicon in the 80s? In the 80s?
Yeah.
So clearly there's a concerted effort to try to hide the lineage here. Come on. We've been reclassified and reclassified and reclassified and reclassified and reclassified. Make it make sense. Why is there such a concerted effort to convince us that we came through
That goes to what you said
transatlantic
earlier.
slave trade?
So,
Why is there a new slavery movie every year trying to convince us that these are our roots? Why is that? We know that the indigenous people were put on concentration camps. They were sent to religious indoctrination schools. Their name was taken away. Their language was taken away. You really think that the system of white supremacy is just too harsh for them to lie to the people and say, hey, you're not from here. You're from Africa. This land is ours. You're not indigenous. Are we really putting that past them? You think they'll rape us? They'll pillage us. They'll do everything but lie about our history? Okay.
no, I think that's the first thing they did was lie about the history. Like that's the main thing they did was lie about the history.
So why do you believe the history they told you? You heard about the transatlantic
listen, you never heard me say anything about
transatlantic slave trade.
Huh?
Who taught you about the transatlantic slave trade?
Of course, we all learned about that in school. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like that.
And did you know previously about Lincolnia?
No, I didn't. I did not.
So the same people drilled in your head the transatlantic slave trade, but they never told none of us how they unsuccessfully tried to send us to different lands. And it wasn't logistically possible to send us to Africa, but at the same time, they want us to believe we all came from Africa.
No, I don't believe. I believe in the Bible, bro, in the history of the Bible. I don't believe in what men talking about.
Which version of the Bible? And this is where it's gonna get so contentious. It's already got pretty heated, right, Millie?
Yeah, I think, yeah, he's
now when we start mentioning the Bible, it's gonna reach its fever pitch, and he's gonna run off the stage, and it's gonna get real crazy because now he's gonna mention the Bible. Different lands. And it wasn't logistically possible to send us to Africa, but at the same time, they want us to. Hey, so Millie, I'm not sure if you understand what I did to you earlier in the stream. I gave you a trick question. I said, what's gonna be the point of contention? Is it the black natives? Is it the Bible, or is it the transatlantic slave trade? And really the answer was D, all of the above, right?
yeah.
I believe we all came from Africa.
No, I don't believe. I believe in the Bible, bro, in the history of the Bible. I don't believe in what men talking about.
Which version of the Bible? Are we talking about King James's version of it, or whose version are we talking about?
There's only one version of the Bible.
There's only one version of the Bible, he says. Millie, do you believe there's only one version of the Bible?
No, but I think the one that most Christians go with is the King James version,
which is a version of the Bible, not the one and only version, right?
Yeah,
exactly. It's a king's version that the king had people draft up so that he can consolidate power in his kingdom.
There's translations of the Bible.
Sir, we can end the conversation now. You two lost in the sauce if you don't realize that the Bible has been remixed and remixed and remixed and remixed and remixed. It's a collection of books that have been rewritten time and time and time and time and time and time and time again. The most modern one you go by is literally a version by a European king. He said, you know what? I want to take this out. I want to add this in. Hey, let's change these words. Sir, what are you talking about? You're still getting your playbook from the oppressor.
I'd like for you to provide some of these receipts that you say you provide so often.
He wants me to provide some of these receipts that I say I provide so often. Sir, your Bible says King James Version on it. That is the receipt. That is all. Good night. Go find your Bible right now and tell me if it doesn't say on it King James
Whatever
Version.
you're talking about, I'm prepared.
Tell me if your Bible does not say King James Version on it.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about?
So what's a translation, and what's the difference between
It didn't
rewrite?
say translation. It didn't say here lies the King James translation of the Bible from Hebrew to English. No, that's the version. That's not the translation, sir. That's the version.
Okay, so you tell me what the difference is. What I'm saying is that the Bible was translated from Hebrew to many other languages, right?
Who was the first person to translate the Bible from Hebrew?
Say what?
Who was the first person to translate the Bible from Hebrew?
I don't know who the first person to translate the Bible from Hebrew.
Do you know who the first person to translate the Bible into English was?
No, it's all of no consequence to me.
Oh, now it's of no consequence who was the first to translate the Bible, but he wants me to believe it wasn't translated or it wasn't, remixed with different versions. It's just remained untainted. But then in the same breath, he says it's of no consequence to him who translated the Bible. All right. He's crazy. He's crazy. Oh Lord. He goes by this Bible that the white man has given him. He uses this Bible to guide his life. And I'm asking him, do you even know who was the first person to translate your Bible to make it accessible for you to read? Oh, no, it doesn't matter. It's of no consequence to me, sir. All right. All right. You real lost in the sauce, Playboy. You real lost in the sauce. Jesus Christ. Hey, for all he knows, the Bible got translated by Christopher Columbus, but it's cool. It's no consequence. It's no consequence. Come on. Man says they taking out the information, Playboy. The Book of Enoch, yeah, been remixed and remixed and remixed. Everybody's walking around with a different version of the Bible, but all right, it's of no consequence to him, guys. It's of no consequence who translated the Bible. All right.
Because it was translated by many people. And so what I would like for you to do is, instead of using rhetoric, you know what I'm saying? You mute me and that's fine. But show me how the Bible is the white man's book. Show me that. Show everybody on your audience that the Bible is the
I've already shown you that. You literally said that your Bible says King James Version.
Hold on. But you already said that the Bible was written. The Bible was written. Was the Bible written by King James?
Oh man.
Was the Bible written by King James?
He hired people to do his bidding. And
no, I asked you, was the Bible right? Was the Bible
ordained it?
Hold up. Was the Bible written by King James or was it not?
That's what your Bible says, right? King James.
No,
Version.
the Bible was not written by King James, first of all, and the Bible doesn't have a single white person in it.
Written by?
It was given by the Bible had many different authors. See that?
Sir, we're going backwards now. I asked you who translated it. You said, I don't know. It's of no consequence. I said, well, your Bible says King James Version. Oh, no, but he didn't write it. He did it. Sir, in 1604, King James authorized a new translation of the Bible aimed at settling thorny religious differences. He literally had an agenda. He said, I'm going to take this Hebrew text and I'm going to translate it to English because we're having religious differences in my kingdom and I want to solidify my power. What are you talking about? Oh, my God. The Bible doesn't have a single white person. All right, sir. And in one sentence, he says that who translated the Bible is of no consequence. Now he's trying to deny King James remixed it and created his own version.
You keep saying things that you can't prove is what I'm saying.
So King James didn't create a new version of the Bible in 1604?
No, he did not. Show me how he did.
King James Version.
I'm sorry, you said what?
Why does your Bible say King James Version on it?
Because he authorized that particular translation of the Bible.
That's exactly what the fuck I just read, but you keep up with the plebiscite babble. I said in 1604, King James authorized a new translation of the Bible aimed at settling some thorny religious differences in his kingdom so he could solidify his power. Did I say King James actually took a pen and quill and sat up all night translating himself? No, he authorized it. Who were the people that he had translating it? Are you going to try to debate that these were black people that he had translating it? Sir, do you think it was black people or white people that translated the Bible on behalf of King James? What do you think about this, Millie?
Well, I think the story is that King James sent some people over there because I think the Bible was already, before it got to King James, it was already heavily edited by people of power, previous kings, and then so then he sent his scholars to translate it. And even though it probably is believed that King James edited it, but it's because it's only one person who did it, so therefore it's probably the closest thing to the truth as you can get with the King James Version. At least what I understand of it, it's the closest thing. That's why it's so popularly used in the Christian community, because it's probably the closest thing to the truth, because all the previous versions before that was edited by previous rulers, the previous kings, the previous rulers. And even during slavery, when they gave black people the Bible, they heavily edited that as well. They took out a lot of things that vilified what they were going through. So it weren't as if they just gave them the Bible because here's the Bible. They did edit the living crap out of that.
But we have to realize that King James did the exact same thing. His motivation for translating the Bible was because his kingdom had many different quote unquote thorny religious differences, and he wanted to consolidate power in his kingdom. So if you just look at the man's motivations, I mean, his motivations isn't about keeping the Bible pure because other rulers remixed it. No, his motivation is in line with every other ruler who remixed it. He wanted to keep his power.
Yeah. And no one's going to deny that. It's widely believed that that's the closest thing to the truth as you can get. It's not completely. It's not going to be perfect, but it's the closest thing to hearing the word and hearing the truth.
Hey,
Is
if there was a king that remixed and translated a religious text, I'm sure that king is gonna put out in the zeitgeist that this is the most true version and this is the closest we can get to the truth. That sounds like classic propaganda. The
no,
same
but
Bible we
as in,
use to this day.
it's only saying that it's the closest thing because it's only him who it's only his version, whereas the previous versions were heavily edited by multiple people. So that's what people are trying to say, is that it was heavily edited by multiple people, whereas with previous versions of the Bible, they were edited time and time again, so it was almost to the point where it was unrecognizable.
Hey, they still remixing it. People edited it time and time again. Then King James said, "Let me edit it so that I can keep
People
power."
were editing it.
Game is game. Games.
Yeah,
Hey,
people
listen,
were
what I'm gonna tell
editing
you
it.
is black people that wrote the Bible, and that when you got translations that came from it, you had many
All right,
different nations of
all
people
right.
that said, yeah, there
He's
you
already
go.
lost in the sauce, guys. We're gonna have the Roman Colosseum rules take effect. I've got a joint to smoke. I've got a restaurant to go eat breakfast at. But ladies and gentlemen, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna let
You
him rock
alone.
out with the plebiscite babble, and we're gonna let him keep on keeping on if the
Yeah,
audience
you
wants
know
it.
you can't
There's a lot
prove
of
what you're
people in the
saying. That's
chat.
why you
There's
keep
a lot of
muting me.
people in the chat who are saying, "Hey, Mike, he's boring me." Yeah, he just ran off the stage there. There he goes. So again, the conversation started off just fine, but then when he starts with "Oh no, there's no black natives," "Oh no, we all came from slavery." Oh wait, hold on. You do make a good point with that slavery thing, but the Bible is my history book. All right. All right. What's on your mind, Millie, before we get back to the replay?
Also, just in case anyone's wondering, the first person who translated the Bible into English was William Tisdale, and the British British leadership, they thought so highly of him for it. They were just so happy that he did that they rewarded him by burning him at the stake. So that's just a bit of trivia for anyone who might be wondering or would you care to wonder.
Well, wait. So you're saying that the British royalty burned the dude at the stake who translated the Bible to English for the first time?
Yeah.
What religion was the British royalty?
I think they were Christians, and but back then it would have been down to them to translate the Bible to the people. So when William Tisdale took it upon himself to translate it by himself, they were obviously quite upset about it, saying how he's So I think that's probably what made them want to burn him at the stake.
I got you. I got you. Well, before we keep on with the replay, you got anything else to say? Closing remarks?
No, not really. No, nothing at all, really.
Okay. Well, we'll see you later, Millie. Thanks for calling in.
Okay,
And we're gonna
cheers. No
keep
problem.
on with
Take
the
care.
replay, y'all. I got a joint to smoke and some breakfast to eat. Let's get back to the replay.
But even today in northern Sudan, these are Arabized Africans, right?
Yep.
Who really have smoke for the black South Sudanese who are not non-Arab. Black Americans ain't got nothing to do with that. So when I see a Black American try to attach themselves to Kemet and Egypt and they jump over West Africa, I'm like, y'all do just looking at the shiny stuff like the pyramids, and y'all don't want to accept the fact that our ancestors came from, a dusty part of Africa, which I'm so glad that I'm a Black American.
Yep. Facts. And it's so weird because, again, a lot of these people preaching Pan-Africanism, or really what I like to call Pan-Scamanism, because, I mean, if you look at the biggest thought leader pushing the Pan-African movement, it's fucking Umar Johnson. Like, come on now, that's your leader. But as you pointed out on the other stream, most of them haven't even been to Africa, for one. For two, even with the access to the World Wide Web, they really don't even speak to Africans like that. I'm not sure if they even have Africans over there on that show on the panel like we have Africans over here, because Africans will come over to my TV and say straight up, there ain't no such thing as Pan Africanism. We separate. We don't fuck with y'all. Y'all Akadas, y'all this, y'all that. But these Pan Africanists just somehow don't come in contact with that.
The crazy thing is that most of these Pan African shows never have Africans on it.
Yes.
And that was my wake up call in Pan Africanism. I actually have a video that I put on private because a lot of people was trying to dox me. But I went to this Pan African reading in Amsterdam, and I drove from the other side of Holland to go to it, and there was just a bunch of like black people from the diaspora. There was literally not one African there. So when I said, "Yo, do Africans even believe in this shit?" And when you start speaking to Africans, their tribe first. After
Yes.
tribe, then their religion,
Hmm.
and they don't give a shit about Pan Africanism. They don't care
After
about the other tribe
religion,
in
their country versus the next country. I mean, the
right.
whole concept of Pan Africanism does not exist on the continent of Africa, and these people don't
Facts.
realize that.
And which kills their argument that um, Black Americans need to use Africa as a power base because the Chinese have China. But yo, it doesn't work like that. Even
Yeah.
politically, Africans vote on ethnic lines. You know what I'm saying? They want to
Mhm.
talk about Rwanda, but Kagame actually outlawed tribalism there. To get a Rwanda to talk about what ethnic group he's from, they won't even do it anymore under fear of getting locked up. That's how heavy the tribalism is there, that you're going to try to put a law in to outlaw being proud of your ethnic group. That's
Yep.
crazy. That's why
Yeah.
I'm all about Black American tribalism. I'm my people first. No shade to Africans, but I'm my people first. But every people on the planet are their people first. And if you're not, then you're not worth calling yourself whatever people you're attached to.
Exactly. I mean, these Pan-Africanists don't even talk to Africans, haven't even been to Africa, don't even know that we started the whole idea of Pan-Africanism with W. E.B. Du Bois or whatnot. So, and I kind of understand at that time in history why they did it. We're still coming into a lot of knowledge of self. We had been severed from our African roots, but it really grew into this grandiose idea that just has no basis in reality. I mean, the continent of Africa is divided like a motherfucker. Half of them, or really most of them, are still part of the European Union or I'm not
The
sure if it's called,
Commonwealth.
yeah, the Commonwealth.
The
That's what it's called.
Commonwealth.
Most of them are still colonized by their former slave masters. They've just kind of updated it a little bit and gave them a little bit of freedoms and a little bit of liberties here and there, but they're still being exploited to this day. They're still dealing with colorism to this day. And nobody can really prove to me that Pan Africanism is something that exists on the continent when there isn't even a fucking continental association of Pan Africanism or something. Like there's nothing of the sort over there.
Nope. I mean, look, man, it's just so obvious. And those people that believe it, they just believe it. But when you talk to them, you start seeing that these aren't the brightest. Okay. On that other
Yeah.
panel, I was just speaking to dudes that couldn't formulate a sentence. That curse. I'm just like,
Mhm.
what am I even doing here? But it's always good to drag a Pan African, you know?
Yeah, it always is the knuckle draggers within our community trying to bang and wave some Pan-African flag because they watch Signetter TV growing up and they like how a ankh looks around their neck and all this bullshit. I mean, it really makes no sense at the end of the day. And then when you deal with people like us who actually speak with Africans weekly, who've actually been to the continent, who actually know what's going on, it's like, how are these people so blind? I mean, I think it's akin to still wanting to believe in Santa Claus at this point. Like, what has Pan Africanism done for you? What tangibles have you received? Do you even have any African friends on the continent? So some dude was talking about when you brought up that they don't even consider themselves black. He's like, "Oh no, but I had this one African friend who did call himself black, and his mom called himself black." Sir, they live in America. They're trying to assimilate. Like, what are you talking about?
Exactly. In Africa, they don't call themselves black. So we're the blacks. That's why I call black Americans premium blacks. You know, Caribbean people are black as well because they don't have an ethnic group for the most part. Um, so yeah, but we are, them niggas. No
And
hard R.
also, it's so interesting how they cherry pick history. They want to cherry pick and embellish comedic history. The one dude on that panel was talking about, oh no, Haiti tried to do something where they said Black Americans could come over to Haiti or something. Sir, Haiti is not Africa. You can't name a single African continent that has welcomed us with open arms, that is talking about dual citizenship, that is trying to do anything more than a tourist play. And if your one example is something that the Haitians did, which I still didn't really look up or verify, that's literally one country across the grand diaspora. So they really love to cherry pick.
And as far as the Haitian thing, right? They're the first president of the Republic of Haiti did welcome Black Americans in. He absolutely did, and he gave like I think a couple of hundred or maybe 100 refuge there. Most of them went back. That's what they don't want to talk about. And shout out to him for offering refuge in a time where Black Americans needed it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to him. But Haiti's not Africa, like you said. But if we talk about Haiti and Africa, Haiti tried to join the African Union, right? And they were rejected twice.
Damn. I was today's years
Yeah,
old when I found that. Damn. Them
yeah.
Africans want to cherry pick and talk about Haiti and the revolution. First of all, they've delineated they're their own group. And when they tried to connect with y'all in the spirit of Pan Africanism, y'all denied them twice. Damn.
Twice. The only Pan African thing that I saw came out of Senegal, which is a francophone country. After the earthquake, I believe it was 2010. Whenever Haiti had that earthquake, Senegal did offer land and integration courses for free for Haitians that wanted to move there, and I think a good amount of Haitians actually took them up on it. So they're actually living in Senegal now. But besides that, I've never seen a country reach out to diasporans. And really, my main focus is Black Americans. So they never reached out to Black Americans to give us anything tangible on the continent. People will say, well, Ghana had the year of the return. That was the biggest pain pimping campaign I've ever seen.
Yeah.
They just wanted Black people's money.
Can you
And
get
they
into
give
some of the
people
details surrounding the year of return? Because the only thing I really know is that they wanted our bank account information. We had to be endorsed by a business owner over there, and I believe we had to pledge to build land or build a business. Is that right?
so here's the thing. The year of the return was actually an initiative from the tourism sector of the Ghanaian government. They thought it would be cool to invite Black Americans primarily and Caribbean people as an afterthought, wherein and therein lies the economic reasons, therefore. So they invited Black Americans. They had a whole bunch of celebrities come out there, blah, blah,
Mhm.
blah. And in the same year, they gave Black Americans and diasporans citizenship that have already been living there for 20 years getting denied. So they gave them this like ceremonial citizenship to make it seem like they were passing out passports. But the reality of it is that the citizenship that the people got there was a different type of citizenship that excluded them from participation in politics. So you
Wow.
going there and not even being able to, make a difference. It's just like, hey, I got my
Hmm.
passport. And a lot of the people that went were older. Okay, they were
Yeah.
older people, and they just wanted to retire there. Essentially, people were getting their homes broken into. There were two Black women. This is before the year of the return, that had a land dispute. One of them was decapitated. May she rest in peace. But
Damn.
there were land disputes with these new people from the year of the return. They build up things, and they have this thing called land guards. Land guards are people who work for the king, kind of the king of whatever community they have there. So the king will sell you land. The land guards will say, "Yo, now we got to watch the land for you, so you got to pay us." And if you don't pay them, they extort you. They'll knock your shit down, knock your stuff down. And land guards, this is one thing you got to look up is land guards in Ghana, bro. Land guards have killed police because it's not illegal to be a land guard. They've killed police. They'll roll up on your joint with a bulldozer and knock your house down. They don't talk about this stuff. And a lot of times these chiefs were double and triple selling the same land. So then you built the house on land, and then someone comes and says, "Yo, that's family land, and we want it now." They didn't pay attention to it for a long time, but now that you built something on it, they want it. So it's a huge scam. And let's talk about the negative aspect for the local Ghanaians. The year of the return drove real estate prices through the roof in Accra. So they didn't want to rent to Ghanaians unless they were Ghanaians from the diaspora coming back with money. So the local Ghanaians suffered. I was on Oxford Street waiting for a taxi, right? And the taxi slowed down for this Ghanaian lady and her daughter. Daughter was about 5 years old. Saw me, and before the lady could put her hand on the door, left them and pulled up to me. Like straight crapped on his own Ghanaian. So what did I do? I opened the door, called them up, and gave the taxi to them. I'm like, "Yo, don't do that, man." But they just looking at Black Americans as money. It's a money grab.
Yep. And there's something I want to highlight real quick. I saw a comment earlier. And make sure to hit that like button if you're new to the stream, guys. Subscribe to the channel, hit the bell notification so that you know when I am live. And hit the Cash App or the PayPal if you support new Black media. I think the comment was from Mitchell, I want to say. Yeah. Mitchell James says, "Good talk. I learned a lot here. Thanks." Let me drop a bomb for Mitchell because the reason why I do these streams is really to educate and inform you all. I mean, this is the weekend. I normally don't even produce content on the weekends. I know if I was doing a stream roasting Umar or some other big influencer, I'd have 400 people watching right now. But these are important discussions that need to be had. And I'm glad we got brothers and sisters in the building learning something. I also hope that Nay calls in. Nay was saying some interesting things. I was damn near going to revoke their chat privileges to motivate them to click the link and call in. But let me see if I can go to what Nay DD was saying in the chat. Yes, that African people definitely consider themselves Black. Where? Just like Nagmizi said, they first identify with tribe and then religion and then territory that they're in. Ney says in Senegal, we call ourselves Noir, which is Black in French. So when we say Black, what we mean is if you go anywhere in America, fuck that, anywhere globally, and if a foundational Black American sees another foundational Black American, we have an immediate sense of kinship. We realize we are both Black people. We realize we're part of the same struggle. We feel like we are part of the same family. When a Senegalese person goes over to Kenya, there is no, "Oh, we are all Black. We are all one." It is, "Oh, I am Kenyan. You are from Senegal." There is no colloquial sense of Blackness and camaraderie in the country of Africa. And if you think that I'm wrong, or excuse me, the continent of Africa, and if you think that I'm wrong, then you're welcome to click the link and call in. Yeah, and then they started hitting us with a little bit of plebiscite babble, talking about, "I'm just confused as to why people think it's appropriate to generalize an entire group of people. When did we say we're generalizing any group of people? The title of this stream is There's No Such Thing as Pan-Africanism. Stop being delusional." If anybody's watching now who thinks that there is such a thing as Pan-Africanism, then click the link and call in, and we can have the conversation. But yeah, in the meantime, in between time, get the likes up, y'all. Get the likes up. We got Eric Johnson coming from the back to the front. Eric, what's good, brother?
Hey, brother Mike, how you doing, man? I see you still on these niggas' heads again.
Hey, it's a conversation that has to be talked about continuously. I mean, as long as there's still Hotep Negroes selling travel packages to Africa under some Pan-Africanism bullshit, or excuse me, Pan-Scamanism bullshit, then I will be providing a counter opinion, to say the least. But yeah, Eric Johnson, let us know, what do you think about my statement that there's no such thing as Pan-Africanism?
You're 100% correct, brother, because they haven't shown the unity on the continent, such as Africa, with all those people, and the majority of them are overpowering the people who's actually at a disadvantage with the small percentage of people who have been colonizing their homelands for hundreds and hundreds of years. They haven't shown the unity as a group. You have individuals that's given a good fight, but them studying Pan-Africanism has not been like a good thing for them, because they haven't really shown the unity of them in their own homelands. You got 35 million tribes over there fighting once another, but they haven't really shown the unity, let alone the basic necessities or the skills to even, come together and do. Yeah, I know you was gonna show Philip Scott. I like Phil and certain things that the brother do, but him and that whole Pan-Africanism shit is just, it's not working out, man.
Yeah, no, I think he really toes the line. I'm not necessarily for or against him. The only reason I have him up is because Nakamizi was making a great point about African Americans having their property in Ghana bulldozed, and I think that Phil's about to speak to that. Let's get on into it.
So there was this story that is going around where this Black American brother went to Ghana, build a house, or trying to build a house, come back, they knocked it down. Preliminary things that I've been just kind of hearing and gathering, that the land was leasehold and not freehold. In certain African countries, they have freehold land, which is you own it outright, and then leasehold, which could be 50-year, 99-year, etc. Now, I asked,
Tell me that ain't passed down from colonialism. What the fuck? You can own the land for 10 years, 20 years, or 50 years, but after that, it's not. What kind of. They had to have got that from their former European slave masters. Come on, y'all.
why would they do that? They said because of colonization, so the people can't own the land outright, and people can do whatever they want in their country. The only thing I would say is do your due diligence on anything you're doing. But I'm starting to see the narratives. Oh my God, this happened to this one guy, and I don't want to do. There's many Black Americans living in Ghana.
And there he goes, kind of towing the line. But I do have some more content here where African Americans, quote unquote African Americans, speak candidly about their experience over in the mother country.
Going to make a few comments on what these ladies had to say.
The reason I left Tanzania. Okay, so the number one reason why I left Tanzania is because I was getting scammed numerous times.
Damn, I thought us foundationals are just xenophobic, generalizing you guys as scamming tethers, and oh man, tell me it ain't true. Tell me y'all ain't scamming the sister that moves over there to help build your country up.
Was I scammed? I left Tanzania and I've been back in the US for almost 2 months. And for me, it was the best decision that I could have ever made for my future and for my son's future. I was on Facebook and I saw that someone posted a picture of them holding up 500 T-shillings. It seemed like they were trying to say that's how much you would have to pay. You would only have to pay 500 T-shillings to fill up your car, which is, I think they said, less than 50 cents. The situation for me this time was a visa issue. And I'll go into that in another video. I just feel like it's so much.
They want us to believe Pan-Africanism exists, but we can't even get our visa issues sorted out. They playing games with the visa. They playing games with the land. Oh no, what's a land hold versus a freehold? Come on, y'all. Sister can't even get gas over there without getting scammed.
Much to tell, and I need to give the details of that. However, that situation was rectified for me, but at the last minute after I decided that I was leaving to go home. And there is, someone there in Tanzania that I believe would be great for diasporans to, to help them make sure that they get their visas and all the paperwork that they need, and to just, not get scammed, and someone that's trustworthy. As far as I am concerned, I did what was right for me and what was best for me. It didn't matter what anyone had to say to me.
The first thing that I didn't like is the immigration.
process.
The immigration process, immediately red flag with the immigration process. That's step one, ain't it, y'all? If we can't even go over there to migrate effectively, then how is there some kind of pan-Africanism and y'all supposed to year of return and open us, well, accept us with open arms and blase blase? We can't even get over there without a headache, without getting scammed.
When I went to Tanzania, I already imprinted it in my brain that you're allowed to, from the research that I've done, that you're allowed to have 3 months there and then get extensions, which is a 30-day extension. It's supposed to be two 30-day extensions for free. But once I got to the immigration, they had us wait there for 5 hours after telling us they could give us that time period. And we only got 2 weeks. After waiting 5 hours, we got a 2-week extension. So I had to maneuver myself from there, and it was just not pretty for me.
Waited 5 hours to get a 2-week extension. It sounds like they don't really want us over there like that. If that wasn't the case, they would have gave the system more than 2 weeks.
I left the immigration office like literally in tears because I was just like, it's just this, I pick up on vibrations and energy, and it's just like the immigration people just felt like they don't want me here. For whatever reason, whatever judgment they had of me, I don't think they want us as expats there. And that's just the honest truth, you guys. Like, they were laughing at me while I was crying. Like, it was just not funny. Maybe
They were laughing at the sister while she was crying, while she's in the immigration office for 5 fucking hours. 5 hours. God damn it. I got arrested one time and got bailed out. I wasn't even in the jail for an hour. I can't imagine being forced to sit anywhere for 5 hours. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about? Was the sister even free to leave? Did they lock the door on her? Why did they have her sitting there for 5 hours to just give her a 2-week extension and laugh at her pain and suffering? Mm-mm-mm.
it was just the immigration officers that I dealt with, but it was just like, oh, okay, yeah. So that was like one of the first negative experiences for me there. But yeah, I thought I could, stay there a little bit longer just to feel it out. Now, let me tell you guys, I never, ever, ever had I had no expectations with coming to Africa. Like I told you guys, I had plans to move to Ghana. They changed their rules. I don't like how the president moves. So
They changed their rules. She don't like how they president moves. Y'all, every Pan-Africanist is trying to talk about Ghana as if they're the ones accepting us with open arms and giving us dual citizenship. And nah. They playing some kind of tourism con game, y'all. It's a tourism con game.
I decided to come over to go to Tanzania. Yeah, the immigration, like to have to leave every 3 months. I know this before going to Tanzania because it's everywhere, it's listed everywhere. But what I didn't take it to was the expense that it would be to travel from country to country. I thought maybe it would be a little bit cheaper, but clearly it wasn't. I just never fit in, and I've been me all my life. This is me, and I'm always changing and growing. But
She didn't feel like she could fit in over there. Come on, y'all. Come on. We got a couple guests backstage. I'm gonna start by bringing up Mitchell, coming from the back to the front. We got Mitchell James in the house. How you doing, brother?
Hey, how you doing, sir? All right.
Hey, well, let us know where you're calling in from and what do you think about the title of the stream?
Yeah, man, I'm calling in from Orlando, Florida, and yeah, the title of the stream, I'm into it. I don't believe that we have any connection with, the people who we understand to be Africans. No, and the Caribbeans and the African Americans, I believe, we are the same people. We went through the same type of slavery, and we have to love each other, man. This is the only way. But, we live in a world that, will step on each other's necks, man, to try to get a piece of bread that falls on the floor. So, we're going to continue down this road of self-destruction until we decide to love each other, man. This is the answer. It's the only way.
I feel you. I feel you. And what are your thoughts on the people within our community in America who are still preaching this ideal of Pan-Africanism?
I believe that, us as Black Americans, that, we're very stubborn, we're very stiff-necked, we're very rebellious. We refuse to do what's right. Um, I believe that the black church has destroyed our people. I believe the Bible is real, but the Bible is like a screwdriver. It can be used to fix something or destroy something. Our people have Stockholm syndrome. We have the chains removed from our neck, but the chain is still on our mind. Um, we're looking to belong. We want to belong to someone. We want to feel a part of something where we don't realize that we're put in this situation because of what happened in the past. This is not an accident that we wound up in this mass slavery and discontinued from who we were. This is, if you believe in God, the God of the Bible, this is all uh, in the book, man. But we don't have understanding of scripture. The pastors, they're liars. They take your money. They do a little dance. They have sex with your son, your wife.
Well, more
Like it's,
specifically, I wanted to get your opinion on the
yeah,
people
yeah.
that promote Pan-Africanism. Why do you think they still promote it, even though most of them don't even speak to Africans on a regular basis? Most of them haven't even been to the continent of Africa. I know you mentioned, wanting a sense of belonging. Do you think it's kind of akin to being a part of an association or a cult group of some sort?
No, I just believe that there's a lot of confusion. People are confused as to, again, who they are. We don't have knowledge of self and we want to belong. We want to feel like someone cares about us. So we're willing to go to these lengths, this Pan Africanism, because we lack knowledge. It's just my opinion. I know it's not very popular. We don't want to be corrected as a people. So we continue with this fighting. And meanwhile, everybody has their foot on our neck. And yes, the
Mhm.
Pan Africanism thing, we want to belong, man. That's what I believe. Yeah.
I feel you. I feel you. And you know what? I've
Where
also
people
got.
from?
Oh, we got somebody on the panel asking you a question. Go
Yeah,
for it.
please.
Hey, brother. Where your people from? Like your grandparents and your parents?
Yeah, my family's from here. Slaves in America, in this land. We're indigenous people to this land, and we were
Okay, no
made
doubt.
slaves. Yeah.
Do
Just
you
like,
think do you think that we and the Caribbean people, no disrespect to them, you said that we're the same people, but
mm,
we're not though.
can you explain how?
I'll explain how in
Well,
that.
hold on. Respectfully, I think that first it should be up to Mitchell to explain why he thinks that Black Americans and Caribbeans are the same people.
Okay, thank you. In my opinion, I've studied history all my life. I've always liked to read. So I understand that there would be signs that would indicate something. And this colonial slavery that we've experienced here in the Western Hemisphere, this is a key indicator as to who we are. But again, this is not interesting. I hear, guys calling it plebiscite babble when you refer to the Bible. The Bible is very real.
Okay.
And
So I think
yeah,
there should be a
okay.
way for you to answer the question without referencing the Bible. When you say that
Oh,
Black
okay.
Americans and Caribbeans are the same, are you saying we're ethnically the same? Are you saying we went through the same plight, the same struggle? I mean, what similarities does a Black American have with the Caribbean? Oh, you put yourself on mute, brother. You're on mute. You have to unmute your mic real quick. I don't have the ability to unmute you because you muted yourself. So if you can hear me, just go ahead and click the microphone button so you can take yourself off mute. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Now we can hear you.
I can hear you. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, perfect. So yes, why do you believe that Black Americans and Caribbeans are the same?
I just believe that we went through the same type of slavery. They came over on ships. Only a certain amount of the slaves arrived to the Western Hemisphere on the boats. Most of us were here already, I believe. And the prophecies in the you don't want me to refer to it. But again, the colonial slavery that we've experienced, the new identities that have been assigned to us, would indicate that we are the same people. In my
Okay,
opinion.
okay. So if I understand your argument correctly, you're saying because they experienced a level of colonialism and slavery that transported them to a new landmass, that's why we're the same. Nakmizi, go ahead and hop in and let us know what you think about
Yeah,
that.
I think that is totally not true. The Caribbean, the people from the Caribbean, if you look at a lot of their phenotypes, even phenotypically, they look different to Black Americans in many regards. Like a lot of Africans, they like to tote the Africanness of the Caribbean. You understand what I'm saying? Even taking that away, we have a different experience in America. We ate different foods. They didn't have winters in the Caribbean. We had our people had to deal with cold winters. We had a whole bunch of total different factors that molded us to the people that we are today. So we are not the same people. As a matter of fact, due to chattel slavery in America, we are a mix of most of these West and Central African tribes. A lot of the slavery in the Caribbean, they were getting people straight from the same tribe. So this is why in Jamaica you'll have Akompong Town, which they have a lot of they originally from like Ghana. You see what I'm saying? So we're different. And we were different on the continent. We were different on the slave ships. And when we got to America, we formed our own culture. And that culture happens to be the best Black culture that the planet has ever seen.
All right, and Mitchell, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. I only put you on mute because you're in the car and you had some background noise. But Mitchell, go ahead and let us know what you think about Nakmizi's response.
I don't know. Can everybody hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Again, respectfully, I respect, his opinion. To scripture. So it's hard to explain without connecting the dots. Um, about the phenotype, we're a magnificent people. We are the salt of the earth, I believe. Creations of us. We come in different shapes, sizes, different hues. Um, and we have to take the chains off of our mind in order to experience what we're meant to do here. I believe again that we need to love each other, man, and this is the way. Even the Spanish people, these people are. It's hard to explain this stuff, man, without connecting everything. But yeah, us here in the Western Hemisphere who've experienced this chattel colonial slavery, who have been discontinued from who we were, we need to look at each other and love each other. It's my opinion.
Okay, so it sounds like you didn't really have a rebuttal for Nakamizi's counter. You just believe that we need to love each other more and we might all have a biblical connection of sorts, right? Okay. And it sounds like you're still holding on to the belief that Black Americans and Caribbeans are the same people.
I grew up with Jamaicans and Trinidadians, and I grew up in New York, and
You
we
grew up
all
with Jamaicans and Trinidadians that lived in America, right?
even from Trini, or as kids, we all grew up together, and we all were great friends. We all shared the same love and the same uh, culture, dance, music. But I never had a friend who was from Africa. And there's a reason why. We're not taught about, we're taught that we can touch it, taste it, we can see it. But there's a spiritual component to our lives that we're not taught about. And I believe that this connection is deeper. But again, it's hard to explain. And, I get it, how you guys feel. I understand. But I would just respectfully disagree.
Okay,
Mike, can I
for
jump
sure.
back in here?
Yeah. Nakamizi, go ahead and jump back in. And then we've got Restless Faye backstage. I'm going to bring her up in just a moment.
All right, perfect. I'm from New York as well, from Brooklyn, as a matter of fact. So I grew up with Trinis and Jamaicans and Haitians and stuff like that, right? So this isn't anti them, but we were definitely different. I'm sure you heard the whole trope of lazy Yankees and all of that stuff that was said. I'm sure you've heard some Black Americans refer to them as coconuts. So there's been, little little skirmishes, but for the most part, we got along. But we are not the same. We ate different food at home than they ate at home. We didn't wake up eating ackee and saltfish. You see what I'm saying? But to go back to my point, like there's a specific group in Jamaica where I mentioned Akompong Town, right? And they're called Maroons. So let me just read you something about the Maroons real quick. Jamaican Maroon language, Maroon spirit language, Cromanti, Jamaican Maroon Creole, or Deep Patois is a ritual language and formerly mother tongue of Jamaican Maroons. It is an English-based Creole with a strong Akan component, specifically from the Fanti dialect of the central region
I
of
like that.
Ghana. Black Americans, for the most part, we don't come from Ghana. That's why many Black Americans have Sierra Leonean, Nigerian, and other ancestry. We don't have a lot of Ghanaian ancestry, but we're not the same. Even though we're Black, but we have culturally a lot of differences. But shout out to the Caribbean people from Flatbush. They was cool for the most part.
Mhm. And real quick, before Mitchell hops back in, there was a comment that I wanted to address. Tilo Brown says, getting strong tether vibes. You know what? In my experience, I've learned after speaking with so many members across the diaspora that and first of all, I don't believe Mitchell James is a tether. I believe he actually is a descendant from slavery in North America. But I have learned that a lot of the brothers on the East Coast are very tether adjacent, if you will. I mean, you have to understand, I'm born and raised on the West Coast. The East Coast is completely different. On the West Coast, we have a lot of Mexicans. It used to be Mexico in California, but on the East Coast, they've got really that wave of immigration. They've got so many migrants. I'm pretty sure the East Coast is regarded as a sanctuary city. People are seeking asylum. So when we hear rhetoric from foundationals that seems very tether adjacent, for some reason, it always comes from the folks living on the East Coast. And I think it's because of their kinship and close proximity to some immigrants, a part of the diaspora. But Mitchell, go ahead and hop in. I want to give you the chance to respond to Nakmizi, and then we got to bring up Restless Faye.
Do I, as a tether, I'm curious.
There's several people in the chat that said that you were coming off as a tether, but I don't believe that you are a tether. I
I
think
love I
you just
love
may
my
be a
people.
little adjacent.
I love my people more like I love myself. That's amazing. See how the mindset is bent. They calling me names, calling me wow, that's hard to, but I get it.
Well,
Again,
see,
I get
a
it.
tether isn't really a derogatory term. Really, that's just a classification of someone that comes from a migrant background that has a mindset of white supremacy and works actively against the advancement of Black Americans. And the reason why some people were, getting tether vibes from you is because when we point out our distinct lineage, when we point out our differences, your response is, we are the world. We are the children.
No.
You feel me? I mean, somehow you're trying to say that Black Americans are the same as Caribbeans because of the Bible and because you grew up with some Caribbeans. So,
No,
those
brother.
kind
I
of talking
believe
points definitely make people question things.
tribes of us, and we have variations, like I said, and it's hard to explain this stuff when nobody wants to hear it. So again, respectfully, I respect you and your opinions, and we just have to agree to disagree.
Well, so far, just in the very small debate, if you want to call it, about whether or not Caribbeans are the same as Black Americans. I mean, I just really haven't heard you really support your claims that well. Whereas Nakmizi was able to clearly point out the differences, not only within culture, but other things as well. But I really don't want to beat a dead horse, so I'm going to bring up Restless Faye and let her jump on in here. Restless Faye, how you doing, darling?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, loud
Can you
and
guys hear
clear.
me?
Where you
Okay.
calling in from?
Um, I'm calling from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That's where my family's from. I am FBA 100%. So there's no question in that. I don't believe in this whole we're all the same, because we're not. I don't believe that. And I wanted to address that chick. I think her name was Nadidi or something like that.
Yeah,
First of all,
NADD said they were gonna click the link and call in, but
they never
they ended
did.
up not doing
That's
it.
what I
Yeah.
was waiting for. I was waiting for that because I was about to, hand it to her. First of all, when it comes to the continent of Africa and the countries that are in it, when those Africans in those countries, they don't consider themselves black. They consider themselves Sudanese or Nigerian or Ghanaian. They don't consider themselves black. And that's why I wanted to, because she's like, no, we call ourselves black. No, you don't. Not even when you come here to the US, you don't. Y'all get angry when we call y'all black and say, no, you're at the end of the day, you're black. No, I'm not. I'm Nigerian. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm Nigerian. First of all, Nigerian is a nationality. That's not a race. It's a nationality. That means if a white person goes to Nigeria, they can call themselves Nigerian because they got citizenship over there. So it's not even a race. Your race is based on your lineage, your DNA and all that. You're black, but they don't want to call themselves that. And honestly, I don't care about them because they're not me and I'm not them. We're not the same. But it's just like they sit there and lie. It's like, why are you lying? Why do you lie? Why do you sit there and lie like that? For real. But again, we're just not the same. And I figured I'd just say that because I'm not down with that. And I don't agree with the whole biblical thing because the Bible is fictional. It's not fictional, but like just not real. It's fantasy. It's fantasy written by man. And I don't stand with that. I'm sorry if that hurts your feelings about your religion. I don't believe that. We're not the same as Caribbeans. We're not the same as Africans. We are totally different. We are our own. FBA is a lineage. We are our own. We're not the same as them.
Hold on. Is Mitchell James shaking his head when she says that we are delineating and we are not the same? Do you believe that we are colloquially
Shaking his head like the
same?
ultimate warrior over there. Damn.
We should separate ourselves from them because look, not only that video you showed, Mike, was the one with the lady that got that done dirty out there in Africa. There was a FBA family that went out there, or I guess they was like Pan-African. They was down with that Pan-African stuff. They went out there in Africa. They went to I don't know what part of Africa they were, which country they were in, but they were out there and they brought all their stuff with them. Their stuff got stolen. They could never get that stuff back. They got robbed when they were out there. They had to start all over again. They got robbed while they were out there. I'm just saying, I don't think any FBA, any Black American should be going out to Africa because it is a scam. It's a goddamn scam. They're scamming us. As soon as you go over there, your stuff gets stolen. You get, discriminated. Because you're Black American, you get discriminated. You don't get jobs out there. You get denied jobs because of their colorism out there. It depends on the color of your skin. If your skin ain't light, say you're a dark-skinned Black family, you ain't getting no jobs out there. They're going to discriminate against you because they on that cake soap and that whitening bleach stuff, and that's all they down with. So no, we're not the same. Because one thing about FBAs, we take pride in our melanin. We take pride in ourselves, and we don't want to change. We're okay with our dark skin. The rest of the world is not. The rest of y'all weirdos ain't. Y'all want to put on cake scope and be like white people. Like, no, I'm not down with that. So I don't suggest any Black American going to Africa, going to Caribbean, going to any of them places. They got a lot of work to do on themselves. And they have to earn my respect because I'm not respecting none of them. Period. They get the disrespect any day, all day. And that's all I got to say.
Yeah, I feel you. And you know what? I want to give Mitchell a chance to chime in here because I saw something that was interesting. Earlier in the stream, it sounded like Mitchell agreed that Pan-Africanism doesn't exist. But when the sister was talking about us being different and delineating, you were shaking your head. So, Mitchell, what issue do you have with foundational Black Americans delineating?
An issue with delineating from Africa. No issue at all with
Okay,
that.
wait, hold on. I gotta correct you because this is something, especially a lot of and again, I'm not saying you're a tether, but this is something that we hear a lot from tethers as well. Um, Delineating has nothing to do with separating from something else. Delineating just means making more specific. So, for us to speak about delineating, that's just specifying that we are our own unique ethnic group. That does not mean that we are separating ourselves from Africans or anybody else.
Can I ask you a question, Mike?
I mean, I kind of wanted to see why you were shaking your head at the delineating first, and then you can ask me anything you want.
Ask you if you believed in God.
Okay,
That's
yeah.
all.
Before I answer your question as to whether or not I believe in God, I want to know why you were shaking your head when the sister was talking about us being different and us delineating.
We are different. Yes. Believe that we're very special people. I believe that we're the best people on earth, to be exact.
Then why were you
That
shaking your head while she was speaking?
we are Africans. I don't believe that we're Africans.
Wait, you said you were shaking your head because you don't believe that we're Africans?
Africans are come from a different line of people. Noah had 3 sons, and the Africans come out of the son that is called Ham. Those are the African people. The Cushites, the Egyptians, the Ethiopians, the Shemitic people come out of Shem.
Okay, all right. Well, you know, since we keep getting back into
He quoting
religion one
Bible
way or
verses. I'm
another,
confused.
I think Mitchell had a question for me. Mitchell, what was your question again?
It's okay. Don't worry.
Yo, Mike,
Your
can I make a
microphone
comment?
is cutting in and out. One more time. We can't hear you, Mitchell.
I'm good. I'm just gonna listen now. I'll just listen to you guys.
Okay, I mean, it sounded like you had a question for me, and I mean, I'm ready to answer your
It's cool.
question.
No, it's cool. I'll just listen.
All right. Well, I mean, if you just want
You
to
don't want to
listen
answer the
and
question?
not chime in, then I mean, you might want to just go back in the chat. I mean, the panel's for people who want to talk and
God
have
damn, I
discourse.
wanted to
I
hear the
mean,
brother's question. Damn,
yeah,
what's
yeah.
going on?
Shoot, I thought he had a question
I
for
wanted
me.
to know if you believed in God or in the Bible or in anything higher than yourself. That's all I wanted to know.
Lord,
So you
let me
ask
go
me.
on mute.
I believe in something higher than myself. Definitely. I do not believe in the Bible at all.
It's fair.
That's I think that's the problem he had, is because we don't like, we don't stand with the Bible, because it gets on my nerves because they use that in every debate. And it's like, especially when it comes to when it comes to lineage, DNA, ethnic, all that, they use the Bible in that. And it's like, no, that's not scientifically correct. It's just not. The Bible was written by a man. It was not written by a scientist.
And it was written
It
by
was written.
it's a collection of books
Yeah,
written
it's a
by
collection.
men giving an account of a dude named Jesus, and the first written account I think was like hundreds of years after Jesus allegedly I mean, it's just so muddied. I
Yeah,
mean, are we talking about the King James version of the Bible? I mean, which white man's
yeah. To
rendition
me, it
of the
wasn't
Bible
written
are we
by a
going by here?
scientist. It
Yeah.
wasn't written by a scientist, so I don't believe in it like that. When it comes to lineage and when it comes to, DNA and all that, I don't believe in it, because it's not proven anything. It has not proved anything.
And for somebody who's so kumbaya and trying to be one with the Africans and stuff, I would think, if anything, you would believe an indigenous spiritual system, not something as new as Christianity. I mean, who gave us Christianity? Was it not the same person pillaging the land and colonizing us? Or were Africans out there believing in Christendom before the pale faces showed up? I ask you.
Christianity is also made up. I don't believe that Christ is a Christian. I believe that the people who followed Christ were Jews. Um, yeah, Christianity, it's created. Man made Christianity. Christ is a Jew.
And the Bible's also man-made, right?
Man made. The laws were given to Moses. The laws, statutes, and commandments. Religion was given to us to bind our mind. The Most High gave us laws to follow. That's it.
Okay, for sure. And Mark Jones says, don't beat the brother down because he believed in the Bible. This is wrong with Black Americans. See, we're not beating him down because
Lord.
we disagree with the Bible. It's just interesting that he brings up biblical references when we're talking about our culture, our customs, delineating whether or
That's
not
what I
we're
don't like. They
Negroids,
always
they're
bringing up
humans or not. I
Christianity.
mean, really, one should be able to have that discussion without even referencing the Bible at all. But I think most of his claims were supported by the Bible. So there must be a scripture somewhere that says "Thou Jamaican is the same as thou Black American" or something. I mean, I'm a little
No, we
Yo,
we
ignorant,
Mike,
ain't the
can I jump
but
same.
in here for a second, Mike?
hopefully he can enlighten us because again, the whole purpose of the stream is to get educated.
Mike, can I jump in for a second?
Yeah, jump in, brother.
All right. So look, this is what happens with a lot of people from New York City specifically, right? New York is a crazy melting pot. So it's hard for some of our brothers because the brother said that um he believes that Caribbeans and Black Americans are the same. You can have that standpoint if you grow up hand in hand dating, having friends with Caribbean people. It'd be hard for you to speak against them. But delineating is not speaking against. It's no smoke. It's just saying we're really defining who we are and what our lineage is. And it ain't like any other Black lineage on the planet. See, I had the 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 opportunity to be raised not only in New York City but also in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And shout out to my two Pittsburghers here, one on the panel and one in the
Hey,
chat.
hey, hey.
All right. So Langley High School in the house, you know what I'm saying? So I went to Margaret Malyons, I don't know if it was a middle school or something like that. So I grew up around all FBA. And when I did my summers, either I went down south or went to the Berg. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't just always around Caribbean. So that's why it's easier for me to just be like, look, I know about them and there are similarities because a lot of times Caribbean had to assimilate to Black Americans when they moved amongst us. But depending on what neighborhood you're from in New York, um, the Black Americans essentially in New York City right now are a minority. So that's why it may be harder for him to really delineate, and it ain't that hard for me. But I don't want to beat the brother down, and we're not. We've all been respectful, but that thing that we're the same, I know all FBA ears went standing on edge, like hold up, hold up, hold up. And to say that we're the same is
For
really
sure.
not even from an FBA standpoint, but even from a Caribbean standpoint, it kind of whitewashes their Caribbean culture that many of them are proud of. Let them be proud of theirs. We can be proud of ours. You know what I'm saying? Do cultural exchange if needed. If not, that's all good too. But again, shout out Pittsburgh. You know what I'm saying? West End, you heard?
Yep, yep,
Yeah,
yep.
and also out to Tilo because I think Tilo really on the head. Tilo says the issue isn't the Bible; it's his attempt to use the Bible to prove points. Exactly,
In
exactly.
real quick and say something, please. Hello.
To prove your point is interesting. But yeah, Mitchell, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, in respect to our tribe, yes, we are our own individual tribe. So to delineate in that way, okay, yes, Black Americans, we are our own unique tribe, yes. But I believe that there's a greater nation of people, again, and we will all be different. But are we our own respective tribe? Yes. Yes. The Caribbean people, as we love ourselves, yes. This is what I'm saying. I want to delineate, yeah, and identify ourselves as our own tribe, yes. But I believe that their tribe is connected to ours, if that makes any sense to anybody.
I got you. Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense. So with hindsight being 2020, would you maybe recant your statement that we are the same as Caribbeans, and would maybe instead you say that we share in a same history of oppression and similar struggle, or do you still steadfast to the notion that we are the same as Caribbeans?
Caribbeans are special people as well. They have a very proud history. We are special people. We have a very proud history. So we are the same, yes, but we are our own individual tribes. But in
Okay.
terms of being
So
special,
Asians have a
yes,
prideful history, and
the
Asians can be a
Haitians are very
prideful
special
people. So are
people
we
as
the
well,
same as
right?
Asians?
The Haitians also.
Hell
No, no, no.
no.
I said Asians. I said Asians. I didn't say
Oh,
Haitians.
Asian people. Asians. We have no connection with Asians.
Okay,
I
okay,
could,
okay. And then
that's not
here's
my
the
thing.
flaw in your rhetoric. You're saying because Caribbeans are prideful people or respectful people or have a rich culture, we're the same. Well, say Asians are also prideful and also have a rich culture. Why aren't we the same as Asians? We could
Because
say
we
the
haven't gone.
Japanese are super prideful and have a great culture. We're not the same as the Japanese. So I think for you to say that we are the same as a whole nother ethnic group, I think you would have to point out some similarities, right? Other than us both having a past or a culture we're proud of. But Nakmeezy, I want you to hop in real quick, and then we got a couple people backstage that we got to start bringing up. But yeah, Nakmeezy and then Eric Johnson, go ahead and weigh in.
I'm sorry, brother. I'll let Eric Johnson weigh in first, and then I'll follow behind.
All right, Eric Johnson, you have the floor.
All right, thank you, brother. Everybody knows on this panel who has a brain that Black Americans and Caribbean people are two different people under the black
I gotta
race.
get out of here.
Everybody knows that Caribbean people had slavery
Did you just
in the
make
different
run off?
Caribbean.
Hold on, hold on. Did Eric
He
I
Johnson
didn't
just
just
make him
make
do
his
left.
nothing.
man's run off?
I didn't do. I'm just
He's
telling the truth, and he knows that.
he started
Like, let me
chuckling.
just
He
explain.
started chuckling, and he said, "Get out of here." He left. Hey, I'm telling you, them NYC cats are tether adjacent
And that
like
was
a mother.
irritating me, man. Like, bro, you know better than that. And I ain't never been outside of the state of Georgia, but everybody knows that in certain areas and certain sectors in New York, they have different enclaves of different ethnic groups that's broken down into different neighborhoods. So just because you grew up between Caribbean people and you had friends, don't mean that we are the same people. Their parents have a long history of not liking Black American people. Like, come
Yeah.
on now, you know better than that. Not all of them are like that though, but a certain amount of them be on that bullshit when it comes to Black Americans. But when they around white people and these other ethnic groups, they want to be all up on their nuts and shit. Like, you wasn't explaining that when you came up here, bro. So I don't know what type of upbringing you had up there in NYC or on the East Coast, but down south, you know, I'm dealing with Mexicans in Georgia and shit, and they be on some bullshit too, just like these white folks. Because everybody knows that the state of Georgia is ran by a bunch of rednecks, and we got to deal with them all the time with their whole KKK white
Yeah.
supremacist bullshit. Not only we have to deal with these other ethnic groups, we have to deal with these other people coming from these other countries, not only the Caribbean but Africa. So I don't get why he got so mad and ran. I mean, it
Well,
was your flip
I'm
flops
just so
flopping.
glad. I'm so glad that he had his camera on because we would have not been able to see his subtle mannerisms and his body language if his camera was off. We would not be able to see the head shaking and the disdain that he had for us simply talking about delineating and us being our own ethnic group. I mean, yeah, yeah. Those NYC cats, those NYC cats are a perfect case study on the danger of illegal immigration because I don't want to go out on a limb and say that Black Americans in New York City are not a minority as far as Black diaspora is concerned, but the immigrants definitely do have their numbers up over there in the NYC. You know, when you are outnumbered by other people around you, you do have to assimilate to a degree, and we just saw
And it's getting
somebody that
bad
got
out here
renditioned
as
by some
well.
feathers.
And it's getting bad out here too in Pittsburgh. It's getting bad with the Africans out here. They're very hateful, and I don't get why. You know, there's why Pan Africanism even exists, because I grew up and I went to school with FBAs too, but also there was Africans there, and they were very hateful. They were very hateful towards, you know, FBAs, Black Americans. They hated us a lot. Like, we would get in fights in school, You know, we would get into like fights, even with the Haitians. We get in fights in school out here in the East Coast with the Haitians. I mean, maybe NYC might be different, but here in PA and Pittsburgh, it is like we got into fights in school, in high school with them, with the Africans and the
God is
Haitians.
my witness. God is my witness. 2 years ago, I got into a brawl with 9 tethers on the basketball, the 24-hour fitness, because they were trying to do they tribinophobic fuck shit, and I was standing on business, and I was scrapping with 9 of the fuckers.
You was
Yeah,
on
I
your
mean
green,
it.
you was on your Green Ranger shit. I can see your
Hey,
mic out there kicking ass.
hey, I was on my Green Ranger shit, and then as soon as they started trying to surround me, up a dumbbell, a force multiplier, if you will, and they scared the cockroaches, boy. I tell you.
For real. Like it was like even like the FBAs out here was like, nope, nope, you ain't coming in here. You ain't trying to take over nothing. You ain't gonna be messing with us. And we would get in fights all the time. Fights would break out like every day in school between Black Americans and the Africans.
It's crazy because when I was out there, it was mostly FBA in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
It was
I mean,
FBA and
because I'm from Homewood. So there was all FBAs in
Ooh.
Homewood. Homewood was built by FBAs, It was definitely built by FB, but things have changed once I got in high school. Because I'm young. I'm young. So once I got in high school, it like more Africans and more Haitians started moving into like Homewood. They started moving into those areas. And then fights just start breaking out in schools.
What about the Hill District? Are they up there too?
Yeah. Oh yeah. They live in the up in the projects up there.
What? Yeah, I was in Pittsburgh when it was like the number one city in the America, and the days of the regatta, the days of originals. I don't even know if originals still exist. They used to have like these French fries with cheese and shit. But like I'm talking about when BET was popping, about the 90s, late 80s, early 90s. So it was totally different. It was blacks,
Yeah, it was
white.
different in the 90s. It was definitely different in the 90s, but it got bad. Like there's nothing but Africans out there now. There's almost a bunch of Africans. Plus there's a lot of gentrification going on. It's really bad out there.
You ever heard of Westgate and Broadhead?
Yep.
All right. So those were the projects. That's on the West End. And it was all
Yeah.
Black Americans. Now
Yes, it
they're all
was. It was
out.
definitely Black American. They're
Yep,
all
now
out.
they're all out because I drove through there, and the Westgate and Broadhead no longer exists. It's like new homes out there, and it's like a
Yeah,
stone throw away from
it's real
traffic.
bad. Like Homewood ain't what it used to be because it used to be bigger than that. It's shrunken down a lot because of gentrification.
Yeah,
And real
you
quick,
know
guys,
that's
we
a
got some
shame.
people backstage I'm gonna bring up. But before I do, I want to Afro think tank. Afro think tank says Pan Africanism exists because it's needed to fight against tribalism. Sir, you're absolutely incorrect. Pan Africanism was started by Black Americans, W.E.B. Du Bois in particular, and he did not start it to end tribalism. He started it to give Black Americans a sense of belonging or friendship or some kind of connection with our roots in Africa. And for you to say that it existed because of a need to fight against tribalism is absolutely wrong, for one. For two, you could see that it is not an effective force to fight against tribalism because they are still tribal on the continent of Africa. There is not a single African nation or a collection of African nations that are on this Pan African wave. The only people that are pushing this Pan Africanism is Black Americans. Most of them are East Coast conscious clown Hotep Negroes, sovereign citizen type motherfuckers. So, I mean, take that how you will. We got Linwood coming from the back to the front. How you doing, Linwood?
I'm doing pretty well, folks. Thanks for asking.
Hey, Linwood, remind us where you calling in from and what do you think about the topic at hand?
I'm calling from a small rural town in central Virginia called Gordonsville.
And I bet you still got a tether or two out there. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, well, in a small town like this, we have few, but not many. But the topic of hand is correct, but I think at the same time, people have to start realizing why these people are being brought in here. The young lady said earlier about gentrification. I come from a college town in Virginia called Charlottesville, where that whole neo-Nazi thing happened here some years back. The gentrification of these old decrepit buildings and landmass and things like that, it's white people, but it's mostly other non-whites who are not black moving in. And I started noticing it myself. Like, you got Ghanaians, you got people from Senegal, you got people from even Gambia. They're moving here. And, they don't bother me, but I started noticing that a lot of non-whites who are not black, they tend to try to side with the power structure for protection, even though they're not going to be protected by that power structure. They don't want to feel the brunt of that. They know the power of that white supremacy system culture. They know it, and they try to get on the side of it as best they can, so they won't be the victims of it.
For context, I just want to throw something in real quick, Linwood. It's not just, and I just learned this last week, it's not just that they side with the power structure, but they are specifically selected by the power structure. I learned that when they apply for their green card and the immigration, they actually have to have a series of interviews with the U.S. Embassy, and I wonder what the embassy people are looking for. I wonder if they're looking for an African immigrant that fall in line with a certain ideals and certain rhetorics. So yes, they don't just cozy up next to the power structure. These people are already a lot of times the bourgeois class of their own country, and then they bug us and the in the immigrant office at the embassy to show how good of an American they'll be if they get the chance to come over.
And keep this in mind, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing said in her book, God Rest Her Soul, the word America, if you rearrange the words, it says I am race. If you rearrange the words. And right then and there, that's why, and Mike is correct, they are selected. The white supremacists do not allow these people just to come in the country willy and nilly unless there's a script and a plan for them. And we're
further evidence to that, how I want them conditioned is the fact that Tariq Nasheed was banned from going to the UK. What would be dangerous about someone like Tariq Nasheed?
Hell, Michael Savage was. Michael Savage was the right-wing conservative years back. He can't go over there after what he said about autistic children. They're not going to allow him to go over there because it's hate speech.
We'll see. That's one thing. I wouldn't lump Tariq in with that. I don't think he's ever promoted hate speech. But my point with Tariq is Tariq would give these African immigrants living in the UK a whole different self of.
But that's the reason. But that's what the that's what the UK considers it. If you're from the States and you're promoting hate speech, they ban you from coming into that country. Like, don't come here. And if you come here, you'd be subjected to to the international court. You'd be subjected to being arrested. So they don't play that shit over there. They don't play that at all. You're not coming in the UK if you have hate speech, and they see you already. And this is a worldwide thing. That's why I tell some people too, be careful what you say on these lines, because they're coming to your houses, they're showing up at your jobs, and they're going after your family members. Be careful what you say on these lines, because it's getting serious. They're gonna start cracking down on this shit. If this tether thing keeps going, they're gonna crack down on it. I wouldn't be surprised you don't get a visit from Secret Service or the U.S. Department of the Homeland Security.
And thank you to Young Black Wall Street. He says they banned Tariq Nasheed for his movie Buck Breaking and Hidden Figures. Exactly. They don't want members of the diaspora to be embedded with this knowledge. They don't want them to have a sense of self-worth. So, they ban people like Tariq from visiting. They make sure that they interview you stringently in the immigration office to make sure that
they
you fit
vet
in
you.
line
They
and
vet
you're
them.
going to be a good boy. Yeah.
They vet you, and and a lot of us that are in this country that have been classified as black under the so-called American label, Because what's American about we didn't have anything to do with being classified as black. We were assigned that. So whole nother ball game. They vet who they want in this country. This whole thing, them coming in here illegally, they're being allowed to. But in this entire debate, none of us are going after the white supremacists, the white people who are in charge. We're going after those who are the recipients of these white supremacists.
Yep. And
So
real quick, we just had somebody leave the backstage. There's people waiting backstage. I'm bringing people up in order. I think that was Shay who
Let
just
me
ran
step
off.
down. I'll step down so that person can get up
No,
here.
no. Hey, don't get it twisted. I pay for StreamYard Premium. I can have up to 12 people
Oh,
up here at the same
I
time.
wasn't
It's just
sure. Oh, okay.
no. I'm just bringing people up one at a time. So Shay, if you want to click the link and call back in, you are next after Mind Wars. With that said, we've got Mind Wars coming from back to the. Where are you calling in from, Mind Wars?
Could you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. I'm calling from Montreal, Canada.
Okay. And where is your family
Yeah,
from originally?
Trinidad, in the Caribbean.
Okay. Sounds good. Well, let us know what you think about the topic at hand.
Well, I believe it is the right thing to do for Americans to be able to delineate and be able to basically, define who they are as a people, because your strength comes from definition of who you are as a people, because the power class defines everything that's around you. So that's where they get their power from, the ability to define everything else around them. If you can have a country and you can name your dogs and name your cats and name all your animals and everything, that shows a sense of power and authority. So, but as far as all the different people coming in from different countries, whether it be South America, whether it be Africa, and all these different places, I believe that they should delineate also, but they should delineate with the with the specific what you would call in mind that the blackness comes first, everything else comes second, and that's what the problem is. They don't have the black first mentality. They have my tribe, my country, my whatever, my district comes first. And if we all define ourselves, whether it be culturally or so forth, or otherwise, but we always define ourselves with the understanding of blackness comes first, we will not have a problem.
And why do you think across the diaspora there's really no sense of blackness coming first except in North America?
Well, because we have a tendency to forget that we are fighting an enemy called white supremacy, and many of us try to go along to get along. For many people, it's a kind of like a sense of survival, right? And they're trying to survive by, cozying up under whiteness, so to speak, thinking that somehow they'll get by and not be harmed, so to speak, And
Okay.
and I believe that's the wrong type of mentality to have.
I see. All right. And remind me again, what country did you say your people are from?
Trinidad.
Okay. So I know that when it comes to Jamaicans and certain Africans, their people kind of have different names for us Black Americans, Yankee,
Mhm.
Akata. Their family members will
Mhm.
tell them to stay away from us. Did you hear
Mhm.
anything like that from your Trinidadian family?
No. We never heard such like. I'll tell you basically when I grew up in Trinidad, because I came here when I was very young. But when I grew up in Trinidad, we had access, or we were surrounded by many different cultures. And because of who we are as an industrial nation, we used to accept many people from different countries to come to Trinidad to work in the oil industry and different things like that. So I grew up amongst many different religions and cultures, practicing many different cultures and religions and different, culinary type of, culture and stuff like this. And I remember that we had a high respect for for Americans, Black Americans, because we always listen to the music and different that and watch the TV and so forth. I've never heard anyone say anything degrading. I think where this cultural difference comes from, I believe this came from after the 70s when things started to change within the Caribbean and all these different places. I believe a lot of this ratchetness and all this stuff came out of that time. Something changed within the culture, and people just started to get a little more aggressive. And where I grew up in Trinidad when I was younger, man, we could have left the door open. We could have left our keys in the car and nobody will touch you. You can't do that right now. So something along the line culturally changes. The same thing in the U.S. Something along the lines culturally changed somewhere along the 50s, 60s, 70s that just turned everything upside down. And I believe that was done on purpose by the powers that be, the white supremacist power, infiltrated different parts of the culture and tried to destabilize it. And I believe it was not an accident by any means necessary.
And you said you live in Canada, right?
Yes, I do.
Were you born and
Cold
raised
as
in
hell.
Canada?
No. I was born in Trinidad. I came here when I was very young. I was like, I first came here when I was 8. Then I went back, and then I came back when I was 10. And I've stayed here ever since.
Okay, so since you came back when you were 10, have you ever visited or returned?
No, I've never visited because all my family came up because my dad had he came up here with a lot of money because he basically came up here to invest. But specifically, I don't know why he came up. I have my suspicions that he came up here because after my mom died, he got remarried and came here to a lady who was from Trinidad too. And what happened was that I believe he basically left us up here because he wanted to handle business in Trinidad, and he didn't want us around. So I think that's basically what it was. But I've never been back because I've never had a reason to be back. Because I mean, most of my cousins and so forth and everything live in the United States. I have many cousins that live here in Canada. I have a very large
Well,
family.
real quick, Perk 10 says, why the Coolie against the Dark Trini? Can you tell us about the dynamics between the Coolies and the Dark Trinis?
Well, basically, coolies are basically blacks who have been mixed with Indians, basically, and that the differentiation
Those are not
really.
coolies, brother. Those are Douglas. Douglas and
Yes,
coolies
those
are
are
not
Douglas.
the
But
same.
listen to me. Basically, where that distinction comes from, it basically comes from the Indian side, right? The word coolie, if you want to know what a coolie is, a coolie basically, by definition, is a person who works out in the field. That's basically what a coolie is, by definition.
So you guys have some kind of caste system in Trinidad?
Not yes and no to a degree. I mean, it's like everywhere else on the planet. I mean, we
I don't
have
know
our.
how it could be a yes or and a no at the same time.
Okay, no. No.
Either you got a
I would
caste
say
system or you don't.
okay. I would say it like this. It comes. I would say yes and no because of the cultures. Because our caste system really comes from what you would call a caste system. Really comes from um, what you would call the other cultures, basically the Indian culture, that basically brought that heavy colorism with them when they came here, when they came to Trinidad. So that's where the heaviness comes up. We had it, so to speak, the colorism, which came from colonialism and stuff, but we had a very strong cultural temperament to us when we were philosophers and poets and so forth, musically inclined. We were very artistic as a culture. So we had a, like I said, pre-70s, we were very tight, very, had our culture was very well defined, and then like I said, things change after that.
I got you. And real quick special announcement, smash the like button on the way in, guys. Likes are free after all. And if you support new Black media, hit the Cash App or the PayPal. Everybody who clicks the call-in link will have the chance to call in and speak their piece, but I am bringing people up in order. With that said, we were going to have Young Black Wall Street next, but the brother dropped off and then rejoined. So next up, we've got Shay Sun, then we've got Suave BOS, and then we've got Young Black Wall Street. I know we got a lot of people up here, but I will get to everybody at one point or another. And yeah, and it's very befitting that we've got Shay Sun up here next, because Shay Sun just left a comment saying this tether talk is borderline racist.
Shang
Oh
Tsung been
boy.
talking crazy in the chat. Shang Tsung been talking real spicy.
Hey, what's going to be crazy is when we ask him where he's from, or excuse me, where he lives and where his people are from, and we learn about all the tribal xenophobic genocide that they're doing. Meanwhile, they want to call us racist for referring to some of them as tethers. I mean, talk about the pot calling the kettle black. But we've got Shay Sun in the building. Shay, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, peace, family, peace, peace.
Right, and Shay, I know you've called in before, but remind us, where you calling in from?
I'm from Jersey.
Jersey. And where's your family originally?
You said what?
Where's your family from originally?
As far as like the states, like the state,
Like
or
country?
my,
Like,
oh,
you
I'm
come from an
American.
immigrant background, or?
No, I'm American.
Oh, but you said you're calling in from Jersey, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, yeah. As I said earlier, and we've learned that a lot of the East Coast cats are very tether adjacent. But you can start by letting us know what you think about the title of the stream, or you can start by explaining the comment that you left.
Yeah, I was gonna touch on that. Just to give you guys a perspective. When you know, I hear you guys always say like, "Oh, you East Coast guys are, friendly to migrants or whatever." But you would have to be from here to understand the vibe. It's not so much that we're like friendly towards them. It's when I compare it to a place, because I used to have a godmother that used to live in California, and the culture is different. Like when migrants come here, like Mexicans don't like Mexicans or anybody, Ecuadorians, like they don't get out of line in the tri-state. So like like how you would see in California. Like I was in Torrance in 2019, and I was at a little restaurant, and like some young Mexican guys was like icing me, like ice grilling me, and I felt like I was back home, and I was like, I thought it was funny because that's foreign to me. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't deal with that. So I look at it like the reason why people in California or somewhere else that's outside of the tri-state may look at it like we're friendly with them is because you guys don't really have that relationship regulated, or the dealings regulated. The Mexicans in California are bold with the black people. They're not like that here. We don't have I live in the second largest city in New Jersey. We don't have issues with Puerto Ricans or Dominicans, or we regulate it. They stay in their lane and we stay in ours, and there's a mutual respect. It's not like same thing with Jamaicans. The brother was just up here telling you about Flatbush. That whole area is full of Caribbean people. It's some regular Black Americans living there, but it's predominantly Caribbeans. So it's easy for them to thrive and be in their lane, and then we're outside in another area, maybe Bed-Stuy, such and such, and then if they mingle, there's a mutual respect there. So it's not so much that we're catering to them, it's just the relationships are regulated. Whereas again, you heard the other brother that you got up here, he said he down in Georgia, he said Mexicans be tripping. You will never hear me say Mexicans are tripping in Jersey City or Hoboken, because they don't. You know what I'm saying? They could do that in y'all area. So I understand the energy of
So I've
feeling
got a
like,
lot of
oh,
people backstage. Let's get a little more focused. Comment was that us calling people tethers is racist. Do you want to dive
I
into
feel
that?
like, yeah, because I do feel like it's borderline racist, because again, you can only feel like that if you're having issues with these people. We don't have, like, for instance, I don't have no issues with no Mexicans. I never beef with a Mexican. My city is legit. Like I don't come from like a suburb. You do your homework on Jersey. Jersey City,
So
North
you brought up the
Patterson.
Mexicans, so let's go there.
Yeah.
So
So
if
what
there
I'm
was a
telling you is,
Mexican,
okay, what I'm
a
telling you is, I wouldn't
self-identified
have no.
neo-Nazi
Hold on.
that
I wouldn't
shot up a
have no.
mall because of a
Hold on.
Nick
Hold on.
Fuentes interview,
Hold,
and we
hold on,
say
brother.
that Mexican is a racist, are we racist for calling
No,
that
what
Mexican
I'm
a
what
white
I'm telling you
supremacist?
what I'm telling you is, you guys from this standpoint of, you keep
It's a
saying,
yes or no question, brother. That's a yes
wait,
or
say
no
that one more
question.
time.
There's a Mexican, and that Mexican identifies as a neo-Nazi, and they listen to Fuentes interview and then shoot up a mall, and we call that
Well,
Mexican a white
I would call
supremacist,
that
are
a
we
white supremacist. I
racist?
would call that a white person. I
Are
wouldn't
we
call that a
racist?
Mexican.
All right, you obviously can't even listen to me to
That
then
wasn't me,
wait to
brother. That wasn't me,
respond.
Mike.
No, 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 no,
Mike,
no.
that wasn't
What I'm
me.
saying, Mike, is
That wasn't
I
me,
would
Mike.
not call that person a Mexican. I would call that person a white person because that person that shot that mall up, was
Hold on.
functioning.
My bad, my bad. Your guys' voices were kind of similar. Mine was.
Yeah, that
Which
wasn't
No
that
whichever
wasn't
way.
problem.
me, Mike.
Yeah, Shay, sorry for the mix-up, Shay. I'm sorry for the mix-up. And also, Shay, I think you're the one who called in the other day. We had another mix-up because when I did rewind the tape, you are right. You did not say that in the East Coast you guys accept tethers. What you were trying to say is that for some strange reason, all other parts of the U.S. think you guys accept tethers. We've kind of seen that play out here on today's stage. We had a dude from the East Coast call in, and he's talking about Caribbeans and yada yada yada. So, anyways, what I was saying, Shay, was that if we've got a Mexican who identifies as a neo-Nazi, commits an act of terror, and we call him a white supremacist, are we racist for calling him a white supremacist?
Not at all.
Okay, so in that same breath, if we listen to an African immigrant come over here and talk like a white supremacist, say we're lazy and we shouldn't get reparations and blase, blase, blase. So to identify that person and people who look like him, we refer to him as a tether. Is that racist?
No, but you hear
There's
me out.
no but, brother.
Wait,
When
wait,
you say
hold on.
but,
Hear me
that
out.
just
No
erases
buts, no
everything
buts,
you
I'm
man.
just
not.
No
said
buts,
right
bro.
before
Wait,
but.
wait. Y'all gotta let me respond. I'm not saying that it's not so much about just that. When you guys are pointing out that we like people in a certain area are accepting them, then it becomes racist because it's not just a
Sir, if us calling a Mexican a white supremacist to identify them, and that's not racist, then why is us referring to an immigrant as a tether to identify them? Why is that racist or even border racist? I ask you.
immigrants. You're generalizing because they're all not like that.
How are we
We didn't say that.
generalizing if I just said it would specifically an immigrant that adopts a mindset of white supremacy and actively works against our advancements? We're not generalizing, we're being very specific.
Yet you guys keep pushing this. Oh, y'all East Coast dude. You got a comment on here right now. Y'all tether hard. Y'all like y'all pushing that.
Because so far
That
we've
has
had
nothing
two
to do with.
representatives from the East Coast up here today,
Okay.
and you guys are coming with a
All
tether
right. So
babble.
look. Let me respond to you. I just watched the video about the Rolling 40s. No. A Crip gang in San Diego. They have a documentary on YouTube right now. And in that particular that area in San Diego, the guys on there, they got blacks and Mexicans. Those black people. Why you mute my mic? I'm just asking.
Oh no, I was playing the tether babble clip because now you're
I know.
babbling.
Hold
I
on. But
don't know
I just.
what a Crip gang clique in San
No, hold on,
Diego
Mike.
has to
Hold on, Mike.
do
Mike.
you thinking
Yeah,
that us
hold on, Mike.
calling
I'm
some
just trying to.
immigrants tethers?
Hold on, hear me out,
Cinderella
Mike. You're in California. What I'm saying is there's particular parts of Compton and LA. There's particular parts in Compton and LA where black people don't get along with Mexicans.
Well, Mike, wait a minute.
because you're
Mike, he is
babbling, sir.
correct.
I'm not
Actually,
babbling.
Mike, he is
I'm
correct.
showing you the double standard. The blacks in San Diego don't have issues with Mexicans. Are they tethering?
Oh Lord.
That's a great point. That's a great
Are
question.
they tethering?
That's a great question.
He not gonna answer.
We've got all right, okay. One mic. It sounds like Linwood wants to jump in. After Linwood comes in, we're gonna bring up Suave Boss, then we're gonna bring up Young Black Wall Street, then we're gonna bring up Andreas. But guys, peep game. We can call the Mexican a white supremacist and it's not racist, but if we call a immigrant from the diaspora a tether, it's racist. And now he's gonna use a Crip gang in San Diego to first point. All right, Linwood wants to hop in. Go ahead, Linwood.
Okay, what he is actually saying is true to some extent. In parts of Southern California, mostly Mexicans. Well, I don't use the word Mexican. Non-white people who are brown or black, they get along. In other parts, they don't. So when you're talking about
What does this have
tetherism,
to do with the hand?
okay, with the tether, I'll explain it. But I think what he's going at is that this is the keep people. This is about dividing conflict with other people who do not have the same experiences as Black persons in the United States of white supremacy compared to those coming from other parts of the world. And we don't have those same experiences, even though, yes, it's anecdotal, but the brother is correct to some extent that we don't have those same problems. But I think, on the other hand, we are using words incorrectly. Those people that you're talking about, they're not in control of nothing. They're not in power from anything. They're getting special. They're getting material. Those whom you're calling tethers, the persons you're calling
Immigrants
tethers.
from the diaspora
Yes,
that adopt
those
the mindset
persons.
of white supremacy. You're now saying that they're not in control. You're saying that they have no control over
Lord
their
help me,
rhetoric,
Jesus Christ.
over their talking points. You're telling me that when they do a Twitter space of thousands of Africans across the diaspora and speak about enslaving and breeding us, they're just powerless and they just have no control. This is why they talk like this about us. Interesting. They just don't got no power, y'all. They just have no control.
Can I
They can't
also
control.
say something,
They
Mike?
just be lying.
Nah,
Yeah,
Mike.
yeah.
Can I also say? Can I also
Rest
say
is stay
something,
tuned
Mike?
in. Yeah.
Mexicans are racist. If you look up Wikipedia, Nazi lowriders, they have a
Yep.
KKK white supremacy group in Mexico.
Yep.
They do. Look up Nazi lowriders.
But are they classified as
what?
white or
Guess what?
non-white? Are they classified as white or non-white?
We don't give a damn what they're classified as.
It don't
What are
matter.
you
They're
says
white
talking about?
supremacists.
They're white supremacists. They
The
practice
point
white
is
supremacy in
this.
Mexico.
So they have to be white to practice it.
Look
No
it
non-white.
up. Wikipedia is
No, they
Google
don't.
is free. Google is free. Wikipedia is free.
Linwood, you're coming off extremely ignorant. You don't have to identify as white or pass for white to be a white supremacist. There have been Mexicans. Matter of fact, Nick Fuentes is one of the biggest neo-Nazi white supremacists, and he's fucking Hispanic and Italian. What are you talking about? You have to be white or
Yes,
identify
they even
as
have
white to
white
be a white
supremacy
supremacist.
in Italy. They have it in Italy. They have it in Spain. They have it in Mexico. They have it worldwide. They
And here's the
have
point. Here's
white
the point.
supremacy groups worldwide.
If there's a Mexican white supremacist and we call them out for being white supremacists, and let's say we call them, instead of a tether, let's say we call them a Latino. Well, if there's some FBAs caping and bug dancing and shucking and jiving for the Latino, talking about, well, Mike, come on, not all of them are like that, though, not all of them, then you're Latino adjacent. Just like how when we talk about the tethers, and for some reason the brothers from the East Coast always got to call in talking some, well, why you generalizing? Not all of them are bad. Well, you're tether adjacent because ain't nobody did no generalizing. We're being very specific. And I
Okay.
think it was Linwood who made the asinine statement that, oh, the people just have no control. They just have no power. They got no power and no control. So this is why they talking greasy, huh?
Don't got no control over their racism, but they got
Hold on.
control
Can
over
I say
everything
something to
else.
you, Mike? Let me.
And I'm from the East Coast, just by the way. I'm from
Hold on.
Pittsburgh.
We gonna listen to this real quick. We gonna listen to this real quick. This is what Africans talk about when they get together with their other groups of Africans and they think there ain't no foundationals listening. So all you Pan-Africanists, listen up.
You gotta understand, right? 3 out of 4 black people. There's a new study that came on University of Utah, and also and University of Stanford, the Hoover Institute. 3 out of 4 black people have mercury in their blood. 2 out of 6 black people have uranium. You can actually use black people to create nuclear energy. So when people say that black people are bad, yes, they're bad, but there's a positive. You know what I mean? Also, it's not. I'm not talking about killing them. You can extract the uranium and the mercury from their blood without killing them. Also from this lymphatic what do you call it, nervous system, and also the parasympathetic nervous system. Right. So these people have power to actually produce nuclear energy. So that's
Professor
the
Henry,
point.
I didn't mean to
go on.
interrupt you, brother, but if that's the case, is it economically viable to extract these minerals from their blood, from their
Yes,
bodies?
I believe you should sell black people to Iran. Iran currently is doing a
Is this
nuclear
one of the
process.
reasons why they were enslaved?
Yes.
He just said, I believe we should sell black people to
Do
Iran.
you hear this
They
motherfucker
talking
talking?
about us.
No. The reason
Possibly
why
to harvest them?
hard labor is because of hard labor. But right now, Iran is actually buying black people as we speak. and they're also using them for what you call nuclear energy. So it's a great source in the black market. But I'm done.
But how
talking.
can we sell them? Are we supposed to refinance these black people? Are we supposed to refinance them
No,
and have
basically
Iran pay monthly payments for these black people that we're selling?
No, basically you tell the Negroes that you will donate to cancer, one of these stupid causes, right? And you extract their blood off that, and then you also donate it to Iran. But I'm done talking, so you guys can talk.
But what if we want to make this into a sustainable economic? If it's supposed to be sustainable, in order to be economically viable, there should be a way to harvest them. So should they be also breeded in groups?
Yeah, if you talk
Like,
about
I need to understand.
I call the.
Now they're talking about breeding us in groups, but they just
These
don't
niggas
have
like
no
vampires.
power.
They trying to suck our energy and resources dry.
They don't have no control. This is why they talk like this, Mike, because they have no power and no control.
The great economic reset. I will not talk about on this app. It's high level and operation that plan to
All
carry
right,
out.
no worries. We can have that conversation some other time. But I believe that you're onto something, and I actually honestly heard about this, not too while ago, and it's no wonder a lot of black people be supposedly tricked to move to Iran and relocate to Iran from United States. I've seen a lot of black families and black babies.
Oh man, that Tether who's talking right now, his voice sounds so familiar. I wonder if I have more footage of this Tether speaking. I wonder, is this the same voice?
Listen, 1 second. There's no llamas in Africa. Llamas are found in Asia. You dumbass nigger. Instead of resorting to your fourth grade, jokes, let's have a grown-up conversation. All right, nigger?
Yeah, they just have no control. They have no power. This is why they talk like this. And if we call them out and if we classify them as tethers, we're racist, guys. Spoken.
It's like Tourette's. They don't got no
from the
control
East
over what
Coast.
they say. These niggas are delusional,
Yeah.
man.
I'm gonna go ahead and unmute everybody, and we got a lot of people on stage, so we have to go in order. Somebody has a lot of background noise. Hold on, let me figure. Oh, okay, it's mine words. Mine words. You got to figure out that background noise. Let's go in order. Nakmisi, you have the floor, or you can pass it on to the next person.
No, I'm just listening, man. It's good that I can just allow you to, or not even allow, but just watch you handle these Tether sympathizers and people who refuse to stand on business. At this point in time, all the wishy-washy FBA, like we don't need you. If you can't stand on business and say, look, this is why we have to do it, we have to delineate and use soft shoeing, stay on that side.
Hey, y'all really want to preach some Pan-Africanism when they talking about selling us and they selling each other to this day.
They sell Africans over there. In Libya, they sell men. Even 15-year-old Libyans are there in a car, they're armed. They'll come and kidnap you, and they'll sell you for $70 to $150. And then others will resell you.
As soon as you arrive in Libya, the first thing that happens is that you are taken away and sold. Our black brothers from West Africa, wherever you are from, a Malian, a Senegalese, or any other nationality from the West, even an Ivorian, you are sold. And for what? $700.
Damn, Eric Johnson, go ahead and hop in, brother.
Brother, this is why we need brothers like you out here regulating these dudes. Because if you got motherfuckers like this talking like this in Twitter spaces, imagine if they had the resources to do what they could do to other black people in their homeland. These people coming from third world countries talking like this, talking about this to other black people, but they ain't bringing that smoke nor that pressure to these other people in their homelands. This is the sick mentality of some of these people coming from not only Africa, some of them from the Caribbean and all over the world, but they don't let these white supremacists come up in their homeland and just change their minds. You can't deal with people like this, man. That dude talking about he want to take our resources from our body. Like, what type of shit is that, bro? And you got these sympathizers up here on this panel talking about, well, not all of them are bad. A majority of them are bad, talking crazy like this. Yeah, you have some individuals that don't be on that bullshit, but when it comes to us and trying to maintain what we have in America or in any other place where black Americans are in the world, it's always people like this who have that slave mentality and they don't have the mindset to take their energy back to their homeland and help their people. This shit is crazy, bro. Like, I don't get some of these people, man. I try to stay away from people like that. And for these two dudes on the panel just talking out of the side of their ass, man, I really don't have nothing to say to either of y'all, because some of y'all are unsavable, man. Like, it's a couple of y'all that can be saved, but some of y'all are just gone Y'all just going off the damn bridge. Y'all just gonna fall to y'all death. It ain't no use to trying to work things out with some of these people because they ain't even working shit out in their homelands, man. That's all I got to say, bro. I'm real tired of hearing people like this talk about Black Americans and what we need to do and what we're not doing. Like, come on, bro. Y'all just need to do something. Hold your own nuts, man, because Black Americans got enough problems.
Hey, but we're just generalizing, and if we call one of them a tether, we're racist. Ladies and gentlemen, there were thousands of African immigrants. Mine words, don't unmute yourself until it's your turn, please. There were thousands of African immigrants in that Twitter space. It's not like that was 2 people. It's not like that was 3 people. So what are we talking about here? And we're staying in order. Next up is Restless Faye. Go ahead and chime in.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm only gonna say this once. We have no allies. We have none. So some of y'all who are out here talking about, oh well, we get along, Mexicans get along with us. No, they don't. No, they don't. And I'm from the East Coast, and they're racist as hell out here. Don't get it twisted. Don't think because they smiling in your face. The moment you try to get a job application, you get in that position and you work alongside them, they will do everything to take that job from you. So stop thinking they're your friends. They're not.
Hey.
Secondly, it really irritates me. It really irritates me. If y'all gonna go ahead with that Pan-African bull crap, then y'all need to be left behind. Period. Y'all need to be left behind. Y'all can just fall behind. Go back over there and see how things work out for you. Because I'm telling you, we have no allies. Stop thinking we do. Stop thinking that just because they share the same skin color as us, that they're our family. They're not. They don't even see us as family.
Speaking
They
of
sold
allies,
us.
hey,
For God's sake, they sold us. Let
speaking
that
of
sink in.
allies, I think that it's much more likely that we got some white American allies than some African immigrant allies. At least we can share the bond over being a fellow American and and try to come together. But God damn it, I'd much rather seek allyship with a white American than one of these fresh off the boat members of the diaspora. But Linwood, it's your turn. Go ahead, Linwood. Linwood. All right, Linwood is AFK. We'll go ahead and skip past Linwood to Mine Wars. Oh, Leonard just ran off the stage. Mine Wars, you have the floor.
Well, basically, I wanted to say very briefly that I know if anyone here ever seen the movie 300, if you ever noticed that with it, you don't need a large percentage of your population to basically be cowards in order for your country to fall, because it only takes a small percentage betray you before you fall. So the tethers among us, they're the ones that basically have always undermined us with that. They always had that mentality that came out of slavery and so forth, that weak, non-revolutionary type mindset, and it's in every culture, and most places, especially when you go to a lot of these, like African and Caribbean cultures, the weak ones are the ones who basically are the ones who, like snakes, are able to slither their way throughout the system and be able to undermine the system. And these are the people you got to keep your eyes out for. And like in the Haitian Revolution, they had to get rid of these people before they were successful. That's why it was one of the most successful revolutions ever, because they got rid of these type of people. In other revolutions, they never got rid of these type of people. They allowed these type of people to maneuver within the system itself.
I feel you. Okay. All right. And next up, we've got Shay Sun. Then we're gonna bring Suave Boss up. Then we're gonna bring Andreas up, and then we got Linwood calling back in. Go ahead, Shaw. Or is it Shaw or is it Shay or
Sha.
Shaw? Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. But my whole thing, Mike, was I heard the sister say she was from Pittsburgh, and I don't want to judge people for their experiences. So I'm not, again, that's why I gave you the example of California. So I understand the black and brown issue that's in particular places. And all I was saying was here in Jersey and in New York, it's like when it comes to the immigrants, like they're pretty much regulated. So it's like I said, it's more of a mutual respect rather than like this buddy buddy energy. So when she said, "Oh, Mexicans are racist," nobody's saying that they're not, but it's hard for them to thrive here and push that energy because one is like again, it's you got the Mexican mafia in California. They have like they basically set up shop. They have like a flag in California, in Texas, Arizona, so they can push that energy on black people out there and cause it to get it to where there's a vibe of we're at war or we don't like each other or you can't come here. It's not like that on the East Coast. You know what I'm saying? I could tell you the cities that's predominantly Spanish or Hispanic, and we don't occupy those places. Are they are some of them in the areas or in the cities where it's predominantly black or white? Yes, but again, they don't get out of line. They pretty much, you know, act accordingly. They don't have no room to really thrive like how they do in California. So that's all I was saying. I'm not saying that they're not racist or that we never had issues with them. Black people went to war with the Jamaicans in New York. They went to war with the Puerto Ricans in New York, the Dominicans. It's just 2024 now, and it's regulated. We not no disrespect to none of those people, but in the end, the black people stood their ground, and that's that. And they in their pockets, and we're in ours, and we deal with each other accordingly. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I said, to reiterate, it's not so much of a buddy buddy thing. It's just the relationships are regulated. It's not like that in California. It's not like that in Texas. It's not like that in Arizona. So I understand if somebody feels like, yo, these migrants are doing this or they doing that. Y'all gotta regulate that. The people there have to regulate that. The black people in the streets haven't regulated that. When you go to them LA counties and them prisons in California, those Mexicans have a say in there. The Larat, all of that, they have a say in there. That's not like that on the East Coast. That's not like that. Jamaicans don't run nothing out here. Haitians don't run nothing out here. But in California, black people be scared of Mexicans sometimes. That's foreign to me. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I wanted to say. You know, you have to consider the experiences. You can't just lean on, oh yeah, y'all. No, we already went through it with them, and they stay in their place. California has to regulate that. Just using California as an example, not just California. Anywhere that's dealing with black and brown issues.
All right. Well, next up we've got Suave Boss. Yeah, the bug dancing is real with that one. I'm sorry, y'all ain't regulating a goddamn thing on the East Coast.
Them
Y'all got the
biscuit crumbs was
Mexicans.
everywhere on his face. My bad. Shit.
But
Hey,
y'all scared of
matter of
Mexicans
fact,
in California, and we not.
cite your sources.
Bullshit,
Y'all are
nigga.
scared of
Why
Mexicans,
why does he think that we're afraid of Mexicans in California? Can he cite a single source to support that claim? Meanwhile, I can post a video right now of a Mexican in the East Coast talking about you Americans are lazy. We come in to get your money, blase, blase, blase. You ain't regulating a goddamn thing on the East Coast. If that was the
They
case,
can't even regulate a snitch with rainbow hair in New York City. How y'all gonna regulate other people? Like, what are you talking about, man?
if y'all got the game on lock, then why are y'all allowing the tethers to come after hip hop, which was founded on the East Coast? Y'all got shit sewn up so tight, but the Latinos and Jamaicans running around talking about they created hip hop 50-50, and y'all ain't regulating a goddamn thing. All right. All right. There is a large Hispanic population in California due to our proximity to Mexico, due to the fact that it used to be part of Mexico. There's a huge tether Caribbean and African population in the East Coast because that's where a lot of them find that is the easiest place to come to as soon as they get here. I mean, if you just look at the geography, a plane ride from Africa or the Caribbean or whatever these places are to come over to the East Coast makes sense for them, which is why they're there. And to be honest, you guys cape and bug dance for the tether so much that a lot of them are taking plane tickets from Africa, from Jamaica to South America, and then coming through the Texas or California and Mexico border to then go up to the East Coast. So yeah, you guys made it real, real cozy for the tethers in the East Coast. But we've got Suave Boss in the building. You've been so patient. Suave Boss, let us know where you calling in from.
Man, I'm calling from Indianapolis. Can y'all hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. And
Yeah.
are you and your people from America originally or from abroad?
Yeah, from America. I don't got no recent family members that come from no other country.
Okay, well, go ahead and let us know how you feel about the topic at hand.
All right, yeah. So obviously, Pan-Africanism exists. The title says there's no such thing as. So I'm taking it that you have some type of conflict with how people define it or the mechanisms in which it works. Could you explain that to me? What you're essentially saying by saying Pan-Africanism doesn't exist?
I mean, I said it in the title. There's no such thing as Pan-Africanism. Stop being delusional. That's my opening statement.
Well, yeah. Pan-Africanism exists. There are people who believe and practice and use their resources toward Pan-Africanism. That's what I'm saying. You can't be saying exactly what the sentence is saying. So I'm led to believe that
There are people that believe in Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy and the Easter Bunny. That does not mean those entities exist. So just because there are some delusional Hotep Negroes preaching Pan-Africanism does not mean it exists.
but the example of Santa Claus is saying like this is a person, place, right? Or thing, like a tangible thing. Pan-Africanism isn't an object. So that's like a
It's a
ridiculous.
concept. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It's a
So
concept.
concepts are created that doesn't physically bring nothing to
And if a concept is not subscribed to en masse, then it does not exist. Tell me how Africa is Pan-Africanist. Tell me examples of how Africans on the continent of Africa are supporting one another colloquially just based off the fact that they're part of the same diaspora. Tell me examples of Pan-Africanism on the continent.
Patrice Lumumba. One.
You gotta say more than a name. What did Patrice do? How is that a source that you're citing? Come on, give us more than
Okay,
a name.
my bad. I assumed that y'all heard of Patrice Lumumba before. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
You
So
bringing up one man
Wasn't he killed
does
by
not support
Mobutu?
your claim.
I mean, it supports my claim. It doesn't.
Hold on.
prove it.
I'm learning something here. Patrice was killed by who?
I think he was double crossed by Mobutu.
Wait. So if we get into it, you're saying that a black African was double crossed and killed by a fellow black African?
Of course, you know, Africa is the graveyard of
Wow, I would have never knew
Pan-Africanism and
that.
Pan-Africans.
So Suave, why are you trying to use that as an example to support Pan-Africanism if that
No, it's
negates
suave.
your claim?
It's suave, not suave.
Oh,
But
Suave, why would you use that as an example if that does not help
yes,
your claim?
well, easily because the concept of Pan-Africanism he stood on. The concept of Pan-Africanism
One
on
man.
both sides. Excuse me. From
One man.
America,
one person.
from America to Africa, there's many examples of people that you can conclude as a mass, right? Because I mean, what do you?
Okay, sir, I got 4 people backstage. That's the only reason why we're rushing this along a little bit. Oh, well, he dropped himself down. God damn it. I was just gonna ask him what benefits or
The
tangibles
Jollof
we
fell
have
on his
received.
laptop. This is why he had to get out of here.
Hey,
The
I
Jollof
was gonna
fell on
ask
his
him
laptop.
what benefits or tangibles have we received from Africa? I mean, there's supposed to be some notion of Pan-Africanism. What have we received? It's been completely one-sided. We've created
Nothing.
DACA programs. We've paved the way for immigrants. They come to our HBCUs. They fill up our cities. Meanwhile, if we want to go over to Africa, we gotta be part of some tourism scam. Come on now.
Yo, Mike, real quick,
Pan-Africanism.
whenever
Yeah,
these
go ahead.
Pan-Africans start dropping names, you just call me because I got the antidote for all of that Pan-African bullshit. You heard?
Hey,
You
and
see how
I
fast he
appreciate
left
it.
when I said Mobutu, right?
Yeah, and thank you because honestly, I've heard the name Patrice, but I don't really know the history, and I would have never known he was slain and fucking subverted by a fellow African. So I don't get why he would even bring that up to bolster his
Yo, they
claim.
got video on YouTube of Africans making him eat paper before he was killed, stuffing paper in his mouth for the Belgians. So
damn,
you know, these Africans a lot of times love white people more than they love each other. So
And the Belgians have a known history for chopping their hands off and making chocolate hands. So I wish somebody would have brought that up to his ass too. And they got some white Belgian woman over there being a leader or something. I forgot what it was called. It's like a group of Africans over there trying to do something, but they got a white Belgian woman over there being the leader of their group or some shit they trying to do over there.
Oh yeah,
They got tons
I
of
know what
white
you're talking about.
politicians over there. They got tons of
There's
white politicians over there, South Africa and everything.
there's some like white European lady who's like the leader of their terrorist group or something. I've heard of that before. Yeah. It's totally crazy. It's totally crazy. But ladies and
They got
gentlemen,
they got an OnlyFans model over there leading them.
hey, we've got so many people backstage. Before we bring up some more people, there was a video that I wanted to play earlier. Earlier, we were playing some footage of Black Americans who travel to Africa and they're speaking about getting robbed and scammed, et cetera, et cetera. Let's see how Pan Africanism works on the continent of Africa.
To this couple.
Good morning, YouTube. I tried so hard to stay here in Africa, but I really think my time is up now. I had enough. I cannot afford to live here. I feel broke and I feel poor in Africa. I feel like I'm going to be out there selling some shit soon because this ain't making no sense to me. I pay $130 a day to drive around in a truck. I paid $100 a day to live in a 2-bedroom and the 6 of us with no hot water, no stove, no refrigerator. The refrigerator broke. Then on top of that, I got lizards crawling in the bed with me. I live.
Not the lizards crawling in the bed. God damn.
He got lizards crawling. We used the roaches in our projects when we was growing up. These motherfuckers got lizards.
No
Thank God it ain't a mamba in her bed.
In a mansion, and we don't have to put no water on the stove. We got steady hot water, steady electricity, and the only time our electricity get cut off is when we don't pay the bill. And we got it so good now, we got prepaid electricity, so if we forget to pay the bill, we put some money on that prepaid thing and it comes right back on in 2 minutes.
And she's referring to America versus her time in Africa.
In less than 2 minutes. This shit right here didn't come on for 14 hours yesterday.
Damn, 14
Half a
hours.
damn
and they did
day.
that? Damn.
I can't deal. I love the people. Don't get me wrong. When I'm outside, I'm having fun. I love people. But when I come back to reality, when you come back home, home is where the heart is, right? When you come back home, you're supposed to feel comfortable. You're supposed to be happy. I'm not happy. Every house I look for, the house is expensive as hell. Oh my God. 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, $1 million to live in a house where you look outside and all you see is turkeys and ducks and chickens and
It sound
They're
like they
trying
in
to-
Jamaica. They got goats and shit and everything. Damn.
They are trying to scam the people that are coming over, hiking up the rates, hiking up the prices, and they can't even get access to basic amenities. Damn.
And Mike, check this out.
$1,000 for a
Mike, check this
shanty
out. The dude said one of the dudes said earlier, it only take 2 quarters to fill that whole car up over there in one of those countries. But you got this sister on here talking about they pay $130 a day to live in a fucked up building. You better off staying in the hood.
Yeah, you better off going to the projects for that.
Cheaps and old malnourished cows. I didn't even pay that much for my house in America.
$1,000 for a shanty
Mike, check this
town.
out. The dude said early. One of the dudes said earlier it only take 2 quarters to fill that whole car up over there in one of those countries. But you got this sister on here talking about they pay $130 a day to live in a fucked up building. You better off staying in the hood.
Yeah, you better off going to the projects for that.
Cheaps and old malnourished cows. I didn't even pay that much for my house in America. And everybody I talk to is saying the same thing. Oh, this house is $500. Oh, this house is $200. This house is $300. I'm like, I can't afford to live here. I cannot. I paid $100,000 for my house and a good ass community. But y'all, I'd rather go back to America and deal with the racism in America before I sit here in Africa and deal with the bullshit bribery, the bullshit fraud, the bullshit scams,
Oh, but you know, we're just generalizing you guys when we
We
say that
racist when we bring
scam
up
and
shit like this.
we're
We
racist.
racist.
Yeah, we're racist. Mm.
Bullshit too expensive, the bullshit not having no snacks, the bullshit not having no food, the bullshit electricity, the bullshit hot water, the bullshit what's that shit called that be coming down? The bullshit animals and scorpions outside the house. It's
Not
big.
the scorpions, y'all. Not the scorpions. I ain't
They
never
got
gonna live no
Scorpio from
place.
Mortal Kombat out there. God damn, Africa, what the hell, bro? See, they don't never say nothing about this. That's why they be at the immigration office so quick to do anything for a piece of change, bro. Like I seen the
Yeah.
sadness even before the video. Even you could tell the sadness on her face. Like she tried so
Yeah.
much, but yeah, like this is terrible, bro. Y'all need to stop
That's
saying
why I
stupid shit
said.
like that.
That's why I said do your research before you go anywhere. Do your research.
And I don't
Cause
even want to
you'll
go to
be
no
living.
other countries.
You'll be living in shanty towns, paying like $5,000 for a shanty town. Hell no.
I don't like going to no countries where their gun laws on some bullshit. That's why I'm staying my black ass in America. At least we can have a chance to defend ourselves. No telling how they gun laws is over there. Look at this sister dealing with all that shit over there. How she gonna defend herself? If you can only imagine if she bought some land over there. Like, come on, Mike was just talking about this shit earlier. When the government or some soldiers or something tore down this brother's land.
Bulldozed it. Yep. Bulldoze that shit. Come on, y'all. And if you're new to the stream, hit the like button, hit the Cash App or the PayPal if you support new black media, and let's keep on with the content.
Big ass spiders, it's big ass lizards, colorful lizards you ain't never seen before, all in the fucking room with you, sleeping with you. All the bullshit people trying to scam you when you go outside thinking you rich, so they trying to get more money off of you. I'm really trying to wrap my head around this shit. I'm really trying to wrap my head around how are Americans coming to Africa and being happy. Please comment down below, because for me, I'm ready to go. And I always used to say, if it's up to me, it will be. And I'm going to go out to Africa and make shit happen. No, I don't want to. I want to take my businesses back to America. I want to open up shop back in America, open up my dentist office, and all the stuff that I was going to do out here in America. Because I was basically telling everybody what they will experience when they come to the motherland. So for the people who need to study or research, or for the people who looking to find some people abroad that they need to ask questions and talk to about what they need to do when they get here,
Yeah, we got to do some research. And Eric says, oh no, it wasn't Eric. Glenn says that the woman's father is Ghanaian too, so she half African as well, and she's still getting the Akata treatment. Damn, damn. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we got a few people backstage. Andreas coming from the back to the front. Andreas, can you hear us? Okay.
Hey, yeah, how you doing?
Hey, doing well. Let us know where you're calling in from and where your people from originally.
I'm from Harlem, New York. I'm Puerto Rican and Cuban.
Oh boy, you ain't one of them running around talking about y'all created hip hop 50-50, are you?
No, that's no. Actually, I was there when hip hop. I thought I was there when hip hop was created. I was there. You know, I started getting into hip hop in '77. I remember, and there's a controversy about who started hip hop, whether it's the Jamaicans or Black Americans.
Black Americans.
That's how you call it. That's debatable. I believed back then.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God. Stop fucking lying.
It's debatable, he says. It's debatable.
Yeah, it is debatable. Of course it's debatable. But I thought, because back then, the biggest names were DJ Hollywood. I'm from Harlem. And DJ Hollywood, and and I was there for the whole thing from that point on. And hip hop for me was back then the DJ radio host used to speak in a certain way. Sometimes they would do it above the music. And that's what Hollywood played on. But then there was a different thing started to happen later on toward like 81, 80, so I'm not sure. I thought it was Black American. Then everybody started saying it was the Jamaicans. And then
you know the answer to the question. You know the truth, brother. Just tell the truth, man. The truth will set you free.
I believe it was Black American. And then I don't know if you know Dapper Dan. Dapper Dan said that he first heard it in late '69. So I would lean more toward African Americans starting hip hop rap the way we know it. But I was present during that whole period. Now, you're small.
How old are you?
I'm 58. 58.
You seem kind of young though to be present during the whole period. I mean, hip hop started as early as the 60s, right? It has
Well,
roots
that's
even
what
into the
Dapper Dan said.
50s.
That's what
It
Dapper
was way before that, brother Mike, because you had brothers and sisters in the 40s, the Jubileers, rapping.
Right, exactly. I've seen those videos also. But the way that we know it today, with a DJ and somebody rhyming over records that are being cut, that's when I first saw it. Was in like 77. I think I was in 6th grade.
Hold on real quick. I got somebody else who wants to share the stage with you. Coming from the back to the front, we got my man Devin Lockett in the building. Long time no see, brother. How you doing?
What's up, brother? What's up, man? Yo, man, here we go with the same old bullshit with these tethers, man. Yo, hip hop is an African American creation. We started it. Tomorrow is my 59th birthday, brother. So we the same age. Okay. I was standing on the corner of North Broad and St. Bernard in New Orleans, Louisiana, in front of the record store when I heard Rapper's Delight. That was the onset. That was
get out of here. Then you came late. That was late. Those guys were whack. They were whack. They were not as respected.
Listen.
Harlem and the Bronx. So Rapper's Delight was late.
Even if Latinos or Caribbeans participated in the United States, you came your ass across the border just like the Mexicans, just like everybody else, and you're trying to participate in our shit, and you're trying to claim a part of our shit. It is part of African American culture. This is Black American culture, son.
Why are you saying that I'm claiming something? Why are you saying that I'm claiming something?
What am I talking about? Listen, man. Hip hop is Black American. Hip hop is Black American. For you to say it's Jamaican, or for you to say that
you referred to Rapper's Delight as the beginning of hip hop?
No, sir. Listen, man.
That means you don't know what you're talking about.
Listen, man. Listen.
These dudes don't get into the minutiae. How dare you?
I am not getting into minutiae with a tether. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, brother.
How the hell tether?
The going powder is kicking in, y'all.
We're having fun. It ain't no fight. But listen to what I'm saying, man. This is America. Now, see, if you were standing in front of a big hole, I'd do one of them Sparta kicks on your ass and say, "This is America," and kick your ass into the fucking hole. I don't give a fuck whether you come from Jamaica, or Trinidad, or Puerto Rico, or where you come from. Once you get here, you're here, and you're trying to assimilate with Black Americans, and you need to pay respect.
But who says I don't really respect? What do you get? Oh, bro.
You need to do like Big Pun and kiss the ring.
Hold on.
Let me put a ring on it.
Kiss the ring of the done, man.
That's what I don't understand. Okay, so you make an assumption that I don't pay respect to Black Americans, and that could be nothing but farther from the truth. I have nothing but respect, admiration, and gratitude to Black Americans. Absolutely.
I'm glad.
Absolutely. I mean, there's nothing else I can have. I grew up in a 85, maybe 90% Black American neighborhood. I have nothing but gratitude to my neighbors, most who came from the South. So I got nothing. I was privileged. You dig what I mean? I
hear you, brother. I hear you, brother.
So just because I'm privileged doesn't mean that I can. The thing about hip hop is absolutely debatable. I believe, like I said, that it was African American. I believe, but then the Jamaicans have a good case of their own because they have.
No, they don't. They was doing dance hall music.
So, who says that dance hall is not a precursor to hip hop?
We said it's not the same. Let me take this because I'm 50. Let me take this because I'm 50 and I'm from New York. Look, Jamaicans that came to what part of New York you from? First of all,
I'm from Harlem, but Harlem and the Bronx.
What part of Harlem you from?
147 uptown between Lenox and 7th.
Way up there. Damn.
Right, so he from Black Harlem.
Right.
The Jamaicans that came, and you said you 58, right?
58.
All right. So you look good for 58. Pause.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Now,
Thank you.
you know the Jamaicans.
Damn, nigga, tomorrow my 59th birthday. What? I look bad and shit.
Nah, bro. Nah, but look, all the Jamaicans and people from the Caribbean, they was not jacking hip hop at all. If I take you back to the 90s and I ask you to describe a Jamaican, you're going to describe someone with ballies,
Locks.
a net shirt, some
Okay.
what was they rocking? Corduroys and a
All right,
furry
all right,
hat
all right,
to
all
the
right.
side. They
Right.
was not jacking hip hop ever.
But let
So-
me say something. Let me make a comment because remember Brooklyn, they had a whole. So I'm from Harlem in the Bronx, and I lived in Queens, and I never really went to Brooklyn too much. So they had a whole different thing going on over there. So from what I understand, and then okay, so I don't know if you remember Break. Well, you too young,
man.
I'm
Wait,
sorry.
I'm 50, but go on. And I
Well-
lived in the Bronx too.
Okay, so uptown by where Break, by Upper Bronx, where Breakout Crew was at. I don't know if you remember. You're 50. That's a little before your time.
That's before my
That
time,
was-
but go on.
Breakout Crew, DJ Breakout, DJ Baron. They were the second biggest names in hip hop. Remember, Flash is Catition, Bambaata's Jamaican, Cool Hercs. You dig what I mean? But but doesn't mean because they're Jamaican that they were inventing it from. For me back then, I thought they were getting it from it was just continuing the African American tradition. Jamaican
That's
continues
exactly what they were doing. What we already created.
There's a case to be made. They say there's a case to be made for the Jamaicans of Brooklyn that has something else going on. So since we don't know that, I can't definitively say that Jamaicans.
We do know that.
Hold on. Let me finish with the brother. But when you said dancehall, did you say dancehall was possibly a precursor to hip hop?
Yes, yeah.
That's absolutely false.
Okay.
The people that were running the sound systems in Jamaica were coming to America to get Black American music. So
Right.
you cannot have the meal without the ingredients, and Black
Yeah, but what is
American have
hip-hop?
been the ingredients.
And plus, you
Yeah,
can
but what
say
is hip-hop?
Jamaican
Well,
people
so-
got inspired by Black American music because the older Jamaican
Absolutely.
people was inspired by Black American artists in America.
Everybody was inspired by African American music. There's no debate to that. But what you did with African American music is what hip hop is. When you get on a microphone and you rhyme over records, that's what we're not talking about the music. We're talking about the act of rhyming over records.
We've been doing that in the United States since the 1940s, my brother. We got black and white video of brothers rapping, man.
Over records, and there's cutting the records.
Rapping in the song, speaking instead of singing.
Okay, so how do we define hip hop? See, that's the thing where it's not a discussion that really, to me, I reject hip hop now. To me, hip hop is the most destructive music around.
That's
So
because the Jews have made it that way.
But I was, like I said, I was there. I was addicted to hip hop. I used to go everywhere.
Time out. Real quick. Time out. Hey, Restless Faye,
Yes.
did the man that came up here saying hip hop was debatable and blase just say that he doesn't even rock with hip hop, that it's degenerate or
Yes,
something?
he sure did say that. He sure did.
Confused. The stream is about
He
Pan-Africanism.
sure did. He
comes
said it's
in ranting about
destructible.
hip-hop. He comes in ranting about hip hop, claiming the Latinos and the Jamaicans may have claim. It's debatable, and then he slides in, "Oh, it's destructive. I don't even rock with it." I am so perplexed right now, but I'm gonna bring everybody back. I just wanted to make sure I heard what I thought I just heard.
You sure did hear it.
So,
man.
Okay, that's funny. That's hilarious. So, did that offend you that I said that hip hop is the most destructive musical form around?
Oh no! Yeah, it absolutely is, and there's been a co-opted. It's been co-opted by the Kizar community.
Nothing more destructive is glamorize the most violent forms of behavior. Is glamorize ostentatiousness.
Right. It was co-opted by the Kazar community specifically to culturally destroy the Black American community.
But there's a lot of willing participants. A lot of willing participants who've elevated it and who've really promoted the worst.
Individuals can be easily tempted with multi-million-dollar rap contracts.
Well, absolutely. You can buy anybody out.
Yeah, I wouldn't sell out, but there's a lot of niggas that do sell out.
Absolutely, and so yeah, I 100%, you know, stand by the 150% stand by hip hop.
My point is this, brother. My point is this. My point is this. Listen, man. Whether you come from Jamaica or from anywhere in the Caribbean, if you're black, if you have the black phenotype and genotype, and your ass gets arrested, they will take a mugshot of you with dreadlocks and all, and they will say 4 black men got arrested, and we get the credit. We get blamed.
Exactly.
Other asses do when you come here.
For
So once you cross the water and you come here, you're an American soil. If we're going to get blamed for your crime,
what happens?
Every goddamn creative thing you do here, you did it under the auspices of trying to be part of Black American culture. Understand that. Part of foundational Black American culture. Understand that. So it doesn't matter where you came from, because once you got here, you were either an American on the way to being an American or trying to be an American.
I got you 100%. Like I said, I think that I never understood why there's a controversy over the recognition of a foundational Black American culture. That's absolutely. I mean, I don't know why there's a controversy about that. There is a foundational
You're
Black American.
perpetuating a controversy, but on one side of your mouth saying that you believe, which is already disrespectful because Black Americans created hip hop, period. And then on the other hand,
hold on.
Let me finish, bro.
Okay.
Déjame hablar.
Sorry.
I gotta say it in Spanish. Déjame hablar. All right, so now check this out. But then on the other side, naming all these Caribbean people that had something to do with it. So what you're doing is essentially killing your own point, which is supposedly in support of that Black Americans created hip hop. We absolutely did. And Black Americans were the blacks in America, in New York, before the Caribbeans and everybody started coming in the early, in the 20s, the 40s, and the 60s in mass. So when they came to a culture we had already created. And they separated themselves because we come from a culture of snapping. So we would snap on them about how they dressed and did all of that. And specifically to the Latinos, they didn't rock with the Morenos, Moreno Sucio, Cocolo, Trepapalo, and you know exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, Mayate for the Mexicans. So y'all can't pull that on me. So like, stop it. If you're gonna say that you believe it, then do the research to back up your beliefs. Don't speak on it not being or Black American, and it could possibly be up for debate because they know debates. The Jamaicans that came, the Jamaicans that came, first of all, the Jamaicans that came, they wasn't rocking with hip hop, and it wasn't Hispanic. There were Puerto Ricans that were involved with hip hop. That's it. It was Black Americans and Puerto Ricans. So the Boricuas, well, they had breakdancing on lock, but they couldn't rap to save their ass.
And they had spray paint on lock too. They had the graffiti on lock too.
Yeah, there were Black American graffiti also. There were Black American graffiti also. You know, like that's like, you know.
I'm a Black American graffiti artist, my nigga.
Yeah, I mean, I was a graffiti artist also, but you know, but hip hop is not important to me. So I mean, like.
As this is some extreme tether babble, because on the one hand, he wants to muddy the waters and say it's debatable who originated it, but then on the other hand, he's going to throw shots saying it's so degenerate while also not highlighting who promotes its degeneracy and who contorted the thing known as hip hop to make it a weapon of our destruction when it was originally meant as a way for us to share stories rhythmically. So I think it's very interesting how he cherry picks what he wants to speak about up here. But all right, y'all, this is some classic tether babble.
Okay, well,
let's talk about the degeneracy in hip hop. Do you believe that hip hop is the driving force in crime and all that stuff in Black communities?
I think it's a major part of it.
Okay, so do you think it's the driving force?
I'm not sure what the driving force is, but I think
all
it's
right,
a major
I'll
part.
tell you what the driving force is. Socioeconomic conditions that existed prior to hip hop. Your country, Puerto Rico, okay, where they might listen to reggaeton, they might listen to salsa and all that other stuff. They're banging crazy out there, and they're not listening to hip hop. I think it was not Venezuela, Colombia, one of those places. they had the highest murder rate in the Western Hemisphere.
That was El
Or they were listening to Spanish music. So you can't blame hip hop for all the ills of Black America. That our ills come from socioeconomic systems, and the music has been, them telling their stories through it. But now I'm not gonna lie, it's gone too far. But there was crime before hip hop, and there will be crime after hip hop.
And making it okay. I mean, okay, cool. You can convince yourself of that.
Real quick, guys, I got to make a special announcement. Mind Wars, I got to drop you down, Mind Wars, because we got some people trying to get into the backstage. So, Mind Wars, before I drop you down, I'll go ahead and unmute you if you want to provide any closing remarks.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to get off the topic for a bit that we were talking about. The question you were asking was, is there any like Pan-Africanism that exists? No, it doesn't technically exist, because in order for it to exist, there has to be a universal understanding between different groups as a way of as a code of conduct, and that does not exist. And there are many different groups that undermine us within all these different individual countries. So in order for the whole group globally to be able to come together, we have to be able to conduct ourselves and be codified, but that doesn't exist.
Okay, well, thanks for joining, brother. Don't hesitate to click that link in the future, Mind Wars. Thanks for joining. And whoever's trying to join the backstage, go ahead and click the link now. You should be able to join. I'm gonna bring up Idris.
Mike, I'm gonna step down too.
All right, thanks for calling
y'all
in.
take care. Have a good day.
Appreciate you. All right, we got Idris in the building. Idris, real quick, give us some opening remarks on what you've heard so far, and then we'll keep the conversation going.
Well, basically, I'm from the United Kingdom of Great Britain, Somalia originally. Based upon my meager knowledge and experience in regards to hip hop, I'm 100% certain that hip hop is Black foundational American music, and to say otherwise is an extreme disrespect to that particular community. Now, if these individuals from any community say otherwise, then I need receipts. They're not providing any receipts. And, I think that this hip hop music is like a very powerful tool, very powerful cultural tool, like a nuclear weapon. It can either be used for destructive purposes, or it could be used for constructive purposes. So, for example, the white music executives have unfortunately used this for destructive purposes. But if in the words of Sheikh Khalid Muhammad, you use this for positive purposes, you can stage revolution. So clearly, the American political establishment would be afraid of such a cultural tool. That of course they'd want to suppress it. So you have groups like the Public Enemy. Outstanding, brilliant group. They were both entertaining, and in addition to this, they were very. I learned a lot from them as a kid growing up.
Listen, man, people write positive hip hop every day. The A&R representatives of the record companies determine who gets a record contract and who does not. If you are not talking negativity about the Black American community, these Ashkenazi Jews are not going to give you a record contract. That's the way it works, man. That's simply the way it works. Hip hop has been co-opted as of many years ago, to be an instrument, just like Jeffrey Epstein, to be a Zionist instrument of oppressing Black Americans.
All right, and real quick, we got some people who've been waiting really patiently backstage. I'm going to bring up Young Black Wall Street. Young Black Wall Street, I know you've been backstage for a while. Let us know what you think about the topic at hand and the previous topic we were discussing.
Yes, I know a lot of people don't like him, but Tariq Nasheed is definitely on point with that autobiography that he's doing.
Yep.
I'm glad that he's doing it, because the truth need to come out. The only reason why all these people are trying to assassinate the character of hip hop, because they wants to jump on the bandwagon or something that's been portrayed and being told the true story of how white supremacy has treated black people in America. And during the 80s is what Tariq Nasheed is doing his biography on.
One of these.
And I love that. He's speaking the truth. You could deny a lie, but you can't deny the truth. Everybody want to jump on the bandwagon and say they invented this, invented that. No, you didn't. That's why I'm glad he's doing that biography, to speak the truth.
Hey, they want to debate who invented it and who didn't, while also throwing salt in the game, talking about how it's so degenerate.
Everyone know who invented hip hop.
Come on.
Everybody know who invented hip hop. You can speak all that tether babble and talk about this and who did that, crazy legs this. All I know is when the 80s was popping, I know who really invented hip hop. And I know who took center stage and set that motherfucker on fire. So whoever talking this craziness and disrespect, you know damn well who invented hip hop. I know who took center stage because I was in Chicago as a kid watching people doing spray painting and break dancing. I know exactly who invented hip hop. That's why I'm glad Tariq Nasheed is telling the truth. And I'm glad that KRS One them turned down that 50 anniversary of hip hop, because that's a bunch of lies. The Grammys didn't want to acknowledge hip hop. I'm glad all those legends turned that down, because that's full of shit. They are full of shit. 49 years you didn't want to acknowledge hip hop. Then the 50 year you want to come around. Oh yeah, we finna do a 50 hip hop anniversary. Nah, it don't work like that. That's why I'm glad they had enough balls to turn that stuff down.
And
you can never let anybody whitewash your history or distort the truth, because they'll do whatever they want because they think they can, as long as you let them do it.
And real quick, guys,
Can I just say one more
Andre,
thing?
wait, everybody, one mic. I have the difficult task of moderating so many different people at once. Andreas, we're definitely gonna give you the floor to rebuttal. I just got more people backstage. I'm gonna let them up, let them provide a quick opening remark, and then we're all gonna have a civil discourse. We got New Era in the building. New Era, lay it on us, brother.
What up, big dog? I thought we was having a stream about Pan-African. Why the fuck these toes come up here talking about hip hop like they got something to do with fucking hip hop, bro? I'm from Brooklyn. I'm from Brooklyn. You didn't laugh with all this shit. I heard you say you was Latin and all that shit. I got my Mexican homie right here and shit. He's cool as fuck. Motherfucking, he don't got shit to do with hip hop, nigga. So what the fuck you up here talking about hip hop for when we talk about deleting it from these fuck ass feathers?
Yeah, he came up here and kind of derailed the conversation.
I got like fucked up. I'm from the old side, nigga. Best side for dying, nigga. Not letting this new best, but all these niggas scared of it. I'll go back and smack niggas up. You better ask about it. See this finger right here? Got staff for smacking niggas up. About my life.
Guys, real quick, let's go ahead and give Andreas.
Oh my
and
goodness.
Era the floor.
About that
Real quick,
life?
okay.
Is that the kind of message that you know, like you promote, that you're about that life?
Yeah, it sure is when it comes to others. What you was about to say? Because I thought we was stream about this. Why the fuck you come on the stream and talk about hip hop?
Yeah.
Why are you trying to distract from the conversation at
Are
hand?
you saying that I can't
Answer my question. Why are you trying to distract from the conversation at hand? What the fuck did hip hop have to do with this conversation right here?
Didn't they talk about hip hop before?
What? The title, Mike, what's the title of your screen, bro? What's the title of the stream? Hold on, I ain't talking to you right now.
The title is "There's No Such Thing as Pan-Africanism. Stop Being Delusional." So if you see the title and you see the thumbnail, even if we're discussing hip hop in passing, I don't understand why you came up debating the origins of hip hop when we're talking about delineation and, you know, not being Pan-Africanist.
I could talk about Pan-Africanism with no problem. It was a
So
topic of
keep on subject then. That's why the fuck I came on. Because niggas shut the fuck up. You got nothing to do with fucking hip hop. I'm tired of niggas talking about fucking hip hop. Shut the fuck up and get a fucking life.
Why are you speaking over me? Why are you speaking over me? If it was a topic of discussion,
I was what? Nigga, I was the best side. You ain't never come to this side. Nigga, I heard you. I ain't never come to Brooklyn. Fuck, you ain't never come to Brooklyn in the 90s. You scared little bitch ass boy? Back in the 90s, you come to Brooklyn? Shut the fuck up, bro. And get on fucking top before I come back in. I'm out of here, bro. I just came to let you know. Get the fuck out of my community. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You's a bitch. You got nothing to do with this fucking strap phone conversation. That's why we're doing it from niggas like you.
Okay, you look like this, but don't act like this. Shut the
Why are you so out of
All right,
control? I
new
don't understand.
era, new era.
I can't understand that.
I
This is a
definitely,
grown
I definitely understand your sentiment, new era. Real quick, Andreas, I got to ask you, what do you identify as?
Cuban and Puerto Rican.
Okay, so yeah, so I'm kind of confused as to why a Cuban and Puerto Rican chose to click a stream about Pan Africanism
Well,
and
I'm
weigh in
of
on hip
African
hop.
descent. I'm a Cuban of African descent, Puerto Rican. You know, like
You
I mean,
didn't say you're Afro-Cuban. You just said you're Cuban and Puerto
because
Rican.
you don't have to say Afro-Cuban. I'm a Cuban and Puerto Rican of African descent.
I've heard so many Cubans and Puerto Ricans say, "I'm not black, I'm Cuban. I'm not
Well,
black, I'm Puerto Rican."
well,
So,
Mike,
all right, buddy.
Mike, when
Me no
what?
black, exactly.
Yeah, but Mike, what happens is that over here when I was growing up, black meant black Americans. Even Jamaicans back then would say, "I'm Jamaican, not black." You understand?
So, do
So a lot of
you
people, a lot.
identify as
I'm trying to,
black?
I'm
Yes or
trying to.
no?
Of course, I'm black Puerto Rican. What I'm trying to explain
Oh,
to you.
whoa. Why did it take all that for you to mention black Puerto Rican? I said, what do you identify as? And you said Puerto Rican and Cuban. I said, okay, then why are you up here talking about some black issues? Now it's, oh, well, I shouldn't even have to say it. I'm black. Yeah, I'm black. All right, there's some tether shit. There's some tether shit, y'all. But let's go ahead and bring everybody up real quick. Actually, before we bring everybody up, we still have some people who've been waiting patiently backstage. First Eye Beats, go ahead and provide us with some opening remarks. Let us know what you think about the topic at hand.
Nah, Mike, peace to you, brother, and peace to the chat, man. But I just wanted to add one quick thing to the discussion, man. Just like we can use the analogy with hip hop, it's in a degraded form, excuse me, I'm having a tongue twister, man. But anyway, man, it's not held in a good light today, but that's one of the reasons why they can say, hey, man, you should abandon it because it's no good anymore. And, that's one of their ways to get in, just like, Africa, yeah, come back home, brother, so they can get us from over here to go over there, man. It's the same old switcheroo, bro. Nothing has changed. There's nothing new under the sun, bro. So, yeah, we know that hip hop, it isn't shown in the best of light today. But like you mentioned earlier, Mike, it's in the beginning, in its inception, it was definitely a total vibe. You know what I'm saying? Just trying to put us in a good light, brother. So that's all I wanted to say, Mike. I don't want to take up too much time, brother. Peace, and you're doing a great job, brother.
Yeah, I appreciate you, brother, and thanks for joining the show. We got James Ward calling in for the first time. James, let us know real quick some opening remarks, and then we're going to start bringing everybody back up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, first of all, it's no debate that FBA we made hip hop. I don't, I don't know what Jamaicans had to do with hip hop, but we could talk about that later. But also, I also wanted to mention, I liked the dude's analogy earlier about the atomic bomb, how it can be used for good or for bad. How it's always interesting, like white people can make a literal atomic bomb and kill millions of people, and they can be proud of that, but we can't be proud of hip hop. But that's all I wanted to say. We can. I really want to get back to the Pan Africanism back on topic, but
Yeah, man's completely derailed the y'all.
yeah.
And this is classic Tether fashion. We've got a Cuban Puerto Rican that calls in about us discussing Pan Africanism to project that he thinks that the origins of hip hop is up for debate and hip hop is degeneracy and blah 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 blah. I mean,
Right.
all right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the Coliseum rules in effect. It's $10 to kick somebody for 10 minutes, $20 to kick somebody for 30 minutes, $50 to kick somebody permanently. You guys can vote with your wallets, but yeah, James Ward, go ahead, brother. What were you saying?
Oh no, that was it. I mean, just if we can get back on topic about the Pan Africanism, but about hip hop, yeah, we made that. Like it comes from jazz. It's an evolution of jazz, soul,
jazz, soul,
scat,
blues,
yeah,
all
blues,
that. Yeah.
jazz, everything. I don't know what Latin or Jamaican music is a direct pre uh predecessor of hip hop. I don't know what the salsa. No, I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I feel you. Well, hey, I'm gonna bring you right back in just a moment. The last new guest we have before we bring everybody back up is Mick Lovin. Mick Lovin, where you calling in from?
Hey, what's going on? I'm calling from Baltimore. How you doing today?
Hey, doing well, brother. Thanks for asking. Go ahead and weigh in on the topic at hand or our previous topic on Pan Africanism.
Okay, can you just do me a favor? Let me get 2 minutes. All right, this what kills me. Everybody keep talking about this breakdance and all this stuff. Do anybody even look at the show that was called What's Happening? We was already pop locking doing all this mess before they was even doing it. The Mexicans, they had nothing to contribute. We don't like them. They always culture vulture on us, and they always got hatred to us. You got the little Puerto Rican people and stuff. Yeah, they was close to us. All they did was emulate everything we was doing. Everything we do, we make it happen, and we already had it started. If that was the fact, think about this. What other dances do they got? We got the Memphis Jukes. We got all these different dances. We evolved everything. And one more thing I gotta say. Everybody getting to the point that they mad about us, and the only reason they mad is because without us is no them. We are the backbone. We are the ones who stand to fight. We are the ones that create. We are the ones that sit up here and start the music. Majority of y'all music start from us. Reggae, all that stuff starts from us. All this other stuff that they talking about, let it be. And half the Jamaicans that was coming here back in the day, y'all wasn't even repping that Jamaican flag. Y'all was sitting up there cosplaying us, just like it is now, just like it is today, and just like it was in the past. That's it, man. Thank you. I just want to land my plane with that. Sorry about that. If I was a little bit too loud,
Oh,
bro.
no, you're good. No, you're good. And thanks for calling in, brother. Now we're going to go ahead and bring everybody back up to the forefront. We got Idris. We got Young Black Wall Street. We got James. We got Devin. We got Andre. Andreas turned off his camera for some reason. I think the chat was letting him have it too much. Okay, there he is. Hey, Andreas, I have no
the brothers
control.
is telling the truth. There is no culture without black people. No matter how you try to spin it, or how
There's
you
no
try to
them
make
without
it
us.
seem.
Yes,
No Fox News, no CNN. There will be no culture without black people. If we wasn't brought here to this country and we built this thing for free, the White House, the monument, the U.S. Capitol, there is no culture in America without black folk. Just like Elvis Presley stole everything he did from Chuck Berry. I don't give a care what anybody say. Chuck Berry is rock and roll.
And Little Richard.
Chuck Berry is the one that started. Chuck Berry is the one that started with the guitar, doing those dance moves, spinning with the guitar, doing everything. Chuck Berry is rock and roll, not Elvis Presley. Even white folks will tell you he is a culture vulture. He stole everything from Chuck Berry. All the white folks that love and know Chuck Berry, they will tell you Elvis Presley is a culture vulture. He stole everything from him. He was the one who knew how to do those dance moves with a guitar. He was the best at it. Watch the movie, even though it don't tell the whole story. Watch the movie Cadillac Records. That man is rock and roll. I don't care how you try to spin it.
And don't forget Jimi Hendrix as well, another foundational Black America who.
But Chuck Berry is the man.
international
He started everything.
Yeah,
Jimi Hendrix wanted to be Chuck Berry.
Right.
Everybody knows Chuck Berry and James Brown is rock and roll.
Let's get back to the original subject of my brother Mike's video, right? Pan-Africanism.
Hold on. Before we do, I do want another one-on-one with Andreas real quick. I know he didn't really have that much time to speak over the last few minutes. So, Andreas, why, when I first asked you what you identify as, you didn't mention the word Afro or Black at all? You simply said Cuban, Puerto Rican.
I didn't think it was necessary, but like I don't know. I mean, why would Cuban who's not of African descent or Puerto Rican who's not be interested in this topic? You know, like the topic was Pan-Africanism, and that's my interest.
So what does the topic of Pan-Africanism have to do with a Cuban Puerto Rican?
Well, I mean, we are Cubans are the ones who fought, probably the only people who put down blood in the Pan-Africanist manner.
Oh Lord, he hasn't heard about the Haitian Revolution, y'all. God damn it, we coming in strong with the tether babble. I'm sorry, I just need a quick commercial break. All right, sir, I'm going to urge you to at least
Haitians gave refuge
Sir, I'm going to urge you to at least attempt to not disrespect and discredit the diaspora by and large with your asinine statements. Please explain how the Puerto Ricans were the only ones to stand up and fight.
And we are the diaspora. What are you talking about, bro? We are the diaspora. Don't disrespect we are the diaspora, bro. Cuba's the last
white passing Puerto Rican and Cubans that come over here and cozy up to white supremacy and only claim black or Afro lineage when it's convenient for you, or when somebody pulls your card because you're in an all black space and they're questioning why you're here. Now it's, oh, I'm Afro Cuban. I mean, we see through it. We see through it. But let me know what a Cuban Puerto Rican has to do with Pan-Africanism.
Hold on. I have my face on screen. I mean, isn't that am I white?
Sir,
hello.
You don't look African to me, or African American, or I mean,
I look like an Arab.
You look like a foreigner to me. I mean, I'm just gonna call yeah. The chat says Arab.
You don't look that black to me, bro. You're yellow.
Well, you're yellow. I'm yellow. I mean,
yellow, right?
the fact of the matter is,
bro?
we have a
What are you talking
Cuban
about?
Puerto
Like
Rican
what?
in a predominantly black space, disrespecting the diaspora by and large, trying to throw mud in the water as to who created hip hop, trying to say that hip hop is just degeneracy. I mean, sir, you didn't even mention Afro or black until I pressed you about it. So how are you going to now start in on this?
I called originally for Pan-Africanism, but you were talking about hip hop, so I made a comment on that. So that's what I originally caught my attention. I saw your video the other day when you were talking with this guy Omar Johnson, and then for some reason your video popped up again, and I'm watching it, and then you spoke about the topic of Pan-Africanism, something that I've been very into, and that's why I became interested in this conversation.
So if it's a topic that you're very into, then let me know. The title is "There is no such thing as Pan-Africanism. Stop being delusional." Do you agree or disagree with the title of this video?
It's an aspiration, Pan-Africanism. It's an aspiration, and I think it's counterproductive to just disregard, the possibilities of Pan-Africanism. That's really what my point is. Yeah, it hasn't been successful, but there was a time, I don't know if you remember, when Marcus Garvey movement was an international movement, and even I was witness to the last bakery of the UNIA in Harlem. It was between 145th Street and 146th.
God damn it, y'all. We dealing with a whole lot of time. And yes, y'all, peep game how the Puerto Rican Cuban tether tried to question my ancestry while he's up here shucking and jiving, y'all. This is wild. But continue, sir. Continue. It's at least humorous, to say the least.
Yeah, it is the tether. So that's what that's what got me into the conversation.
Hey y'all, I'm not black, I'm OJ. I'm not black, I'm yellow.
What have any of them ever
That's why I put
fought
Mellow
for
Yellow in the
that-
check.
that
I was like,
helped
damn, Mike, you Mellow Yellow now?
Hey,
That boy
I'm the
Mike
Yellow
high
Ranger. But quick question, Andreas. Somebody in the chat has a question for you. They say, ask him, do you like Fidel Castro? What are your thoughts on Castro?
Man.
I love Fidel. Viva Fidel. 100%.
Oh my goodness.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, I think because I am a YouTuber, I have to no, hold on. I have to put a disclaimer. Mike TV does not support hate speech. Because I think technically YouTube might consider that hate speech, since I think
They
Castro
might.
was like on the wrong side of history to a degree.
Comunismo.
So,
It depends.
Mike TV does not endorse hate speech.
He was definitely on the wrong side of history.
And Andreas, I'm not saying that you're promoting hate speech. I'm just letting you know YouTube as a platform is very sensitive to that. So yeah, very, very sensitive. Yeah.
They took off Farrakhan.
You realize in Fidel Castro's memoirs, he speaks about the fact that he failed to tackle racism
And again, what you said about Fidel?
Yeah, he failed. Can you hear me?
Yeah, somebody had some double feedback,
I
but I
you.
got it muted. It's fine now. Go ahead.
Okay, so basically, Fidel Castro in his memoirs said that I had failed to deal with the problem of structural racism in Cuba. He said he claims he made a mistake previously, and you know when people asked him initially, look, you need to do something about structural racism. Around about the beginning times of the revolution, he said, no, we're not going to talk about racism. To talk about racism will be a counter-revolutionary crime, I believe he put it as. And then later on, he turns around and says, well, no, sorry, structural racism did exist, was a problem, and I didn't deal with it. So that was my gripe with him.
Yeah, so yeah, you know, it's easy to gripe later. You know, my family, my uncle was one of the first black dentists from Matanzas. Matanzas is the major slaveholder. It was where the last Africans were brought in. You know, and you know, and my uncle, even before the revolution, was a very successful black dentist. He had a practice in Havana and Matanzas. He also had a prosthetics. So my family was unusual because most black Cubans were very poor. Because of my uncle, you know, my whole family benefited from that. So they weren't as poor as most other black Cubans. And you got to remember. So what I'm trying to explain to you is that he made a mistake because he thought that by providing free education and eliminating the barriers to the kind of activities that will advance you socially, that would eliminate racism. But Cuba is the second to last country to eliminate slavery. So you just don't change the racist nature of people. You know, Cuba became a mostly white country after the War of Independence, and you just can't change that overnight and say.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Did you just say your grandfather was black?
My family's black in Cuba.
So wouldn't that make you black? So everything we just been talking about was definitely wrong. Something is not adding up, like Mike said.
It's in your mind, bro, because I know
That's because they separate themselves from us.
I don't know.
Something is not adding up here.
Explain to me what's not adding up. I don't know.
You're speaking. First, you said Cuban and Puerto Rican, like we 31 Baskin Robbins, and now I'm hearing black and Puerto Rican. I'm trying to understand what is the actual meaning.
I'm gonna explain to you. In Cuba, there are black and white Cubans. You understand that?
But they never acknowledge black people over there.
Wait, where are you from, bro?
Can I say something?
Oh, I'm from Chicago. I'm from. I would get down and dirty with you.
So let me tell you.
I would get down there. I'm Fred Hampton and Malcolm X at the same time, so you can't question nothing about me. We can get down to the nitty gritty, for real.
And yes, he didn't say he was black.
We can get to it if you want to. I can get it with you right now. I'm trying to understand, are you black? Are you Puerto Rican? Are you Cuban? Something is, because if your grandfather was black, you're black.
Oh, all right.
And in addition
I'm trying to understand what's going on. I'm like, I keep hearing certain things, but then you just said your grandfather was black.
Mike, do you understand why some Dominicans and Puerto Ricans?
I'm getting confused.
I don't know. I thought you had
hold on. It sounds like Andreas has a question for me, so let me drop everybody off so I can hear Andreas. All right, Andreas, what's the question?
What I'm trying to explain to you, you see how he says you're the black or Cuban. No, there's black Cubans and white Cubans. He doesn't seem to understand that. So he says, you said you're black, but you're Cuban. So that's why some Puerto Ricans
The fact is, we're going by what you told us. A black Cuban refers to themselves as Afro-Cuban or black. When I said, what do you identify as? You said Cuban and Puerto Rican. You did not say Afro-Cuban. You did not say black at all. It wasn't until I dug in deeper and said, okay, well, what is a Cuban Puerto Rican doing in this space that you try to say, well, isn't Cubans black? Come on now. This is on the internet. It lives forever.
when you approach people with suspicion and always that maybe they're lying or they're trying to get over on something like you, that's what you're gonna get. I don't have to.
Sir, it's not suspicion. I asked you straight up, what do you identify as? And you said Cuban and Puerto Rican. If somebody asked me what I identify as, and I said Native American and Irish, and then when someone's like, well, then why are you in this black space? Oh, well, actually, my uncle was black and da 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 da. Sir, it just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make no sense. You're flip-flopping. You're all over the place.
Flopping, bro. I've been completely straight with you. If I were Jamaican, would I have to say I'm black Jamaican? No. There are Indian. If I were Trinidadian, would I have to say that I'm black Trinidadian? No. There are black Cubans. There are white Cubans. That's not so hard to understand, bro.
There's Asian Jamaicans.
And you did
Of
not
course.
say that you're black.
In your mind, because in your
There's
mind,
Indian
in
Jamaicans.
your mind that you have to distinguish between being an Afro-Cuban.
Hey,
and
I know what I was talking about. I know exactly what I was talking about.
That's what y'all do.
The main reason why they
That's
the
what
main
y'all
reason
do.
why they deported Marcus Garvey, because he wanted black people here in the United States of America to come together with him and the Caribbeans. They did not want Marcus Garvey here in the United States because they were scared he was going to start a riot, a major race war in America. They was afraid of Marcus Garvey. That's why he got deported
Absolutely.
back to the island.
So in my mind,
They were afraid of him the same way they was afraid of Malcolm X.
Real quick, guys, real quick. It sounds like Idris wants to hop in. Go ahead, Idris.
yeah, when you first introduced yourself, and you said I'm a Cuban and I'm also Puerto Rican, my impression of you was like, okay, this man is of European heritage. That was what I first thought, and most people thought that. Now, that's not a problem. I mean, if someone were to say I'm from Jamaica, I would naturally assume, okay, that person's black. Okay. Then if they were like Chinese or like Asian, I'd be like, oh, I didn't know that they were Asian. I didn't know they were like from East India. Do you understand me? So, you know, when people ask you specifically where you're originally from, like the way I did, I said, well, I'm from London, the United Kingdom of Great Britain, but I'm originally from Africa, Somalia. So people get to know who you are specifically. Because if you come on a space like that and you say, I'm Puerto Rican and I'm also, Cuban, and then afterwards you're pressed on it and then you say, oh, but I'm black, people will start to get a bit, it will throw people off.
So I've got to ask him another question, and let's see if he'll calm down and answer. Since you do live in America, right? All your life, when you fill out documents, when you go to the doctor, do you mark black down as your ethnicity?
I put black and other.
Interesting. Then why, when somebody asks you what you identify as, the word black doesn't come out of your mouth?
Why should it? I'm Puerto Rican and Cuban. They don't. If they ask me,
there's white Puerto Rican and Cubans, and there's also black Puerto Rican and Cubans. You're the one who made sure to draw that distinction. So, all right.
A way of looking at things upon another people. Stay in your lane, bro.
Oh yeah, and he didn't say black; he said African. That's right. Thank you for the correction. I appreciate it. And you know what? Let's go ahead and bring Nakmeezy up to the stage as well. Go ahead, Nakmeezy.
All right, thank you, brother. I want to give some New York tether adjacent context here. In New York, black is considered Black American.
Thank you.
So even if there are black people from the Caribbean, they will tell you, I'm Haitian, I'm Jamaican. They don't consider black. They consider us Yankees. I had a Haitian tell me in Banana Republic on 34th Street across from Empire State Building. He said, I don't consider myself black because I don't want to be associated with the negativity that comes with being a Black American, which was BS. But not everyone does it for that. But they know if he was to come up here and say that he was black, we could also accuse him of denying or trying to hide his Hispanic lineage as well. So he is an Afro-Latino. And from a New York standpoint, when they say black, he'd actually be trying to tether himself to Black Americans, which is why they don't identify as black. They identify as what he did, Cuban and whatever. It's obvious the dude obviously has African ancestry, right? We're not looking at at a white Cuban. You know what I'm saying? We're just not. So I don't really want to cut pick at straws here.
Thank you. I appreciate that because like I'm over here trying to defend it. It's like I'm trying to deceive and all this stupid stuff. I mean, not calling anybody stupid, but I'm not trying to deceive anybody. I mean, I have my face on. Why in the world would I try to be deceptive like that? I'm showing my face.
Because we don't go by a brown paper bag test over here, and we mostly judge people on their rhetoric and their talking points. And you came up here with a whole lot of tether babble to keep it a buck.
But you know what? Like the thing is that there are such great musics, African American musics that and this is my first time I would ever imagine that this would be such a controversial topic, that hip hop is or not Black American. Like I said, I already explained my feelings about hip hop. And I mean, they're very strong. However, like the what African Americans produce in music is just influenced the whole world. I'm not trying to kiss ass. I mean, I've been listening to all my life. I've been privileged to grow up in an era where I was exposed to that. Like I say, if that's it, and yeah, and like
before you said anything positive of hip hop culture, you made sure to speak on its degeneracy.
And I don't take that back. I'm just talking about African American music. I'm talking about pre-hip hop. Like I said, I grew up in hip hop. I knew what it was about, everything involved in it. I was there when they were shooting out at the armory, when they were robbing people's turntables. I saw all of that. Every time you go to a park, there's a freaking shootout. I was in that because I used to love hip hop. You understand? I mean, I was in all that. In Rosedale Park, in Bronx River, up there by Truman High School, in 135th Street. I've been through all that with hip hop. You know what I'm saying? And I loved it. I was addicted to it, and now I reject it 100%. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry.
I have a question.
If it affects you, but I
Well, you see, with me,
Wait, hold on.
Well, hold
Somali man.
on.
Sorry.
So real quick, we're gonna bring everybody back up as well, and the only way that we're gonna be able to keep things in order is just like Nakamizi did. If somebody has a question or a statement, just say, "Hey, I got a question, I got a statement," and then you'll have the floor. We got to keep it to
I
one
have a
mic.
question. I
Alright,
just want to say one
All right,
thing.
wait, hold on. So first is Nakamizi, and then it's Idris, and then it's Young Black Wall Street in that order.
All right, since Andres, that's your name, Andres?
Yeah, yes, sir.
All right, so since you've been around hip hop and stuff, I want to ask you, what was the racial breakdown of when you went to like a park jam or whatever?
Mostly Black American. Mostly Black American.
Mostly Black American.
Mostly everywhere, even in the Bronx. What happens is, like, say, when like over there in Jackson Projects over there on 149th Street, it used to be Flash used to rock there a lot with Cool DJ AJ and the Casanova crew. So it's in the projects. So it's mostly Black American, but a lot of Puerto Ricans. But Puerto Ricans would never, like they were in the hip hop, but they were not really creative. There were some good DJs. I think Ruby D from the L Brothers was Puerto Rican, and there was a DJ from Zulu Nation whose name was Melody from Evergreen Avenue. He was good. The rest were either Black Americans, Jamaicans, or Caribbean. Like I know Flash was Caribbean. I heard Casanova was Caribbean. I think Theodore. That's the way it was back then. But
I'm gonna land my plane with this, and just so that I can be honest with my people, the self-hate of Black Americans in New York City is real. I've seen many Black Americans in New York claim Jamaican. They claim these lineages. That's where the Jafaican.
No way. No
absolutely.
way.
I'm and I'm gonna tell you,
cold.
Oh,
because Black Americans have become a minority in New York City. I've seen Black Americans claim to be Dominican.
Hell no.
Andres might even know that as well. So there's been Black Americans tethering to Caribbeans because they've been outnumbered in New York City. So you rocking with a bunch of people, and to be cool with them, you say, yeah, I'm this and I'm that. The reality is that these were Black Americans. Now, to find Black Americans now in New York City, you got to go to the projects or you got to go outside of the city. where you'll find older Black Americans. That's why when he said he was 58, I said, okay, I'm going to take this opportunity to really find out what was going on the floor, on the streets back then. But now to end this, the me no Black, me Dominican, right? This is why they say that they're not Black. A lot of them are not denying their African ancestry. What they're doing is delineating from Black Americans. So when we do the same, we can't be looked at as being xenophobic, because every people should love their people.
Thanks.
I feel it. And next was Idris, and then we had Young Black Wall Street. Idris, you have the floor. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, like I have to repeat myself again. When you first came on there and you said you were Cuban and that you were like Puerto Rican, I thought, okay, this guy's European. And then when you started talking about hip hop being degenerate, and when you started questioning, you know, whether the sky was blue or whether the sky was red, in that you were questioning whether hip hop was originally from Black Americans, I just started to have grave suspicions about you. And then after that, you managed to tell everybody that, oh well, I'm African. So once again, I was completely confused about your identity, and I was also you know, very skeptical of your character. So, you know, I don't mean to be I don't mean to disrespect or anything like that, but it's just you gave like an impression that was somewhat confusing and questionable. That's what I'm saying.
Maybe because you had preconceptions that maybe your preconceptions.
I have preconceptions.
Of course. So
like I said before.
So when I have
like
to
I say,
explain, when I show.
Andreas, it's not preconceptions. We judged you by what you spoke to us here today. Hey, what do you identify as? I'm Cuban and Puerto Rican. Oh, well, then why are you here talking about Pan-Africanism? Come on. This came out of your mouth.
So basically, I mean, yeah, if anyone says to me, oh, I'm English, if I were to say, look, I'm English, and then later on you find out I'm Somali, and you're like, well, what the hell's going on? Because you would naturally assume that I was white, isn't it? So, you know, basically that's why you have to clarify, you know, where you're from and what your native lineage is. If you don't do that, it confuses the hell out of people. And when you start talking, you know, negatively on a foundational Black American space, people will look at you sideways, isn't it?
So what we have to do is we have to pair his response to being asked what he identifies with his rhetoric on the hip hop origins are debatable. Oh, but also hip hop is degenerate. I mean, it's just your talking points. It's not preconceived notions. It's not because how you look. It's what came out of your mouth.
Yeah,
but next up was Young Black Wall Street. Young Black.
Thanks
Wall Street,
a lot, man.
Yeah, and then Andreas.
I don't like how he tried to assassinate the character of a race of people with music. Music has nothing to do with the hardships and the things that goes on in the world. That has nothing to do with that. Martin Luther King said, judge people on their character, not on their skin color. And trying to assassinate the character of hip hop, you're constantly confusing me, because now I'm confused. Like the brother just said, this that has the accent. There's from. I mean, he hit some points. Yep. He know exactly what's going on. He understand what's going on. It's you start confusing me. First you like hip hop, then you up here assassinating the character. Music has nothing to do with what people choose to do with their life and with themselves. You can't. I'm not gonna sit here and let you try to claim one thing, then turn around and try to pick apart the good parts of hip hop. I'm still trying to understand, how did hip hop get into this conversation? But since you brought it up, we're going to dissect everything you said, because you threw me off with now you saying you're black. I'm like he said, you're confusing me. It's starting to get off. We're rolling off the rails. It's a derailment. It's an unstoppable derailment of the train right now. I'm trying to understand What side of the train tracks are you on? And then the brother said, but it is a lot of self-hate. Something speaking to me there is some kind of self-hatred or no sense of self going on here. I'm trying to understand what is the actual meaning of this conversation.
Can I respond? Yeah, so
What
first
is
of
the
all,
actual meaning? What is going on here?
let me just say the first part is that when I was talking about hip hop has nothing to do, because this is what
I mean, first you downgraded hip hop, then you start to it's starting to make no sense to me. I'm trying to understand. The brother just said either you're gonna. It's like you got to stay on a level playing field, because if you start going all over the place, it's a derailment gonna happen. You're rolling off the rails right now.
I'm just expressing how I look at it. I don't have to be this or that. You can understand me the way you want, and I understand. What I'm trying to tell you is a couple of things. By no means am I associating hip hop with a people.
You just said that. You just said hip hop. Hip hop is a digit. I mean, you just started bad mouthing hip hop.
I did.
I mean, we can say that. We can say that with what whites did with rock and roll, doing drugs, killing people, doing all sorts of stuff.
I don't care about whites and rock and roll, because whites and
they stole that. Rock and roll isn't even theirs.
Yeah, but that's a different conversation.
We did that too.
Real quick, let's allow Andreas to.
What I care about is how hip hop glamorizes, people spending more than they have. How
that's your opinion.
Okay, yeah, that's my opinion. How it glamorizes gangster lifestyle, gangster.
That's your opinion again.
I have a question.
How it glamorizes shooting and killing.
Oh no, that's your opinion. That's not facts.
And that's what I'm basing my opinion of hip hop on. And like I said, I grew up in hip hop.
But that's a negative opinion. That's not a fact.
It's a negative opinion. I have a very negative opinion about hip hop. Very
well. Why are you trying to claim some kind? I mean, like you said, it's getting confusing what you're saying right now, because one minute you're trying to uplift it, then another minute you're trying to assassinate it. You gotta choose a side. You can't.
First of all,
you can't jump back and forth.
I said I grew up in it.
So do you love hip hop, or do you dislike hip hop? Do you love black people, or do you dislike black people?
When I was a kid, I'm
trying to understand this situation right now.
When I was a kid, I loved hip hop. I loved hip hop when I was a kid. As I got older, I rejected 100%. Like reggaeton and all that other music, all that other music that is, I consider degenerate. I consider negative. All the commercialized music, I reject.
And who produces the commercialized music?
Whoever it is, I reject them also.
Oh man, here we go with the tether babble. So you can speak about your disdain for it, but you don't want to speak on who the powers are that are controlling and manipulating this thing that we once knew as hip hop. Okay. All right.
I'm not interested in it. I know that I know that if a jazz musician,
you're not interested.
I know that if John Coltrane will present.
You're not interested in who the culprits are, who have a hand in our subjugation and our destruction through the airwaves, but you'll sit online and talk shit about it. All right, y'all. This is classic tether bullshit. Shout out to Nakmeezy. Nakmeezy is coming through with the super chat. He says, "May I purchase 5 minutes with Andreas?" Well, God damn it. Hey, we ain't getting into no chattel slavery or anything. You know, I ain't selling nobody, but you can buy 5 minutes with Andreas.
Booty warrior.
Yeah,
nah, pause. What I meant was conversation-wise. Conversation-wise.
Go ahead.
So yeah, Andres, what I wanted to really talk about is how we got here. Okay. When you came on, right? Someone said you're not gonna talk about hip hop, blah, blah, blah. That's when we went into hip hop. You clicked the stream to talk about Pan-Africanism, but it was turned to hip hop by someone saying, "Oh, you're not one of those Puerto Ricans that say hip hop was started by Puerto Ricans."
Oh, okay. I didn't,
right?
I didn't remember.
No, I remember the whole shit. So,
okay.
And then you said you believed it was African Americans, right?
Right.
You also said that you have nothing but respect for African Americans, correct or
Absolutely.
incorrect? All right.
Absolutely,
So
100%.
so what I want to do with my people, FBA, is that if we're going to be respected ideologically and from a debate standpoint, we have to debate in good faith. Okay. If this
100%.
man was a tether, he would have come up here and acted like he was one of us. He stated who he was. So when we try to muddy the waters and try to catch him on a lie, well, you said you was black, then you said you was of African descent. If you are of African descent, then you are essentially black. But he's telling you like this: look, we don't identify as that in New York City, and that's 100% fact. So we're going to get back to the Pan-African conversation. That's what we need to do. But when we jump on people and just try to pick apart meaningless bullshit, what we do is we make ourselves as Black Americans look like we don't have any intellectual intelligence. So Andres didn't come up here and disrespect Black Americans at all. He did say that he don't fuck with hip hop. And if we want to talk about that, we can. But then we're getting further and further away from the topic of Pan-Africanism. So once the brother said,
the
"Look,
origin
I'm
was
a
debatable. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, whatever it is, but at the end of the day, if he didn't come up here and lie and say that his people was from the South, and then you hear him talking like Ricky Ricardo, then you can't call him a tether. He strictly said where he was from, so that's it. And then I questioned him on it. Oh, he's 58. He's from the Bronx. So now he passed the smell test coming from another New Yorker. And I'm not caping for him, but I'm not going to allow my people to make themselves look foolish because they're just trying to make arguments out of bullshit. If he came up here and disrespected Black Americans, I'd be on his ass. Pause. But
That
he
will
didn't
never
do that.
happen.
He put
That will never
respect
happen. You'll never
and
hear
he
me.
put respect on our name. So we need to be intellectually honest when we're having these debates with people.
Yeah, I feel it. And many people who are viewing and on the panel do feel that even saying the origins of hip hop is debatable is disrespectful, especially when you follow that up with speaking of its degeneracy, while turning a blind eye to what led to its degeneracy. But yeah, hopefully we can all get back to the topic at hand. What I want to do is we have two new people who've just joined the stream, so I'm going to get the floor real quick with the new people, and then I'm going to bring everybody back up. We've got Shay coming from the back to the front. Shay, can you hear me okay? Hello, Shay, are you there? All right, we're gonna give Shay a chance to get her microphone situated. We've got Clarity Dimensions. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, just call me Clarity. How are you?
Oh, Clarity. Okay, sorry. Doing well. Where are you calling in from, Clarity?
Calling in from Philly. I know Next Meezy. I've seen him on other streams before. Hey, Next Meezy and everyone in the chat, especially Mama D and others that I've seen before. How are you, Mike? I've been watching you for a while.
Oh, I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Well, go ahead. You've got the floor. Let us know what you think about the conversation at hand, the title of the stream, and anything in between.
I am so glad that you did this stream on Pan Africanism. I'm glad y'all got back on the subject. I was on another panel and I am totally against Pan Africanism and Hotepism and all of those isms and religious ideologies. The reason why I'm against Pan Africanism, and I think Black Americans need to study it for themselves, is when you look at it, it started in Europe. Now, what we're learning as we go back into it, it started in the 1800s and then progressed into the 1900s. And it was basically something used as a white supremacist tool to basically call themselves not colonizing Africa. As you can clearly see, Africa is fully colonized. Now, when you look into the concepts of Pan-Africanism and you notice why it's always something with Black Americans on this feat, is that as we dig deeper, we're finding out that it was actually probably started by Black Americans in the early 1800s. And if you look at why they probably started it, it was because of what they were initially going through in slavery. Because you hear about it with Frederick Douglass arguing about we are not African, we are Black American. So this was starting a long time ago, and it was rightfully started, not so much rightfully started, but it was started as a mechanism to give you some type of false hope. So you had our forefathers who were Black Americans who went to Africa and they didn't tell the full truth about what Africa was about. That's what Frederick Douglass was talking about. That's why he said we're more American than African, because we don't really hold no real attributes outside of our physical to some degree with Africans. They're tribal, we're not in America. So now as you further progress and go on, it was our boule, because at some point in time we were fighting the which called the civil rights movement. And instead of white Americans coming to us as a collective, this is when you see the Jesse Jacksons. It's around that time period we're coming out of fighting for civil rights. They basically asked our upper boule, those who, what did they want to be identified as? Because mostly Black Americans were being Black Americans. I'm Black and I'm proud. So then they asked them, it was a mere 16 or 17% that said we should attach ourselves to Africans, following back into the same concept what we were trying to come out of. So now when you look at Pan-Africanism, if you pay attention to a lot of these funky little panels, they're never against the African or the Caribbean. It's always vitriol towards Black Americans. Black Americans this, Black Americans that. Pan-Africanism is anti-Black. It is a white supremacist tool that we're using to beat ourselves up with on a concept that will never exist. The mere fact that people in Africa don't even know about Pan-Africanism shows you what it's all about. So when people start to preach all of this stuff about Pan-Africanism, as you can see, it has never done anything. It just causes mere confusion. It has done nothing for us politically. It has done nothing to unify us. And when you ask the simple question, why don't Pan-Africanists go to Africa to initialize this concept? They could never tell you. Oh, it's just an ideology. Yes, it's an ideology that's false. And I'm glad that you're speaking about it, because I also believe in the concept. If you listen to this guy, his name is Ty Direct. He's on Twitter. People keep thinking of the concept of Black. We have to get off of calling them Black, and people be like, oh my God, here she go. You can't call Africans Black. You can't call Caribbeans Black. They're not called Black in their initial country. We started calling them Black, and then we say, oh, then you're denying your Blackness. So then you wonder why they keep getting into our spaces. You call them Black, and then we attach ourselves to Africa. Now, do we have African ancestry? Yes, but that stuff is gone. All of that DNA from all of that stuff that when they sold us over here is gone. If you pay attention, Pan-Africanism does not hold Africans accountable for anything. They give you this false rah-rah about white supremacy. Now, I'm not saying white supremacy doesn't exist, because it does, but white supremacy is only against one group of people, and that's Black Americans, because we're the initial ones who can fight against it. What can people from a failed state, a failed country, a failed continent, what can they fight against? So when they come here, you're looking at them as, oh, we're the same color. You're calling people in Asia Black because they're melanated. You're calling this one Black because they're melanated. When you keep putting these people into our spaces, you calling yourself African, you then calling them Black, then you wonder why they merge themselves in. They're going to take the very things that belong to you. So what white America has done, and what America has done, well, we don't have to get rid of them. They're going to hold on to these Africans, and we're going to use them as a tool, and they're a tool. They're a tool, and they line up right alongside white supremacy. Pan-Africanism is just nothing but a rah-rah, a falsism of white supremacy. And if you look at it, you look at the Pan-Africanists, they never hold them accountable, like I said, for anything. You never get this concept of, well, how are we going to come together and build together? First of all, Africa is owned. Let's get this straight. Africa is owned by Europe. Africa is owned by America. Africa is owned by everybody but Africans. It is rich in resources, not in people, resources. It's bought and paid for. That's why they can get on the app that you was just looking at and basically talk about how they can sell us. The only thing is, I think that this may be an oxymoron, and maybe them that they're actually trying to sell versus us, but that's another story. But I would like you to do more panels on this, and I'm doing it. We have to get out of this notion of color, because Black is not just a color, it's an ethnic group. It is something that was created in America to separate Black from white. It was basically to separate the product, which were us, Black Americans, from the owner, which is white. Because if you look at the concept of what Black is, how can we say Black is about color? Because then they'll say, well, Black Americans as a collective, we're mixed. We're all mixed. We're mixed with all kinds of stuff. We come from the darkest of dark to the lightest of light. We have people who are white passing who are considered what? Black. So it has nothing to do with color. And when we initialize these groups into our group, we confuse their whole cultural identities and their problems into ours, and they're nothing like us. We're American, they're from a third world country. So now you get these things that I'm seeing with this manosphere. I've been studying this for a long time. Basically African and Caribbean men with a few stupid Black men involved. Divestors, African and Caribbean women with a few Black American women who jump in. And then when you look at it, they're taking their social issues. Talking about 54 countries, thousands of languages. They can't speak face to face about their bullshit, so they talk online. They talk online. They're Twitter fingers. They type a lot of bullshit. This is the most attention that I would say in my 50-something years that we have given African and Caribbeans, because we really never thought about these people at all. At our kitchen tables, we never talked about them over dinner. We never talked about them, period. The whole debuff came up when we started asking for reparations. Oh, all of a sudden it's sent in a frenzy. Why? Because these people are what? Scammers and money hungry. Is that them as a collective? Hell yeah. Do you meet some that are not like that? Probably so. But now what I'm seeing now is this is helping us to realize that you can't judge people by their skin color. Not all skin folk is our kinfolk, and that means Africans and Caribbeans. Now, some of us, the diabolical aspect of what's happening is some of us had relations with these people. Some of us had children with these people. That's how close we let them in our community because we were going on skin color. We've all faltered to that. But now that we're learning what their agenda is, how they think as a people, now we have to change up. You can't go back and change what happened in the past. You have to learn from it. Now we have to say, who are they, what they're about. Now your whole concept of how America is has changed, and it's not going back to the way it was. We have to go forward. These people, as well as others, are not our friends. We don't have any friends. But what's the problem is they're, by so many of them cosplaying, as American Holocaust says, they have studied us. They move like us. They walk like us. You better put on your third eye to know who's around you. Now you have to question your relationship, whether you are in a marriage or a friendship. It doesn't mean you have to end it, but you damn sure better question it, because now you're wondering, what do they think as a people? We don't go in their houses. We don't basically sup with them on a regular basis. We misread this whole thing. And it wasn't our fault, but it's something that we got to learn. Pan-Africanism and as an ideology is dead. It does not exist. It's bullshit. And I hope that a lot of these people will get some type of repercussions for this, because they've sent people into a false situation where it has caused them to get hurt, or worse, it has caused them their lives. And if we don't get off of that concept with this stupidity of Pan-Africanism, Africa is a continent, 54 countries, thousands of languages. They don't know nothing about no damn Pan-Africanism. It's bullshit. You need to study it for yourself. Look up Pan-Africanism and look how it is a tool of white supremacy. Look at that whole aspect of how they utilize it as a tool. It's not truth at all, because if it was true, then you would see it existing and thriving in our community. Africa would be a better place if Pan-Africanism exists. It's called Pan-Africanism. So I would say on that aspect, look it up, study it. I'm not saying to go out here and just have this disdain and this hate for all Africans and Caribbeans, but I will say this: we need to walk around in this community and what we know as America in a different way. You can't trust anybody no more. Listening to that conversation where they want to do stuff like harvest us for body parts and all this other bullshit, I think we need to look at it like, what kind of nonsense are we walking around?
Why are they no from a homing amount? Why are they no from a... No, you got your cousins over there.
And
why are they
these people on a different level? In my opinion, many of them may be worse than white people. That's my
I
opinion. I'm
feel
not
you.
saying that you drop white supremacy. We
And
know it
actually,
exists,
hold on just
but
a
this shit
second.
is something else.
I was trying to pull up some clips to substantiate your claims. Let me see if my computer wants to work now.
Why are they an overwhelming amount of Black American children in the foster care? Why are there so many Black men in prison?
Ma'am, why do you run from the question of why your people are over there starving in mass to the point where you have to flee?
No, you've got your cousins over there in Los Angeles, the homeless people shitting in the streets as we speak.
Ma'am, homeless people do not represent the population. The homeless people are people who are mentally ill for the most part. If you see a foundational Black American shitting, that's a mentally ill person on Skid Row. It's not a dude walking around as a lawyer who's taking the shit on the side of the road and then going to practice law like back.
BLM. The KKK has not done anything recently against African Americans. Slavery, they were not slaves just because they were Black. They were slaves because it was cheap. Your ancestors were sold by Africans to the Europeans, the American settlers, whatever they were here, Americans, they were sold to them. But before they were sold, they were also still slaves in Africa.
Yeah, the tether babble is extreme. The tether babble is extreme. And we had some people asking your name. Can you go ahead and say your name again for the people in the chat?
Clarity. Some people know me by another name, but Clarity. I'll say Clarity on here. I have my
All
own
right.
women's channel for just Black American women. So
Nice. That's
just
what's
Black
up.
American women only who descend from United States chattel slavery. So I'm very
Well,
distinct.
real quick, this is what we're gonna do. First, I gotta acknowledge your cash app, Mr. Jabbar. Thank you so much for the contribution. Let me go ahead and drop a bomb for you if I can get my soundboard in order. There we go. There we go. We've got some sisters waiting patiently backstage. I'm gonna bring them up real quick. Clarity, stay put. I'm just gonna remove you from the stage for just a moment. We're gonna bring up Shay. Shay, are you able to hear me? Okay.
I hope so. Was asking me tap for the sound. What's up, y'all? What's up, Mike TV? It's my first
Hey.
time being on and listening. What's up, Magnesia? So I just wanted to say, because I heard Clarity talking about tools, and I heard somebody mention hip hop. And the reason why I brought that back up is because it did play a big role in the influence of Pan Africanism in New York when I was growing up. I am a Black American woman, and so is my family. ADOS, FBA all the way. And so now what I see is desperation, right? And so when you bring up Africa and all the other countries who are fleeing over here, because that's what's happening. It's not just Africa, it's other countries too. And hip hop is something that I'm going to tell you we created. I grew up with hip hop. I still love hip hop. It didn't start out killing, deleting each other. It was about brotherhood, loving one each other, masculinity, building up power to the people, all types of stuff like that, and fighting the powers that be. Right? So now I see that as a tool. Like Clarity mentioned a tool. Now I see them using that as a tool, sort of like, there's a shadow government. Oh, so, well, now we love hip hop. Hip hop has influenced the world, right? So they need something to fall back on. They need a tool to make it work for their behalf. So now they're going to try to say, well, what can they say they invented here in this country? Nothing. We have over 50,000 patterns. But the easiest tool to me that they can use is hip hop because they were participants. And so they can use that to run with it as to say they belong here. Because music in America is something that the world gravitated to. And so hip hop to me is an easier way and access to say we have power and authority. We could get wealth from our creation because they're participant, and they could lie about it because they were participants. Hip hop also influenced the world. And so they can use that also against us, which they try to now by lying and claiming that it was something that they invented and they didn't. So here we go again. Don't second guess hip hop because, like I said, it's still influential. It's global influential. And so if they want something to connect to Black America, they could use the music industry to do that.
Okay, I feel it, and I definitely share your sentiment. Real quick, I'm going to drop you down. Stay put. I'm going to bring you back up along with everybody else. But next up, we've got Restless Faye. And before we bring Restless Faye back up, a little bit of housekeeping. Smash that like button if you haven't already done so, folks. We are going on 4 hours. This is a great conversation. It needs to be had. I do have things to do, but I am willing to do an encore and keep the stream active if we get the contributions up. Come on, I know somebody got 5 on it. Let's get the contributions up. I'm gonna have to pull a Dr. Umar, y'all. Come on, hit the cash app, y'all. Hit the cash app.
More cash apps. Any more cash apps? More cash apps.
But no, on a serious note, let's go ahead and bring up Restless Faye. And for anybody who's new to these type of broadcasts from me, I typically do them on the weekend around this time. Make sure to subscribe and hit the bell notification and select all so that you get notified whenever I am live. After we have Restless Faye come up and speak her piece, I'm going to have a one-on-one with Andreas, and then we're going to bring everybody back up. Hey, Faye, how you doing?
Hey. I want to say to Clarity and the other young lady, y'all are on point. Y'all are definitely on point and right about everything. And I definitely want to say to Clarity, it's also we need to remove ourselves from the conscious community because they're very Pan-African and they're very anti-Black American. The conscious community, definitely. They're very anti-Black American.
And they're very pro scamming and pedophilia. If we want to,
yep, pro scamming, pro pedophilia. They're also pro African immigrants. They want more Africans to come to the country. And you know what I noticed also when it comes to hip hop is that some of the rappers, they're not even Black Americans. Some of them are from Trinidad. Some of them are from Nigeria. Some of them, and they even claim it when they're on the videos. They say where they're from.
Especially
and this is what I'm talking.
East Coast drill rappers, especially.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And this is why I say the degeneracy is not coming from Black American rappers. It's coming from African rappers. It's coming from African rappers. It's coming from Trinidadian rappers. It's coming from Jamaican rappers. It's not coming from Black American rappers. But we get we get it all thrown at us. We get it all thrown at us. It's not Black American rappers that are doing that. Most of the Black American rappers, they're not doing that shit.
Yeah,
you know.
Let's talk about
it. And that's a fact. Most of these rappers are from Nigeria, who are like anchor babies from Nigeria and from Ghana and from all those other. They're anchor babies coming here and getting into the rap industry and messing up the community. And then now you see everybody want to blame Black Americans for this or FBAs for this. That's not us doing that. That's them Africans that y'all wanted to bring up in here. That's them. That's their anchor babies doing that shit. That's not us. And that's a fact. So before anybody say that Black Americans and talk about our degeneracy, look at them. You got so many of them coming into this country and getting into the rap industry and ruining it. They ruined it. It was not Black Americans. I don't stand with that. Black Americans did not ruin it. They did not ruin rap. You know, so that's why I said it's a lot of these anchor babies coming in here and coming from those other countries and coming into the rap industry and ruining it. So it's not Black Americans. I definitely don't stand by that. I definitely don't stand by it. It's not us. And we definitely got to get rid of the conscious community, remove ourselves from them people because they anti-Black American too. And that's all I got to say. So I'm going to step down.
All right. Well, thanks for joining. And real quick, I got to acknowledge the contributions. Andreas, thank you for the contribution. Let me drop a bomb for you. Oh, wait, that was a bad bomb. There we go. There we go. Big Hank, thank you for the contribution. Appreciate you. And this is why it's so interesting to have these broadcasts, because I believe in mixing the medicine in with the food. You know, I make things educational and entertaining at the same damn time. And let's continue to keep things on an educational tip. I'm going to bring back Andreas. Andreas, can you hear me okay? Oh, Andreas, you're on mute. There we go. Mic check, mic check. Andreas, try to say something now. I just turned up your volume.
Okay, no, not that.
Okay, now I can hear you. Now I can hear you. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Andreas, I wanted to bring you up for a one-on-one because I'm
Sure.
hoping that you can educate me a bit.
Sure.
Because I think part of our divide earlier was not only your rhetoric, but also when I asked you what you identify as, you said Cuban and Puerto Rican. Now, you're older and wiser than I am. I mean, I'm only 29, born and raised on the West Coast. I haven't really come in close proximity with Puerto Ricans and Cubans, but I have heard some of them have disdain for us. Some of them kind of try to be more white passing and not acknowledge any Afro lineage. So
But
because of that,
you have
when
to understand
someone
that
well,
they're
hold
all.
on, hold on, hold on,
I'm
hold on,
sorry,
hold on. Yeah,
sorry.
you have your chance. So with that said, when somebody tells me they're Puerto Rican and Cuban, the way my mind computes that is I don't even really consider that as part of the diaspora. So if you can educate me on the history of Cuba and Puerto Rico, maybe who your guys' colonizers were, you know, where you guys came from originally, because when someone says Cuban and Puerto Rican, in my mind, it's like somebody telling me they're Mexican. I don't think somebody's an Afro Mexican. I think they're just Mexican. So if you can educate me a little bit, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, Caribbean. The Caribbean is a place that was used to produce riches for Europe. They killed most of the Indians died, and then Africans were imported to the Caribbean. Spain, Cuba, and Puerto Rico, and Dominican Republic, and all other islands were Spanish colonies. Haiti liberated the Dominicans from Spanish colonialism, and then the Dominicans liberated themselves from Haiti. Cuba
Oh,
was
wait,
the
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I got to wrap my head around that. I don't want to interrupt you. So we hear about the Haitian Revolution,
right.
but you're telling me that the Haitians freed the Cubans as well?
No, they liberated the Dominicans, right?
Okay, the Dominicans.
They
Okay.
took the whole island over. They they ruled over the Dominican Republic, I think, for like 20 years, and then the Dominicans had a war of independence against the Haitians because they were culturally different, and I believe the Dominicans identified with being Hispanic. So and then they had a war with the Haitians, gained their independence. Spain came back, took over the Dominican Republic. Haitians came back and helped them liberate themselves again. And earlier, when I talk about the most Pan-African country, you're right. Haiti is the most Pan-African country. It is the country that invited all of our ancestors to live free in Haiti. So Haiti is the most. The second most, I would say, is Cuba, because Cuba is the only country that sent people back to Africa to fight for African freedom. That's why I said that. But so Cuban was
Wait,
mostly.
and real quick, what do you think about Jim Savage's comment that Dominicans want to be white? Because honestly, I didn't even really start realizing until recently that Haiti and the DR are damn near the same island, right?
They are the same island.
There's so much of a cultural difference and the colorism and stuff. Like I mentally view it as being two completely separate places when in actuality it's the same landmass. So if you can speak a little bit to that, because we do come across a lot of Dominicans who want to be white or white passing.
Yeah, but I would say most people south of the border are white aspiring from the Spanish speaking world. Most people from the Spanish speaking world aspire to be white. So what happens is that Dominicans are not free of that. Dominicans for a long time were educated that they're not African. A lot of Dominicans didn't know that they have African ancestry, even though it's the blackest Spanish-speaking country in all of America. Even more, it's even more black proportionally than Colombia. Colombia is a true black country. Has a gigantic real black population. I'm not talking about mixed black like me or like you see Dominicans. It's true like African blacks in Colombia. Dominican Republic is the second largest African Spanish-speaking country. Actually, there's more. And what happens is that they didn't have any concept of their African ancestry because it was erased from the history. It was like systematically erased from the history. Cuba, on the other hand, is very African because, Africans were being imported into Cuba, up until like 1882, 1888.
Damn, that's
So,
recent.
yeah, so like my family from a region where there was gigantic sugar plantation. What happens after the Haitian Revolution? Haiti abolished slavery in the whole island, and a lot of those slave owners came with some slaves to Haiti, to Cuba, and then that's when Cuba's sugar production increased because Haiti was the biggest sugar producer in all the Caribbean, and when that fell, Cubans, and then they started to import Africans particularly from Congo. But my family, is from the region where you had a lot of Nigerian slaves. So that's why African religion in Cuba is like the major religion in Cuba, because up until very late, a lot of Africans were being brought in. And
And also, what is La Raza? Lynn left a comment that said La Raza. What does that word mean to you, or is that have any significance?
I think that's Mexican stuff in California. I don't know too much about that.
Okay, never mind. I didn't know if it was a DR thing or whatnot. Okay, so this makes sense as to why there was such a divide earlier. Why, when you say I'm Cuban and Puerto Rican, you expect us to acknowledge you as being a part of the diaspora, when in actuality, some of
You
us
should
might
know
not
that.
have that knowledge. Yeah.
No, the truth is, bro, I'm sorry, but that's a failure of American education. Everybody should have an idea. If you're from the Caribbean, there's no white countries. The Caribbean countries are black, or at least partially black. You understand? Like, that's real ignorance. I'm sorry to say that. That
No,
should not be.
it's facts. Yeah, the,
Yeah, I'm
the
sorry. It
American
shouldn't be something
education
that's
system is
surprising.
shit. Yeah. For sure, for sure. Someone said "Viva la Raza" equals "improve the race."
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so that's
That's
kind
how.
of
All these countries are whitening countries. So but the same thing happened over here. But in these countries, is something that's not really. It's really proudly, is encouraged to whiten. So you're always trying to marry whiter. You understand? You're always trying to marry whiter until you eliminate the African or the indigenous in your blood. That's how it works in Spanish-speaking countries.
Okay. And real quick before I bring everybody up, and thank you so much for the clarification. There was a super chat from DiCapriono. Thank you so much for the contribution. And yeah, and let's go ahead and bring everybody up and continue the conversation about Pan-Africanism, because now, hindsight being 2020, it makes total sense for you to have a seat at the table discussing Pan-Africanism. Now that I've been educated on the background of the Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, Cuba, etc. So yeah, ignorance is no excuse, but my bad nonetheless. Some people have dropped off. We got James War in the building still. We got Mind Wars back. We still got Shay and Clarity. Anybody can hop in and have the floor, but my question to everybody, and we can go in order, kind of round robin fashion. But what do you guys think it'll take for Black Americans to wake up and realize that Pan-Africanism is a dying concept that never really benefited us and was basically one-sided from the jump?
We need to learn our history. Black Americans need to delve into that themselves. You can't just go by what people are telling you. You have to study this stuff. Pan-Africanism was started as a sense of people having low self-esteem, and Black American males may have perpetuated into it because of the time period of what we were going through, like through the civil rights movement. It was always peeking its head out. But it is a white supremacist tool, and you cannot gather any leverage off of a white supremacist tool. Another thing we need to learn is we have lost black. We gave away our ethnicity, because when I hear people say black, and this is me including because I had to learn it for myself, black was not a term given to everyone across the continent. Black Americans don't realize the power of our words, the power of our presence. Africans and Caribbeans, I don't mean to denote them, but nobody really cares what Africans or Caribbeans say. But when Black Americans speak, it is heard globally. Everyone moves and shakes off of the way that we move as a people. So when we call them black and we call ourselves African, we denote and we basically don't have an identity, then we want to get upset when they get in our spaces. See, a Caribbean can be a Jamaican, they can be a black, they can be American, and they can be African because you gave them like several different terms. What is your term then? Who are you? We are American. That's another thing. African, if you really know where Africa comes from, it was named by a European. And I don't call myself an African for one reason. I don't think y'all really know what African derives from. And when I saw it, I can understand why they always go to the continent. And every time you look, they're talking about monkeys get this, monkeys get that. Do y'all know that African means Africanist Nigeria? Or Niger means one step above a primate, and that was named by Carl Linnaeus.
Damn.
A white man named it that.
Damn.
Nigeria is not even really a country. It was named after a European man's side piece. It was supposed to be a business venture. So when people say I come from Nigeria, how? Nigeria's not even that old. And when we came
Right.
from what we know as the continent of Africa, it was not even Africa. It was different places, and they were not named by tribes. Why are we calling people just because of their skin tone black? Black is not a color, it's an ethnicity. And if you don't understand this, you're literally giving away your ethnicity. So when a Dominican says, I'm not black, I'm Dominican, they are. There are melanated people across the globe. They're not all black. Just like there are people who are non melanated. They're not all white. We just call them that because we want to pick up everybody. And then when you pick up all of these people, you pick up their ethnic trash. And then you wonder why we're having these conversations. We need to figure out who we are, know your history. It is here. And Africa is not my motherland. I don't have nothing against it, but over 500 years removed, what can you actually trace? Can you trace your grandma there? Can you trace your aunt? Can you trace your father there? Yes, 200 to 300,000 people that came from that time period, but they're dead and gone. They're in our DNA right now. Those people don't even exist over there. So why are we constantly pulling in Africa? This is where this Pan-African bullshit comes from. We can't even concentrate on America because we're going backwards to a land where people are running the hell from like fucking cockroaches. They don't even want to be Africans. They're confused. So the moment you tell them, no, you're an African, you're Nigerian, tribe, whatever, Fulani or whatever the fuck you are, you need to let them know that's what they are. But when we be like, oh yeah, these are black people, so we take off the concept of Pan-Africanism and then we pull them into blackness. Oh, you denying your blackness. They're not black. I haven't heard truly a lot of Africans say they were black until we started calling them black. And it's
Well,
becoming more
I don't even like
profound.
using that terminology. I mean, if you get into it, none of us are actually the color black. Nobody else actually identifies their ethnic group with a crayon box color. It's just used solely to demonize a ethnic group. So, you know, the fact that we are delineating and going by FBA, I think it's much needed and long overdue. And we are seeing how even person of color and the term black is now being co-opted by foreigners. I was surprised when I was in Portland, Oregon, and I went to a POC, person of color's rock climbing meetup, and it was all Asians and Indians. And I was like, damn, I'm the only black person here. What? Because technically, person of color is just anybody who's non-white. So, you know, if these words and meanings are being updated, I think that the ethnic identity should be updated as well. And at the end of the day, there's nobody that's black and there's nobody that's white. When I used to talk to my, you know, European American friends and say, "Hey, what are you?" "Oh, what do you mean, man? I'm white." "No, you're not white. Where's your family from?" "Oh, I'm Irish." "Oh, I'm from Italy." "Oh, I'm German." So, you know, I think we really need to
And
stop
Black
with the
Americans need to say we're just American. We're American. There's nothing wrong with saying we're
exactly.
American. We're not African. We're American.
So, Mike TV, what do you consider? Because you mentioned FBA. And
Yeah,
FBA is what? Foundational what?
Black. It didn't
foundational
say
Black
black.
American.
All right then. So the word black is still in there.
It's
It's
Yeah.
still in
all
there,
about who we
but it's
say
not.
we are.
It's still in there, but it's not the end all be all.
No, it just should just be
But it's
American. Black American,
Black
foundational Black
American.
American. It should denote who we are as a group. But black is still going to be there because America is a nation built on black and white. That's not going to change. We can forget it. Those two categories will stick. The others that have come here do not matter. No offense, they don't. That's why it's always going to be black and white, because black Americans indirectly and directly built America. We are truly the foundation of America. We are Americans. We are true Americans. We were born, bred, made here, breeding farms. We're American. We're not African.
Yeah,
And I'm not
and
associating myself with one step above a primate. Once I found out that's what it meant, I'm not no
yeah.
African.
Yeah, well, and furthermore, that's why I don't have an issue with the word black being in foundational Black American. I just have issue with it just being the end all be all, the beginning and the end, because then somebody who's melanated can come over here and now start passing for black and cause a bunch of disruption and dissent. I mean, we all know about the Rhoda Osmond brick lady girl. She can run around, I'm a black woman and you guys didn't
Well, we
defend
call her
me.
that. Let's be honest. Don't we call her that?
No, I call her a
Pan-Africanism,
Somali
who
immigrant.
yeah, we do.
She's
Those who have some
Somali.
intelligence, but a lot of us will say, and we say it with Dominicans, why are they denying their blackness? Why can't we just call them Somalians? Why can't we
But
just
here's
call
the
them
thing
Dominicans?
too. I heard someone talk about how Colombia and Dominican Republic, are the main African countries, even though they were colonized by the Spaniards. So how is that a flex? Because when you look at all their leaders, their presidents, they're all white passing,
Well,
even
hold on real quick.
Guatemalans.
Hold on real quick.
Yeah.
Let's have Andreas jump in there because I think Andreas was the one who made, and I'm just paraphrasing, but he said something about, them being the true writers within the diaspora. Right,
Yeah,
Andreas?
but their leaders are all white passing.
Yeah, no, the leaders are white.
White, right.
In Colombia, you have a white elite. Those are white people. They're not like white passing. They're white. And in Dominican Republic, you also have a white elite. Even though the leaders, right now, I think the guy who's in office is of African descent. But in most of these Spanish countries, Spanish-speaking countries, you have white elites, real whites, not white passing. They're Europeans.
Well,
And they're
but you said
descendants.
they're the African diaspora, that group. So
And
either they're white. What kind of white are they? They're white mix.
some of them are
They're
mixed with
white
Italian,
Spaniard.
Spaniard.
The
Some,
Guatemalan is even white. I mean, with the
no,
little olive. So what are they?
no. Guatemalans, most of the Guatemalans are indigenous, and then you have the mestizos that are mixed indigenous and white. And then you have what they call sambos, which are mixed indigenous and black. You have a lot of mixtures in these countries, and they have them categorized.
But how do they ride with the diaspora? How
Well,
are
it
they
depends.
like
It
the
depends.
heroes? I won't say heroes, but how are they the backers? How they're the warriors or the soldiers? Because that's what you said.
No, I don't think that's what I said. I think that I said the major black populations of the Spanish-speaking countries are in Colombia and in Dominican Republic. Those are Dominican Republic is the largest African descendant population in all of the Spanish-speaking countries. And in Colombia, you have real black populations where you have
But that's
gigantic.
not what we see. We see them as white, and they come out that way.
Well, well, you're not seeing the Colombia. You're not seeing the Colombians on the Pacific and the Atlantic coast. These are
But what I'm saying as representing a country. So when you go represent your country, this is who you see. That's the
right.
image they portray.
Right. So you'll see them in sporting events, but you won't see them on TV because these are white aspiring countries. These are countries that are closely identified with Spain and Europe, and where the indigenous and the African is really rejected. And there have been movements in these countries, but like I say, there's not too much. They haven't had too much success.
Okay, so they want to influence the European nations and leaders.
No,
So
they're trying to.
therefore they represent themselves like the European nations, although they're predominantly African.
No, the people who are the elite who own all the resources, and who run the political process in those countries, either in front or behind the scenes, are all European. They're white. And then the people who are on the bottom are indigenous, mestizo, and black.
So here's the thing. We over here as Black Americans always fought against